and but then he would just leave, and I'd be mid. And then when he does that, you hear me like on the stream going, "Motherfuckers, where did you go?" And I know sometimes he just loses interest and he'll just leave. So that he kept coming back and leaving, not as much as he has in the past sometimes, but anyway, he came back and I was just like, Zoot, I know you're in here and I know you want to talk and I know you want to ask me questions and that's fine. But you should understand that I'm in the middle of a I'm in the middle of a upload right now and I'm working on this project and so I was willing to talk to you earlier, but you kept leaving. So now I'm just going to focus on this. And then he stayed in here and he just was watching me just do this upload on Instagram. But it was like, oh, okay, Zoot. So when I'm talking with you and I'm giving you my time, I like you want to leave. But then when I, but then when I'm doing my own thing, then you're going to sit here and watch me like a child watching their parent. Like, okay, I mean, I see how it is. That's cool. Um, and do I like Zoot? Yeah, if I do, I like Zoot a lot. If it sometimes reflects like, does Zoot get on my nerves? Yeah, but I don't know how he wouldn't get on anybody's nerves. He gets on his own nerves, but Zoot and I have had some of the best conversations I've ever had on here are from with Zoot, and he said something the other day that I told him was the most intelligent thing that I've heard him ever say, and I can't remember what it was, but it was like absolutely brilliant. It was like, and he didn't. I don't know if he didn't recognize how good it was, but it was it was really good. Um, but yeah, Zoot.
No idea what it was about.
No, I don't, and I don't think he'll remember it either. Um, it was like philosophical, but and he didn't mean to say it, but I was just like, wait, Zoot, that was absolutely brilliant what you just said. And I even said to him, of all of the things that I've ever heard you say, that was like my favorite one. And it was something, I don't know if I could even make up what it was like. It was like um it wasn't like this, but it was something along the lines of like uh we all I don't know, we all don't.
Does God have autism?
No, it wasn't that. It was like it was like it was almost like we all don't really know what we don't know, or something like that. It was like a play on words a little bit. Like that's not what it was, but I remember just being like, Zoot, that was brilliant what you just said.
Do you know which day it was?
No, it was earlier this week, but I couldn't tell you a day. And he comes in every day, so when he doesn't come in, it saddens me to some extent. I like when he comes in, but then he'll come in. Sometimes he'll come in when I'm with someone else, and he'll just jump in the conversation, and I'll have to explain to him, Zoot, that's not how we communicate. Or he'll say something out of line, and I'll have to be like, Zoot, like what? Now maybe I can remember this one. Yeah, I was talking to somebody. We were talking about something, maybe like live streaming or something, or films, or school. No, maybe school was it? We were talking. We were talking about something somewhat innocent, and oh, sports. No, I was talking with somebody about sports. Um, this happened just like yesterday, and what were we talking about? Um, I think we were talking about soccer. I was asking them what sports they watch or something, and this person was like, I watch soccer, and we were maybe talking about maybe what sports they should make or something. And Zoot came in and was like, he listened for like 2 seconds and was like, "What about doing drugs?" And I was like, "Zoot, what are you talking about?" And he's like, "I don't know." And then he just left. like,
Mhm.
like it was very similar to that. Not exactly, but I'm just trying to recall what it was. And it was like I was talking to with someone. Uh, oh, I think I remember. I was asking of someone what position they play in soccer, something like that. Maybe something along those lines. And they were saying, and English wasn't like their first language, maybe. And they were saying that they played defense, maybe, but sometimes they were playing forward or something. And then Zoot just said, uh, like something about doing drugs, and I was just like, that that's not right. But at least, I mean, I feel like if I jumped the gun on people, I would have banned Zoot a long time ago. And um, I'm trying to think if I've ever thought about banning Zoot. Um, no, maybe thought about it. I've told him a bunch of times. Yeah, um, that like I've warned him a bunch of times for stuff, but I like him, so I don't want him to go. The other guy, like Zook can't really control what he's doing. The other guy is actively showing cocaine on stream, drinking on stream, and then wanting to smoke pot and interrupt me when he's been warned a few times, and I don't know him. That's a perfect storm for me not to like you. Zoot, on the other hand, has at least made me aware that he's got some issues with interrupting people, and he has done he has brought a lot of joy to my life, even though I make fun of him, um, in ways that I, um, like to his face, like the how do I make fun of him when he said, "Hey, the comedy club where I normally perform asked me to invited me to do stand up comedy there," and I said to him, "Are you sure they contacted the right person?" Like that's a joke on him, but he just in his own way
Uh,
was like, yeah, they were. I'm sure that they wanted to contact me,
yeah, no, I heard that today.
right? But I mean,
Zinger.
that's like yeah, it's like a zinger. It's like I'm just playing with him a little bit. Um, I I mean, if I banned everybody who pissed me off at this server, I wouldn't have many people in here. Um, I mean, I'm not perfect either, and I say to myself, "Am I um like?" It's not easy, Riser, opening yourself up to the world as I do. Sometimes I want private time, and I don't really always give myself that. Sometimes I don't want to talk with anybody, and I get random motherfuckers who come in here and want to talk all fucking night, and it's like, hey,
Yeah, it's like having the like monkey app on that you can't turn on.
yeah, it is.
Well, you can turn it off. You just don't turn it off.
Exactly. I'm determined to meet as many people as I can on here, um, and sometimes I will just like when I really want to be alone, quote unquote, whatever, I'll just mute my computer and then just do whatever I'm doing. And people usually let me alone. The person who I like most in this server is, believe it or not you. It's not Miss Aquarius. It's Brandon. Brandon gets it. Brandon gets how I want people to be. And that is you do your own thing. When you want me, unmute your mic, talk to me, ask me whatever you want. I'll talk with you for as long as you want, and then you go back to doing your own thing. He's the perfect person that I have in here, and I love him for that. He gets it. He doesn't overwhelm me. There's sometimes we go a couple days without speaking, but that's not because we don't like each other. It's just because he's doing his own thing, and in the future, I would love to have this server filled with certainly people who are communicating and things like that, but people like Brandon as well. People who are just who like to be around somebody just to have that connection. I think that's a really cool thing. Um, I there was someone I so even with people who I have very close relationships in here, I we can get on each other's nerves, and like neither of us are perfect. And I just I recognize that people have off nights too. If I'm not perfect, and I know if I'm talking with someone 365 days, one or two of those days we may not be. I may just be off, or they may just be off, and that's going to happen. But I do my best to give people the benefit of the
I
doubt.
think, oh yeah, I had this idea the other day. I
But
mean, Mr. Beast kind of does it a little bit, but not really. But there should be like an isolation Olympics. But I guess the problem with that is that it might possibly just never end, and it'll just be like, I don't know, people that just have mastered like the monk modes that have just gone totally monk and don't need any external stimuli. But
I read about a
I would
guy.
like to see the isolation Olympics.
I read about a guy. Okay, so there's a guy who did this on an island, and then there's another guy in Africa or India who just isolated himself from women. I think it was India, and he went like 28 years without talking to a woman or something like that. And then there was a guy who just decided isolation isolationist.
The India guy should have started a charity like not talking to women or feminism or something. For women's rights, I'm gonna never talk to them for 30 years.
So there are the Sentinelese who are like the ultimate isolationists in in the Indian Ocean, but um, there's there was a guy I was just reading about him. Um, I want to say he was like a doctor or something. Like, how are you going to be a doctor and be an isolationist? But isolationist doctor, 28 years. 28 years later. No, that's different. Doctor. Oh, no, way. I got it right. Dr. Ian Kelson, portrayed as Ralph Fiennes in the 2025 film 28 Years Later, is a former general practitioner who survived in isolation on the mainland of Great Britain for 20. No, that's a movie. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I thought 28 days later is like a horror movie. Is there even a
Yeah,
28 years later movie?
Yeah, made a sequel. Okay.
Is this a horror movie?
Yeah, it is. Um. Okay, I guess instead of looking at what individual has been the most isolated from society in history? Yeah, that's what it's the loneliest person in the world. No. Okay.
I think I heard this the other day. Is like or Jimmy Carr said it. You know, a comedian, but he was like, was like, you need. It takes a village to like basically like be human. Like you cannot. It's like practically impossible to actually survive completely autonomously. Like in the like most isolated case, you're in like some village of like a tribe of people. You're not like self-sustaining and collecting, doing everything farming your own crops and getting water and fish. I mean, you can do it, I guess, for like how long, but
Yeah,
typically it's hard to do that.
it is. When I don't talk with people a lot in here, so there are people who are like in solitary confinement for like 36 years, and this one lady, um, her mother like trapped her for 25 years, um, in like a basement or something. Um, okay, so I can tell you what you end up doing because I've done this. Is you well maybe it's just how I deal with it, but and I know I'm on camera, so I play to the cameras. If people ask me in the future, like, is this as organic or virgin an environment as you could have where like it's not like I don't know the cameras are there. I know that they're there and I play to them. Every time I get up, I make a joke to the cameras. Even in the morning when I first wake up, I say some quick prayers, but then I before I go to the bathroom and stuff, I even say, um, I have this thing that I say. I've never told anybody this. Well, not really. Um, what I say, I say, uh, look at this athleticism whenever I stand up. You're like, why do you say that? I pretend that like people who do play by play on sports are watching me on my stream and like analyzing what I'm doing, and I'll be like, look at this agility, look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism that we're seeing. Why do I say that? Because they say it when they're talking about athletes when they're on television, and I talk about it like it's myself, like it's funny to me. It's a joke that I make that um, people in the future will watch me and be like, "Look at this athletic move! Look at this spin move!" I'll do. I love sports though, so like that is something that's part of my pedigree to some extent. Um, my love of sports, and so I like pretend like sportscasters are announcing my every move, what I'm doing when I and it's for really mundane things. It's not like I'm doing anything athletic, but it's just when I'm standing or when I'm about to get in bed or I turn. I'll be like, look at this athleticism. And if you don't watch American sports, you won't really get it that much. But they all the time about like running backs in the NFL. Like, look at this athleticism of this running back. Just had the opportunity to hurdle over a defender. This is unprecedented athleticism. Look at the agility that we're seeing. Look at the stamina out of this athlete. So I say those
We've
things.
never seen anything like this in the history of the entire world.
Exactly. I say that kind of stuff all the time because it's funny to me that people might watch this in the future, and I don't want it to just be silent. I want there to be some I want it to be funny to people. Just from
That's why I don't know. I showed you this guy's Instagram account, and you're like, "And it's like, meh, funny." But I find it so funny because he's using like that style of talking of like typing shit up. Like we've never ever seen anything before, even remotely resembling this, and it's like a like mundane, like little tiny, like little variation of some like Wendy's or Burger King
right
or something.
when he went to the um fast food place.
Yeah, he just goes to like finds like these like weird little quirks in like the shopping malls, and then makes the video hyping up those quirks.
Yeah.
Or like the place itself.
Maybe I just didn't see enough of his. Send me that guy again. What's his name?
It's like BE, like Ben, and then there's a few S's. BEN. Oh, it's Ben with 4 N's and then ST.
Ben Stager.
Yeah.
Time for everything and everything for a first time. This is the first time in my life I have ever seen a former Scotia Bank being renovated process of renovation into a Wendy's. This might be a one of one in the world, and it feels so. I feel so enthusiastic just being here, witnessing the construction that's happening right now. I'm seeing it in real time. It's so cool seeing changeovers like this. I've never seen a changeover that's a Scotiabank into a Wendy's. This is certainly a one of one, and I'm loving it. I am loving it. As they say, loving it. Wow.
I love that guy. He has a podcast too. A big Canadian entertainment podcast. It was like very like pro in Canada stuff. Some Canadian exclusives. If you want to educate yourself on Canada, look up his podcast.
I may not have given him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, wait, were you in here? Yeah, that guy was pissing me off when so let me first say, with this guy, Ben, with the 4 N's or whatever and the S, yeah, that's cute. I don't think he's overwhelmingly funny. I like his how do I want to put it? I like the idea. I think that his videos could be a little funnier, but whose couldn't be? He could say the same thing about my streams. But I like the idea, so I like him more than what I saw him do before. That guy who was in here before, when you were like, "Yeah, I don't think you can use bear spray or whatever," and the other guy was like, "Yeah, you can't use a pellet gun. Yeah, a pellet gun in Canada." And then you're like, "Are you Canadian?" And he's like, "No, but I'm by the border." And then I was like, it would have been helpful if you would have looked. Can you use pepper spray in Canada? As opposed to, I know you can't use pellet guns in Canada. We're talking about pellet guns. We're talking about pepper spray. And he's like, well, you just looked it up. And it was like, yeah, but you've got to understand that, like, you're just interjecting yourself in this conversation that was a serious conversation of a friend that we had that I was trying to tell you about, that, you know, he had been attacked, and this guy's talking about pellet guns, and it's just...
Well, in his defense, I think it was like maybe, I mean, I don't think maybe his point was this, I don't know, but when he's saying that, like, whatever, pellet guns are illegal, it just kind of was to illustrate the point of how restricted weapons are in Canada overall, perhaps.
I think that's what
it's like,
I think that's what he was saying. But what would have been beneficial is just to look up the law instead of saying, yeah, I don't think you can use anything there. You can't use a pellet gun without looking it up. That's just an assumption. Give me some facts, or like look it up if you're going to make that comment. And then he's something like, it could have been, I think...
Pepper spray intended for use on people is illegal in Canada. That's crazy.
It is crazy. I was reading a little bit more on that law, though. So they say it's like a loophole that it said under... Let's see here. When can you use pepper spray?
Record because you're trying to protect yourself.
In Canada against a person.
Yeah, against the assailant.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, you're good. Hold on. It was called opportune. There was something in the law called using bear spray on a person, even in a self-defense situation, is illegal and could result in criminal charges. That's ridiculous to me. Like, that's one reason I would never want to live in Canada. Is that's like an absolute ass backward law.
What if you think that the person is a bear, looked like a bear, and you got used, and there you thought you were being attacked by a bear, and you couldn't see because it was dark? Even though bears are hibernating in the
winter. I mean, what is the phrase? opportune needs or opportune time.
It literally says on Google, safety whistles are
Yeah.
legal and effective for signaling for help. Yeah, let me just carry Canada, where the only thing to defend yourself is a whistle.
Well,
What
no,
if you're in a remote part of the world, like the countryside,
dog.
where your
That's
whistle isn't gonna just
that's
teleport magically to like the fire hall?
that's the most fucked up law.
Oh, yo, wait! It says tactical flashlights.
Yeah,
Bright, rugged,
yeah.
can disorient others. Okay, so you can get pretty juiced up with some tactical flashlights.
Wait,
and
hold
safety
on.
whistles.
Hold on.
That's pretty much the bear scare in a nutshell.
Hold on, though.
Minus the pepper spray. Maybe a Canadian version of the bear scare.
But the thing is, if you use it against someone, then you can be prosecuted for that. Now, I
For
did
using animal for bear spray? Yes.
no, not bear spray. The mag light, the big heavy.
Oh, it says if you're attacking people with the flashlight.
No, of course not. Of
That's
course
different.
not. No, if you're being
But you're
attacked, you aren't allowed to use that uh that flashlight for self-defense. But there was something that I
Where
read,
did you read that?
dog, I on Reddit, I think, but hold on.
Are you saying to beat them up or blind them?
To beat them up.
Oh, well, I'm talking about you can use it to blind them, though. That's what it's saying.
Yeah, but that's not going to do anything to them. Unless you hit them right in the eyes, it's still not going to do that much to them. What I'm saying is,
I think it depends, because if you're intruding into someone's home and it's pitch black,
if someone
if you have a
comes
bright-ass flashlight
into my house in
definitely you
Canada,
can't shoot
can
them
I
with a
use
gun.
a light flashlight to beat them in self-defense?
What did you say?
In Canada, you may use a mag light or similar flashlight in self-defense only if the force used is reasonable and proportional to the threat, and you did not carry it with the primary intent of using it as a weapon. So that's the goal, is you carry one of these flashlights with you, and you say, I use it because I was afraid, and then it just happened to be there, and I beat this motherfucker up when he attacked me.
I was afraid of the dark.
No,
it's legal to carry. That's the key distinction. Even if someone is entering your home, you can be charged with if they go and rule that the harm you inflicted is over the unnecessary or the necessary amount, which is vague. It's vaguely defined, because it's what is the necessary amount, but I think usually the courts, the victim on those cases. I mean, unless you're literally kill the guy, probably, then you might be in trouble. But there's going to be probably some leeway if someone's breaking into your home and you use a crowbar to smash their head in.
They've
to some extent.
I was watching a podcast, I think, of some guys who, and they've said this, and I've heard this in California as well. When you buy a gun in California, it's really hard to get one, but if you do get one, when they sell it to you, they tell you, if you use this, just know when you pull that trigger, whether you survive or not, you're looking at about $300,000 to $500,000 when you pull that trigger in um in lawsuit. So what does it mean? It means even if somebody's breaking into your house, you can use a gun against them, at least in the United States, to defend yourself and your property, but they're gonna sue you, and you're gonna have to lawyer up to defend yourself. So even though basically every time you pull that trigger, it's gonna be for $500,000, because if you kill the guy, his family's gonna sue you, saying that it was excessive, and if he survives, you're gonna have to pay for his medical bills and such. So just
I mean, wouldn't that require to also have money to sue you in the first place?
Well, there are a lot
Or
of
their lawyer to sue?
yeah. So there's what's known as a contingency fee. So somebody will basically become your lawyer for free, and contingent upon if you win, they're going to get like 33% of anything that you get.
And that only applies to the people suing, not the ones being sued. Because if you're getting sued, can you sue the person that's suing you for the money that they're suing you for?
It depends on the
Plus
state.
emotional toll.
It depends on the state. And usually, if you're suing someone who's breaking into your house, they have no money, so you're not going to get anything anyway. Like they were already desperate enough to break into your house, so they have nothing to get.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you could self-represent him and just show the judge or like the jury or like home security cameras of the guy literally breaking into your front door.
It's that easy to self-represent in the United States. Judges don't like to allow people to do it. The layman does not know the law that well, and there's certain procedures that you're supposed to follow that you really should have a lawyer to do. And it's also benefit to the legal industry because then that's job protection for them, basically, that people just don't start saying, hey, we don't need lawyers anymore. That gets rid of all
But
the
that's a right though, isn't it? Like you have like the right to an attorney. I need like some government attorney anyway.
That's in a criminal case. So what we're talking about would be a civil case. You don't have a
Oh,
right.
right.
You don't have a right to an attorney in a civil case, though I feel like you should. If somebody's coming after you with millions of dollars in lawyers, you should be afforded a lawyer for free if to be able to defend yourself against that, whether it's a criminal case or a civil case, but you don't in a case of a civil case. So it's really easy to squash really little people. A lot of times what places do, I think this should be so illegal, but it's not, is they just like for instance, there will be like a small company that a large company doesn't like, and the large company knows that they have deeper pockets than the small company. And what they'll do is just sue the small company over something really minor, like a trademark infringement or copyright infringement or some kind of intellectual property that the big company knows that the small company isn't really doing anything wrong, but they know what they can do is just wrap billable hours against the small company that the small company will have to fold, and they'll get rid of their competition.
Isn't that eligible for a slap lawsuit though?
What's a slap
If
lawsuit?
they do that, SLAPP is basically like a frivolous lawsuit filed by powerful individuals or corporations to intimidate and silence critics, activists, journalists, researchers, or people who are speaking. I guess not. It's kind of similar, but basically, just like filing a frivolous against people is like an offense, basically, kind of in itself.
It's hard to
like an example. This in like in my town. The liquefied natural gas plant is like literally suing the town council, saying that the town council went out of their way to make the project like super impossible to build and get past legal and whatnot. And then like the cost of the project has gone up like billions of dollars or something. So they're suing the town council, which is strange. But then people are saying like, well, this might be a slap lawsuit because arguably the town council didn't really do anything illegal. They're just exercising their own rights. So you're just like taking them to court over this like bullshit almost.
I get what you're saying. It's not necessarily bullshit though. You could say
It depends on the circumstance.
exactly.
But like, yeah, like I'm just saying like that sort of thing like exists. So if it's some that is trying to just like start the cockroach competition, then it might be it might qualify for that sort of lawsuit, depending on how they go about it.
Exactly, it's how you go about it, but it's hard to prove, and then you need more attorney to approve to be able um, to submit the slap lawsuit. Like it's all about, can you outlast the other side in terms of litigation? And let's say the guys are already,
Yeah,
let's say the small company's already overwhelmed with you taking them through the ringer. Well, then you're gonna have to get another lawyer or add a uh, piece of litigation to your defense with the slap lawsuit. It's just the little guy can't do it. But if there's any legitimacy to what the big company is saying, then that slap lawsuit isn't going to necessarily be legitimate, and the big company is just going to be able to overrun the little company because they had a legitimate argument. Like, let's say, uh, okay, there's one. Well, this this is this is actually a common thing in the United States. So it used to be. Disney got rid of all this, but there used to be like a lady who wanted to start a nursery school or like a preschool, and she would call it Mickey and Minnie's preschool, and not even that. She might just call it Treehouse Preschool or Happy Kids Preschool, whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with Disney. And then on the walls of the preschool, she would draw Mickey Mouse. It's illegal in the United States to draw Mickey Mouse without the express written consent of the Walt Disney Corporation. And Walt Disney went around all over the United States and shut down a lot of nursery schools or a lot of preschools and childcare facilities based on the usage of their character that was under copyright. And basically,
why wouldn't that benefit them though if they more awareness
it do,
had for it?
it does to some extent, but then again, it's not always being used the way that they want. Somebody might have Mickey Mouse playing with Bugs Bunny. They don't want to be seen on the same level as Bugs Bunny. They want to see themselves perhaps be better than Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse were never shown on the same screen until Who Framed Roger Rabbit is the first scene ever where there's a scene where Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse are shown on the same screen. But they went for 60 years never being shown on the same screen because one didn't want to be seen with the other one, essentially. Or what if you draw Mickey Mouse um, doing something that you just don't want him to be doing as the Walt Disney Company? Perhaps
Shouldn't they be suing all those porn sites?
they do, but a lot of times they're outside the United States. It's a lot easier when this is a brick and mortar organization and it's got an address and you can sue them. And so in a case like the Mickey Mouse one, some teacher doesn't have the money. She's just staying afloat by teaching or like babysitting basically. She doesn't have the money to fight the Walt Disney Company about fair use, and she likely doesn't have deep enough
Do
pockets.
they actually do that?
Yeah, let me look this up.
They would do that.
Mickey Mouse, nursery schools, lawsuits, the Walt Disney Company, daycares.
Damn. Dick move, Walt Disney.
Yeah, but they're starting to get it now because Mickey Mouse is now in the public domain. Okay, in 1989, the Walt Disney Company threatened legal action against 3 Florida daycare centers: Important Babies Daycare, Good Godmother Daycare, and Temple Messianic, for painting life-size murals of Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy on exterior walls without authorization. That's another thing. If it's on the exterior wall versus the interior wall, that would one's like publicizing it. Disney argued that these unauthorized commercial uses of the trademark characters constituted infringement and that failing to enforce its rights could jeopardize its trademark protection, which is another thing. You have to um, you have to defend these, or else it becomes in the common um, in the public domain, potentially leading them to the loss of copyright through non-enforcement. The centers complied with Disney's demands and replaced the murals with characters from Universal Studios and Hanna-Barbera, such as Scooby-Doo and the Flintstones, after Universal Studios stepped in to offer licensing support. So basically, like um, Scooby-Doo and the Flintstones, like Universal was smart in their own way, and they're like, look, if you want to have Mickey Mouse there, you can put our shit on there. So
That is smart.
right, I can tell you that um, when I was a kid, this was before 1989 though, but just before, I went to a just like a daycare just for a little bit. Um, that was like Winnie the Pooh themed, and that could have been prosecuted by the Walt Disney Company. And but this was before 1989.
Was it on the outside wall or interior?
I think it was called Winnie the Pooh Daycare or something like that. Like I think it was the name of it. Um,
Oh.
but there was something to this. Like Winnie the Pooh, an older story than. So I think they could use it in that sense because it's an older story than what Disney does. It's just that character of Winnie the Pooh with the red shirt and no pants. That guy is later on. But I'm not exactly sure. And I didn't spend much time there, but I do remember that. And that was very common. You go to a lot of places in Southern California, and they're very Disney oriented. And even if they don't have maybe a character on the wall or something like that, all the toys inside are just filled with Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and Donald Duck and Goofy and all that other shit.
What happened? What will happen to Disney in the future? Do you think other cartoon characters will become more popular? Do you think Disney will keep iterating to stay relevant? Do you think they'll be drowned out by like the flux of AI and other content available?
This is a great question. So you know how there's that thing, The Simpsons did it, The Simpsons predicted it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so The Simpsons predicted in the future, like Disney would eventually buy The Simpsons, and they did. They bought 20th Century Fox, and everything would just become under the Walt Disney canopy. I can tell you that Disney, it can be a very secretive company, and okay, so you're asking about cartoons and stuff, and I'll get to that, but I just want to share this because I think this is really fucking interesting. So Disney had plans in like the 1960s to build a they had Disneyland in Anaheim, and they wanted to build in Long Beach, which is just like, I don't know, 15 miles away or so. They wanted to build on the ocean a water theme park and call it like uh, Disney Sea, something like that. Though they ended up building that or a version of it in um, Tokyo or in Japan and licensing it to them. But hold on, let me look this up. Disney Long Beach plans. So, oh, it's called Port Disney. So it was a canceled property development, um, where, and it was okay. So it was going to be called Disney Sea. It was going to include themed areas such as Heroes Harbor, Mysterious Island, Venture Reefs. All right. So it was going to be this $2 billion project in 1990. But I think they had plans to do this earlier than that too. Anyway, it's going to be a really big deal. And do you know what the Queen Mary is? It's in
A
Long Beach.
ferry.
It's not a ferry.
It's a ship.
It's like the Titanic, but just bigger.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I
basically,
knew it was a vessel.
yeah. So basically, like there was like the Titanic and the Olympia. Uh, uh, yeah, they were like these big ships that like really rich people would use from like the beginning of the 1900s, and then there was the Queen Mary, which was like a version of this for like the 1930s, and then there was what's called the Queen Elizabeth, the second QE2, which was big in like the 1960s and 1980s or something like that. Um, but they were just these giant ocean liners. Well, anyway, the Queen Mary, when it was done, they didn't know what to do with it, and they put it in Long Beach Harbor, and it's a tourist attraction, and it's supposedly haunted. And I mean, like I've been there with my family, and it's like uh it's it's cool. It's like a really big ship. Anyway, when they put that thing in the port, Disney was gonna maybe take it over. Well, they didn't. Well, this Disney idea of taking over Long Beach Harbor has been a discussion again, and I think personally Disney is going to eventually take over that port in their own way and um, make like a Sea Disney, like they had plans to do in 1990. Whether it happens or not, I mean, it could happen within the next 100 years or so. But I just have a feeling that Disney doesn't give up on stuff. That like generally they'll try it. If it works, great. They'll be successful with it. And as you know, they'll be better at it than just about any company in the world because of marketing. But if it doesn't work, that doesn't mean they're going to give up on it forever. It's just they may hold off on it for a good amount of time. All right, so it'd be easier if I could show you a map, but basically where Disneyland is, there's like basically one street that you can take all the way from Anaheim to Long Beach. And Disney, I've heard, this is only rumors because I've known people that work for Disney, but they're a very secretive company, and it's not like when they hire you, they tell you all their secrets, but they have bought a lot of the property secretly on this one street from like Anaheim to Long Beach. And what does that mean? There's the argument that's been made that they are one day going to connect all of these properties together with like one long street, and it would connect Disneyland to Sea Disney, basically on the ocean. Whether this happens or not, I'm not sure. But I've heard they've secretly been doing this. Another thing I've heard they've secretly done, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. There's the oldest theme park in the United States is called Knott's Berry Farm, and it's located in Buena Park, California, which is in between where Disneyland is and where Long Beach is. It's like right in the middle of where this really long street would be. And I've heard the argument that Disney props up that theme park so that it does not close, so that it has some competition. Basically, Disney does not want this one theme park to close because then they'd be the only game in town. They want it to be like it does, so that they don't look like a monopoly. That they do have some competition there. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. What I am trying to say is that Disney does a lot of things uh, covertly.
Their monopoly, would they be like regulated or something?
They could be. They very well could be. But then additionally, they could run into some issues as well about ownership of that whole stretch of land like, hey, that you have no competition here, and you're buying.
Isn't there like a gray area, or do you think that there's any areas that should be excluded from monopoly laws? Because couldn't like the government be sued for being a monopoly?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's a great point. When Disney bought Walt Disney World, they didn't want to buy it all in one go. They had to do it covertly in the 1960s. So what they did, Walt Disney set up all these shell companies, and they were literally called like the names of the companies were like literally like shell company. Um, Walt Disney Shell Companies, Walt Disney World names. So they bought code name. They used code names like Project Winter, Project Future. Okay, here's what it would be like MT Lot Co. MT, like the letter M, the letter T, Lot Co. AO4 Corporation, Bay Lake Properties, Reedy Creek Ranch Lands, Compass East Corporation, Latin American Development and Management Co. Tomahawk Properties. Um, they just used all these fake companies to buy up land very discreetly, and then this made it so that they could buy this land at a really cheap rate. See, if Disney would have come in and said, "Hey, we're going to build the biggest uh, theme park in the world in Florida," property values would have skyrocketed. So they didn't want that to happen. So they bought it through all these little companies, these like shell corporations, so that nobody panicked. And then all of a sudden they made an announcement, hey, we're going to start this theme park. And all these people who sold their land for really were pissed off because they could have sold it for a lot more if they knew that was going to be the biggest theme park in the world. Basically, Disney has already done these kinds of real estate deals very discreetly and covertly. So I could see them doing them even more in Southern California again. I mean, when
But it's not necessarily like a horrible thing. That's just more of like smart business practice.
well, at a certain point, isn't all smart business a horrible thing against somebody?
No, because they didn't directly harm anyone.
Yes, they did. They harmed the landowners and the housing owners of people there. Basically,
Yeah, but those people made their own choice to sell the property.
yeah, but I mean, maybe they did it in a not that.
Okay, do the people that like sell their property before a huge sports arena gets built in their backyard? Do they also feel ripped off?
Yeah, they a lot of times do, because that's done a lot of times through eminent domain. Basically, the government saying that we're going to, because of tax reasons or whatever, we're going to steal this property and give you the bare minimum, like what it's called, like the estimated, the like the lowest estimate available or something on what it is worth. So a lot of times those people get screwed. If it's going to be a sports stadium,
the lowest possible Zillow estimate.
it's something like that. Yeah, I mean that's not it exactly, but or if it's going to be an airport or a seaport or something, yeah, people get screwed out of that stuff all the time. But I mean, you're is it raises a good question. Are all prudent business decisions in one way or another damaging to someone else? I don't know if they all are, but the far majority probably are in one way or another. Um. Anyway, so Disney does this covertly with stuff with real estate. Oh, and I've also heard Disney's going to build a theme park in like North Carolina. They've already started to do that, and they've also started. I mean, they've done this. This is like 30 years old. They have Celebration, Florida, which is a city that's maintained by the Walt Disney Corporation. Um, so they're like a much larger company than a lot of people think. And then I think they're going to build another Disneyland in like North Carolina, inland. And let me look this one up. They talked about it, and then COVID hit, and they said they weren't going to do it. But North Carolina Walt Disney theme park or something. City. Okay, Walt Disney is not building a theme park in North Carolina. Instead, it's developing a residential community near Asteria in Chatham County, near Pittsburgh, which will be part of the larger Chatham project, a master plan development. The project, known as Story Living Disney, so that's what it is. Story Living Disney will feature approximately 4,000 homes across 1,500. So, like, Disney's starting to get like into building of like cities, and they've done it before. Um, so when that starts to happen, it's like, well, then will they start to run governments? Like they're already starting municipal governments. Anyway, so you had originally asked, well, what about cartoons? Well, if you have to think like Disney has this their clause in everything, not just real estate, but they have it in any kind of um, any kind of intellectual property as well. Okay, so your question was, all right, do you think Disney will in the future be able to um, control that, or do you think it'll be like open source or small illustrators? I think that Disney will just become more and more powerful. So what will happen? Let's say you get a really good, I don't know, storybook, whatever together. Eventually someone from the Walt Disney Corporation is going to come to you and say, all right, what's your price? We want your characters. We want all of your intellectual property for this. We want any future ideas that you may have for this character. And if you say I won't sell, they'll say that's fine. We will perhaps create a character that's very similar to yours. They won't tell you this directly, but we're going to use all of your ideas for this. So it's in your best interest to just sell right now. Your person is called Sarah. Our person is going to be called Rachel. And your person's going to have brown hair. Our person's going to have blonde hair. Your person's going to have green eyes. Our person's going to have blue eyes. Your person's going to wear a pink dress. Our person's going to wear a red dress. It's going to be very similar. We know the law. We know that we're going to be able to get away with this. So unless you want to basically be squashed by our litigation and our legal teams and drown in litigation, it's just in your best interest. What's your price? And you'll be like, okay, I don't know, $10 million. Fine. They write the check and they'll buy anything that you've got. That's already what's happening with corporations. It's basically impossible to start your own business nowadays because these monopolies have gotten so big that anything that you do, they'll just do it better. They own the servers. They don't have to pay for the overhead. They can already market it.
They have distribution pipelines.
100%. What you're exactly right. So that's really what we're getting to. Anybody who comes up with any kind of good idea nowadays just usually gets it bought eventually. And it's not like they're not making out well, but Disney doesn't want competition. So you've got like this new deal. I'm sure you've heard of it. You have Warner Brothers that is being bought by Netflix, and Paramount came in and tried to buy it, and the people at Warner Brothers said, no, we don't want to be a part of Paramount. We wanted a Netflix. So very soon, Netflix is going to own everything from like perhaps like I could be wrong on some of these things, but like Superman to Batman and all that shit. And then
See, I've heard people online saying that like Netflix will go extinct kind of because like Apple and Amazon and Hulu, like all these different other streaming services, and some of them like Disney doesn't probably want any of their things on Netflix and blah 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 blah.
I mean,
So
what will happen is essentially what's happened right now in the food industry, and this is the way that the corporations like it. All right, so all of the food in the United States, well, I shouldn't say all of it, 90% of it is, well, let me put it to you this way. It's like retail banking in the United States. There are four major retail banks in the United States, and that's it. There's Chase, JP Morgan, there's Chase, there's Wells Fargo, there's Bank of America, and there's Citibank. Aside from that, you get some smaller regional banks, but it's all controlled. And you can't sue any of these companies for being a monopoly because they say we've got competition. Chase says we have Wells Fargo and Bank of America and Citibank as our competition. So we're not a monopoly. Yet they squash everybody else. The same thing has happened in the food industry. There's like Coca-Cola Company for anything, any beverage. There's Coca-Cola Company, PepsiCo, Dr. Pepper Keurig, and um and basically like that's it. There are a
I
few.
mean, it seems like there are, at least on Shark Tank, some indie beverage producers, even though to actually get shelf space on like a Walmart thing would be like impossible.
My
But
friend, in my
are other
hand,
pigeons that try to
in
fly
my
back up.
hand right here, I have a Poppy. Poppy is a Shark Tank innovation. It originally was marketed as Mother's Drink on as Mother's Soda on Shark Tank, but a court said you couldn't use that name, so they had to change it to something. It's Poppy. Poppy is was eventually purchased by PepsiCo. This is the biggest drink that's been on Shark Tank. I have one in my hand right now, and it eventually was bought by PepsiCo. That's what happens. Any of these things get big, and the company says to the founder, how much is it going to take for you to give up your interest in this? And everybody's got a price. And so they said they named some giant number, $2 billion or whatever, and then the company says, okay, we're going to buy this for $2 billion, and then 5 years or 10 years down the line, that ends up being worth 10 billion, and the people end up kicking themselves. But nevertheless, they're billionaires. So who gives who cares? And then the thing is, these companies like PepsiCo and Coca-Cola Company and Dr. Pepper Schweppes aren't owned by individual investors. They're owned by hedge funds, and the hedge funds each take a certain percentage. So like Millennium Capital and BlackRock and Blackstreet and State Street and uh, Berkshire Hathaway and these other companies end up just owning these different um, companies in percentages. They'll own 15% of Coca-Cola. And then they can say, hey, we own 15% of Coca-Cola. We want you to have more people who wear the color red on your commercials. Or we want more people who have blue hair in your advertisements. Or we want more, whatever. They're able to say whatever they want because yeah, 15% isn't a majority, but it's a lot. If you own 15% of Coca-Cola, you have a big sway with their board. And then what ends up happening is major trusts and endowments own the stocks of the the um the hedge funds and the venture capital organizations. And so it's just another way to be able to hide funds. Basically, the extremely wealthy people have trusts that invest in uh, venture capital and hedge funds. Those venture capital and hedge funds buy these giant monopolies, and then the giant monopolies eventually go and buy up the mom and pop businesses. That's how it works. And eventually there will be another layer of protection in there where the cryptocurrency will be used to buy the venture capital and the hedge funds. And then that cryptocurrency will be purchased by the trusts and the endowments to further muddy the waters on who owns what. But in the end, it's all basically owned by the same people.
Yeah, crazy.
It is. Okay, so to your question about cartoon characters, though, That's just the idea of a startup. What happens with like cartoon characters that already exist? Zoot and I were looking at this the other day. Zoot was like, what do you think is bigger, Harry Potter or Mickey Mouse, or Harry Potter or Bugs Bunny? And I'm like, all time, Bugs Bunny. And Zoot's like, no way, it's Harry Potter. And we looked up Harry Potter on paper is worth more than Bugs Bunny ever was. However, when you factor in inflation, it depends what inflation data you use. If you use the current inflation data that like they'll say, Harry Potter's worth more than Bugs Bunny. But if you use the workers inflation, basically like what it is with what you're dolling, you're buying your the power of your of what a worker makes and what is made over the course of the last century, Bugs Bunny's worth way more. Bugs Bunny's worth like trillions of dollars. If you think of like going back to every Bugs Bunny cartoon that's ever been and people and what they spent, even though going to see the movie of Bugs Bunny was only 25 cents, if you only made, $400 all year, 25 cents of that giving it to Warner Brothers or Bugs Bunny was a lot, as opposed to today, with how it works with inflation and such. Um, and so, when's the day going to come when Mickey Mouse is and Bugs Bunny are owned by the same company? And I think that sooner rather than later. All Disney has to do is basically buy Warner Brothers at that point. Netflix is buying Warner Brothers. That's Looney Tunes, which is Bugs Bunny. And then all Disney has to do is buy Netflix or have some kind of merger, which will probably happen. If I mean, I know people who work at Netflix and people in the entertainment industry, they don't like Netflix. Netflix is not seen as a positive aspect of Hollywood, and it in its own way took advantage of a lot of people when streaming first started. Basically, they took care. Like the reason why Netflix became really popular is because the contracts that were written in like the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s when streaming wasn't a thing. So Netflix didn't have to pay for welcome. What up, PNG? So Netflix didn't have to pay for um, the same licensing that say Warner Brothers would have to, or a brick and mortar organization, because it was a digital entity essentially. Does that make sense, Riser?
Yeah.
So that was the loophole that allowed Netflix to really expand. The loophole that allowed Amazon to take over was the fact that when it first started, it was not charging people sales tax. And what it would do is it would just say, let's say you wanted to buy a beach ball online. If you bought a beach ball at a brick and mortar store, let's say the beach ball was $10 plus tax. If you bought it on online on Amazon.com, it was just $10 flat. They weren't charging sales tax. And then eventually, state by state, they had to enact legislation. But that took a little bit of time, and that gave Amazon a huge foothold in given markets where they could essentially overtake any kind of competition. Another thing that Amazon does and did to be able to ensure a monopoly on online sales is what they do when you sign up. Let's say you want to sell beach balls. Amazon says, "Great. What's the cheapest you sell beach for? What's the cheapest price you sell beach balls for?" And you say $10. And they say, "Okay, that's great. You're going to sell them on Amazon for $10. You cannot sell them anywhere else on the internet for less than $10. If you do, you have to tell us what that price is, and you have to sell it on Amazon for that price." Basically, when people go to Amazon, they know that they're going to get the absolute cheapest price, which gives Amazon a major strategic advantage on any of their competition.
There's a word for that, or like a phrase for that. It's like the strongest nation agreement or something.
Right. Favored nation.
Favored nation or strongest?
We'll look it up. What is the business strategy?
Most favored nation, yeah.
Yeah.
is a core concept in trade and contracts where a country agrees that equally the best terms offered to any other partner. So Steam does that with video games as well. They say if you want to sell it on our platform, you can sell it on our platform, but anywhere on the internet, that video game has to be the same price.
There you go. And that's
and Steam is also taking a 30% cut versus other distribution out places like 15% cut.
There you go. We have a friend here, PNG. Can you hear me? Oh, is it Pog? Oh, yeah, it's Pog. Oh, apologies.
I'm really drunk.
Okay. Well, that's cool, Pog.
Awesome.
Apologies that I was calling you PNG. Yeah, Pog. So how'd you find out about me, my friend?
I talked to you a long time ago about transhumanism. I seen you chilling in the Nathan Ross Discord DC, and I was like, yeah, this was interesting.
Oh, excellent. Wonderful.
Yeah, bro, I want to live forever.
Word, dog. We're going to make sure that you're able to. If I'm able to, I'm going to make sure Pog's able to. How's that sound to you, my man?
Oh, that sounds actually amazing. I want to download my mind into the afterlife.
Absolutely. Mind uploading technology where you can become a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
You said I can have sex with aliens. How does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, first, we have to declassify them, perhaps, and either you come to them or they come to you. Let's say, or you can meet in the middle. But there are arguments to be made. People already, in their own way, have sex with aliens. If you look into the alien abduction hypothesis, but you want to have sex with aliens who are like hot alien chicks with consent. I take it, right?
I mean, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want to be like on a table and somebody probes your ass and then you shoot spermatozoa. You don't want that, right? Exactly. So most likely what will happen is you'll live to be 120 years old. Your body will start to break down, but you'll have all of the funds that you need, the resources to be able to upload your mind into something else. And you may say, you know what, I want to be Pog, but when I was 20 years old and I want to reduce my aging or perhaps even reverse age with my new body, you'll be able to do that eventually. Perhaps we'll have explorers who are able to traverse the galaxy and find, let's just say, a planet with a group of, let's say, humanoid, doesn't have to be though, but peaceful humanoid type of aliens. And they're going to say, hey, we know this guy named Pog. He's on our planet. He's had a few iterations of himself. He's been wanting to fuck some kind of alien chick for like 500,000 years. Are there any hot alien chicks here who want to fuck Pog? And they'll see a picture of you or whatever, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I like him." And then they'll come back to you and be like, "Hey, these three hot alien chicks want to fuck you. Do you want to fuck one of them, or do you want to fuck all three?" And you'll be like, maybe one at a time." So then they'll either come to you, or you'll maybe be able to go on a mission to them, and then be able to inseminate them, perhaps, or just be able to have intercourse with them if you want and if they want, and then you can go on your mutual ways. You can exchange numbers or whatever communication is like in the future, and then your body will eventually perhaps um, start to decompose, and you'll just upload your mind consciousness into another being, and you can go back to that chick on that planet, or to one of her two friends or whatever, or go find some other chick in the universe who you want to impregnate her. I say chick, but like female alien that's hot, and that's just how it works. And you keep doing that. I mean, right now the Earth is the universe is like 13.8 billion years old. It has a lifespan of maybe 60 billion years. So you could do that for like another 42.5 billion years, 42.2 billion years or so, or whatever it may be. And then eventually, or pardon me, 47.2 billion years. Eventually, you're going to get sick of it. And you're going to say, you know what? I've been a male pog for 10 billion years. I want to see what it's like to be a female pog. And you'll change yourself into a female. After 10 billion years, you're going to be sick of being a dude. And then you'll be a girl. And then you'll go find some dude who's an alien if you want, maybe. And then after 10 billion years of that, you'll say, you know what? I'm bored of this. I would just like to go away and die and be perhaps reincarnated or just start anew and with no memory of what I currently do. That could absolutely happen. Or you just die and then, from dust you are and dust you out, you will return. Whatever you want, Pog, but I want to make that happen for you if you want. Is that what you want?
I absolutely.
Well, that's what we're.
Is this actually a reality? Like you can actually upload your mind and live forever right now. If you were to die like tomorrow, today you could upload your mind and live for a long time.
No, right now we would use cryogenics to be able to freeze you, to be able to preserve you in the best manner possible, so that perhaps within a generation, when essentially revivification is possible, where we can reanimate people who were once dead, we're able to experiment with that, becomes a reality, then we will be able to perhaps bring you back. As of right now, scientists are currently experimenting with memory transfer. So they'll take mice and they'll have the mice run through a maze, and the mice will learn the maze, and then they will transfer parts of a mouse sometimes, or they're starting to do this electronically. They'll transfer parts of a brain into the brain of another mouse, and the memories are preserved. And then when the new mouse does the maze, it does the maze perfectly the first time without any previous knowledge. And when that happens, scientists know that successfully the memory has been preserved. So that's just a start. And we're doing that with small mammalians now, small mammals. So the fact that that's already being done, that's a huge undertaking. And that's just what is made public. What we're really waiting on is the public disclosure of the world's first brain transplant. We've had face transplants and, of course, heart transplants and lung transplants, and even animal tissue that has gone into humans, but there has not yet been a publicly acknowledged brain transplant. That is the ultimate, that's the last organ that humans have been unable to transplant. And there have been arguments to be made that this has been done in China before, but they just haven't publicly acknowledged it yet. But there are some doctors who have said that they were able to do this. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. But once that's made public, that first brain transplant, we're going to have a lot of people who are wondering, well, how does that work? And did it really transfer someone's consciousness into someone else's consciousness? And theoretically, it may. And if that happens, that's going to be a really interesting day when we're able to interview that person and say, wait a second, you were in this other body, and that body was incapacitated somehow. And they transferred your brain from that body to this other body, and you're now in this new body. What's that like? That hasn't quite been done yet, at least not publicly acknowledged. But many people say that it's already been done, and it's just a matter of time until that type of information has been declassified. So that's really what you're looking for. Yeah, exactly. But it's an amazing time. I would say to you, Pug, if you were born, 2 or 3 generations ago, you're kind of SOL. But you're right on the verge. I analogize this to people. It's like we are on Columbus's Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, and we start to see that there are birds overhead and there are branches in the ocean, and somebody just said land ho, and we're getting to the land and we're just approaching it. And that's where we are right now. We haven't quite jumped onto land yet, but we can see it. And you were born during a time where somebody said land ho, and we're approaching the land. And now we just have to wait until the ships come ashore when we can really bridge that gap between death and mind uploading, which is essentially digital immortality.
I mean, yeah, that would be really nice. Being able to freeze myself and then come back to life in some digital world years later. Or
I'm in agreement with you, Pog. So that's you're born at a really a key time, and let's say you get hit by a train, God forbid, tomorrow. Well, Pog, your discussions on my stream are archived forever, as long as YouTube exists, and YouTube will eventually sell their data to someone else. But basically, you're archived in the annals of history. And if this were like 3,000 years ago, it would be like you would have like a mention in the Bible, or 5,000 years ago, and you'd be in like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like you're in here. So what's going to happen is that, let's say you got hit by that train, God forbid, somebody's going to be like, hey, I remember when Pog joined the stream. Let's get Pog back. And how would they be able to get you back? Well, revivification technology is a thing, but given enough time, believe it or not, and this may seem like science fiction, but all of this sounds like science fiction. If we just had I mean, we have a picture of you, which is great, but even if we just had a sample of your voice, having just that amount of evidence would allow us to perhaps take that and essentially put you in what's called a replicator, also known as a Santa Claus machine, having just a little bit of you and be able to recreate your body, just having that little bit of your voice, knowing what it would take, what someone would need to look like to have your voice and your tonations, and we'd be able to recreate you and what's called revivify you, and that you would awake someday, perhaps um in like a an artificial womb, but maybe made for adults, and you would awake and you'd say, "Well, where am I?" And some future species, it's humans, but like the humans of the future would say, "Pog, we heard you on Rabbi's stream, and while you got hit by a train the next day, we knew that this was a dream of yours, and we wanted to help you achieve it." And you would have all the memories that you had, because literally we could, from the tonation of your voice, know every memory that you have. And you say, well, how could that even be? Given enough time, having just a small amount of evidence of anything in the world, basically data, we'd be able to reverse engineer everything about an individual, including of course, like your height, your weight, your education, absolutely everything about you. Now, it might not happen overnight, but given tens of thousands, if not millions of years into the future, that's an inevitability. Humans would want to overcome all of the challenges to perhaps be able to do that for someone. And there would be a future civilization that would say, Pog wanted to be here and he got hit by a train, so let's bring him back. And somebody would bring you back, and it'd be like the Pog Project. We'd bring Pog back, and then you'd go have sex with aliens if you want.
that's crazy here. The tone of my voice is just insane. I think that they can replicate that, bring me back to life. Absolutely.
Exactly. The way I analogize this is like um people, like, I don't know, 100 years ago would say we'd be able to solve a crime just having someone's fingerprints. And then there were other people who hypothesized that maybe there was something even more, even smaller than the fingerprint that could have been traced, and that's DNA. And then we get into the world of DNA, and we can tell all about someone exactly down to the exact individual who would have been just through DNA. And there are things even smaller than DNA that we might be able to articulate in the future. So right now we're in a very primitive aspect of society. Give society and give artificial intelligence and all of the other inventions that will be created over the course of not just the next generation, not the next century, not the next millennia, but the next 10,000 years, 100,000 years, million years, 10 million years, 100 million years, billion years, and somebody's going to want to bring back Pog.
That is awesome.
It is.
It'd be crazy to just wake up one day and someone brings you that. Can't even comprehend that.
It is wild. Well,
I just want to know, like, can I, by the time I die, which say it's like 60, 70 years, hopefully, do you think I'll be able to upload my mind?
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. If you live,
How would I go about doing that? Who do I have to get in contact with?
great question. You're speaking to them. But no, in reality, what you would do, I mean, just like there are cryogenic companies available today that when you're going to die, for like $100 million, $100,000, they'll freeze your head. And for $400,000, they'll freeze your whole body. When you're going to die, let's say, Paul, God forbid, you had some kind of disease and it was terminal and you were on your deathbed, you call this company, and what they do is they come and right when you die, right when your cardiac hits no beeps, basically once your heart stops, you will have these people who take your body and immediately put it um on what is it? Is it? It's not nitrous oxide, but it's dry ice, and they freeze you, and then they store you in these large vats, and they're just waiting. There are like hundreds of people just waiting to be thawed out someday. So that's how that works. That's not what you would have. What you would have in the future is essentially you would pay whatever it's going to be. And then what they would do, just like a CAT scan or an MRI, you would just sit in a tube and it would scan your whole brain and scan your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And you could see like a map of yourself. And it would be like, okay, these are all your nerves, and these are all your memories, and we're going to upload them into a new version of you. Is this something that you want now or into the future? And you may say, I only want it to happen once I die naturally. And you die naturally, and then you're in your will, you would have this uploaded into perhaps whatever you want. It could be into a baby, but it also could be into uh, an artificially matured version of you, so that you're 20 years old, and then in like an artificial womb or like a port, you would just like a vat, you would just be created, perhaps using a 3D printer, but it's more than that. It's a replicator. It's not just 3D printers are usually just like plastic. This is connected to all of the periodic table of elements, so it can make whatever you need, and you could be created that way, or you could be artificially matured to the point of being a 20-year-old over the course of a few months, and then your mind or your consciousness would be uploaded into that, and you could go about your life living normally. Or you could say, you know what, this is great, but I'd love to be a cybernetic individual, a cybernetic being, and either a surgery could be performed, or even you could have your body recreated, so that perhaps instead of having legs that have like normal fingers or normal toes and calves and thighs, you instead have cyborg like a cyborg body, Or like, I don't know if you ever saw Ninja Turtles with like Krang, where there's like a brain in the stomach and like it has like hands and legs that can move on its behalf. Or you could be a mech warrior where you could run faster and jump higher and do all these other things, whatever you want. Uh, you could even say, I want to be a dog. I don't want to be a human. I want to be a dog, but with all my human thoughts. And these could be uploaded into the consciousness of a dog. And while you wouldn't normally be able to communicate with people through barking and such, there are ideas in the future that we will have brain animal tele uh, telepathy, and so you'd be able to essentially communicate with animals. This is how aliens supposedly communicate. They don't use language in the traditional sense. When at least people who have said that they have interactions with aliens, they do so telepathically. So there's just, from what I've heard, this voice in someone's head in whatever language they speak that tells them what to do, that they're being communicated to, but they don't hear anything in their ears. Whether that's true or not, that's that's hypothesized, um, and perhaps um, to be debated. But in the meantime, you might be able to be a dog if you want, and then you could go from being a dog to transmitting through telepathy to your owner or whatever. Hey, I'm a real person. I was just put in a dog for like the whatever 20 years that I'm here on Earth. But when I die, I want to be uploaded back into something else, and that could be done as well. Does this make sense?
Yeah, I'm hearing everything we're saying.
I know you are.
It's all very interesting.
I agree with you, Pog. So that's that.
Well, yeah, I'm really enjoying talking to you. I'm gonna have to come back to you now since it is late.
Absolutely, Pog.
Continue your conversation with Bryce.
Absolutely. Hey, pleasure to hear you. Pleasure for you to come back. You know that you're always welcome here. Thank you for coming and take care, okay?
Awesome, man. You too. Have a good night.
You too, buddy. Peace. Riser, can you hear me? Riser. Riser. Riser.
Yeah, I was just muted.
You're good. So if you notice how Pog interacted, that's ideal. You and I were in a conversation. He was very polite. We were talking about Disney and all intellectual property. Then once we were done, I could speak with Pog, and then you were exactly right, nice too. You just let us talk, which was very kind of you. And we talked about all that really interesting stuff. Didn't interrupt, and he was just really polite, and then he went on his way. That's how I like to have these interactions. And frankly,
If I'm being honest, that was not my experience because I was enjoying the conversation about Disney and stuff, and then he came in. He's like, mind uploading technology. I want to talk about that, and the conversation just switched to that.
apologies.
It was at a pause, but I don't mind. Like, it's fine.
I'm only
That's
one.
just-
I'm only one person, but I'm all yours again. And I know we had
Yeah,
to
no,
take
it's cool.
a detour. Okay, so back to Disney. And the Netflix deal. So Netflix is probably going to buy Warner Brothers, which is Looney Tunes, and then eventually there might be a merger between Disney and Netflix. I mean, there are some. Well, and then we were talking the monopolies and venture capital, and perhaps even how crypto works in this, and then um, what it's going to come down to, and this is what has been at least um, uh, hypothesized, is that you get just mega corporations and everything's owned by just like four of them or whatever. But basically, you can't call them monopolies because they have multiple competitors, but yet they squash any kind of smaller competition amongst them. The way the Sherman Antitrust Act, like that, was passed at the beginning of the 20th century to break up Standard Oil. Basically, all of the oil companies in the United States were all the same company, run by the Rockefeller family. So that's everything from Chevron to Amoco to Pennzoil and um, BP, British Petroleum, at least the United States, and companies like Exxon and Mobil. All of these were all the same company. And at least back at the beginning of the 20th century, people had more say. Unions were stronger, and people weren't as corrupt, especially at the judicial level and the legislative level, and perhaps the executive level. And the this company was broken up, and then it was broken up into the Seven Sisters, which were seven companies that became Exxon and Mobil and Phillips 66 and all these other major companies, but they broke them up into seven of them in different areas of the United States. And what this did was like a major monopoly case. Now, there have been a few others. Microsoft was broken up. A lot of people don't remember this in the 1990s. The big thing, the reason why Microsoft was brought on monopoly charges is because it was along the lines of new Windows computers had Internet Explorer on them. Let me get the exact breakdown for you. But you know what Internet Explorer is, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
What was the Microsoft monopoly about with Internet Explorer? United States versus Microsoft Corporation. Microsoft's monopoly issue with Internet Explorer centered on the practice of building web browser with its of bundling a web browser with its Windows operating system, which the U.S. government argued constituted an abuse of its dominant position in the PC operating system market. The government claimed that by pre-installing Internet Explorer on all Windows PCs and making it difficult to uninstall or replace, Microsoft leveraged its operating system monopoly to stifle competition in the browser market. This bundling was seen as a form of tying, where the sale of one product, Windows, was conditioned on the use of another, Internet Explorer, thereby foreclosing opportunities to rival browsers like Netscape Navigator. The antitrust case, formerly known as United States v. Microsoft Corp., alleged that Microsoft used restrictive licensing agreements with PC manufacturers to prevent them from installing and promoting competing browsers. So basically, um, the case culminated in a 2001 settlement where Microsoft was not required to unbundle Internet Explorer, but was mandated to share its APIs with third-party firms and submit to 5 years of oversight to ensure compliance with antitrust rules. This case became a landmark in tech antitrust enforcement, setting a precedent of how monopolistic behavior could be defined for digital markets. So that was all over just Internet Explorer. Now think of like what Google does today with Chrome and like how
Does Google do the same thing like when they sell their Pixel phones?
Exactly.
It comes with a Chrome browser.
Right.
But,
Exactly.
like I don't really understand the Internet Explorer thing. Like I don't know, maybe it was different at the time, but can you just go and download without whatever browser you wanted?
You could, but the way that Microsoft made it is that you had to use Internet Explorer to do some things, like maybe to download something. You had to use Internet Explorer. You could,
So that's possible. They could restrain the way other browsers were supposed to work.
yes, and that's what they were saying, where they called it tying. The sale of one product, Windows, was conditioned on the use of another, Internet Explorer, thereby foreclosing opportunities to rival browsers like Netscape Navigator. So
okay, so they're actually, yeah. Oh, then that makes sense.
by 2004, Internet Explorer had achieved 95% market share. In 2004, if you were going to search the internet, you were going to do so using Internet Explorer 95% of the time on any computer in the world, really. And
And
that
now I've never used Microsoft Edge in my entire life.
I have,
I don't think so.
I have this funny, I have a funny um, story about Edge. So this one time I was streaming, and it was just a normal night, and I was looking at my computer, and I don't normally pay attention to my YouTube streams, but I did this one night, and I had my YouTube stream just started. Well, let me say first. Uh, so this I've used every browser that's like available. Like I think I've used. Oh, I didn't tell you, man. I've got so much to tell you. All right, so before I get to my my funny story about Edge, I you know how Spotify does a wrap up of your year and tells you what you listened to over the course of the last year. Do you know what I'm referencing?
Yeah, you get to see what shitty ass taste in music all of your friends have in December.
Exactly.
And they post the screenshot.
Exactly. So Discord did this to tell you how much you used Discord over the course of the last year. And I wasn't in the top 1% of Discord. I wasn't in the top 0.1% of Discord users. I was in the top 0.01% of Discord users. That makes me like the biggest Discord user in the world. I mean, it's like a big thing that I use Discord as much as I do. So
Did
anyway,
they not send you a direct invitation to like the Discord summit?
it should.
To be like,
I should be on the board of directors for that kind of performance. But I looked and I was like, there are like 8,000 hours in a year, and I was in like I had used the like I was like at 8,000 hours minus 1 month because the wrap up or roundup or whatever they call it came out in December, and they didn't include that yet. But it was like every moment of every day, basically for the last year, I was in a Discord VC. And all right, so with that being said, why am I telling this story? So I wanted you to know that because I'm like a power user of like computers, and I've used like every single kind of browser. And this one time I was using Microsoft Edge for some reason. And what up, Trace White? I was using Microsoft. Uh, I was using Microsoft Edge just to experiment with it if it would stay connected to YouTube better than um, the other browsers that I was using, including Chrome and Firefox and Opera and Brave and all of these others. So I'm using Microsoft Edge for like the first time, not the first time, but like the first time actively. And I used it for like a week. And this one day of the week, I am looking at my YouTube and I see the chat go from nothing to just flying like a real streamer, like someone who's botting themselves, just going crazy. And I'm like shocked. I'm like, what is going on? And I look, and the amount of people in my stream goes from 0 to like 300 to like 3,000. And I was like, what is going on? Like, finally, like something happened. Well, I get, I finally like start asking these people in the chat what happened, and they're like, "You're on the front page of YouTube," or something like that. Like basically, I got in the algorithm of YouTube somehow, and it made me blow up. It was the most amount of people I've ever had in the stream, and all these people are like, I'm trying to tell them like I'm live streaming all this and blah 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 blah, and they're like they're like coming in, and I didn't have a Discord to push them to or anything like that. So this happens, and I'm like really popular for this one night, and I get all these people who we're like playing games and stuff, and I'm typing to them, whatever. And eventually my stream was gonna expire at 12 hours. So I'm like, okay, I've got to stop the stream and I'm gonna restart it. Everybody just come back to my next stream. And I stopped the stream and I restart it. And I don't know if I stopped the stream. Maybe I just let it continue, but I knew it was going to expire. And then all of the people stopped coming, like in such a huge amount, huge wave. Um, and I was asking people, how did you find out about me? They're like, you're just on the front page of like YouTube right now. And I for like the next like 3 months, I was like, was it because I was using Microsoft Edge? And so for this like long period of time, I was thinking maybe I got really, really popular because I had just started using Edge as my browser or whatever. It had nothing to do with what browser I was using. It had to do with just the YouTube algorithm and putting me on the front page of YouTube. And it was literally like trying to drink from a fire hose. There were so many people talking to me. Yeah, I mean, like the chat was just going so quickly. I remember just watching it from 300 people to 3,000 people, and it was just like it was incredible. So,
it would be amazing if you could somehow hack or like make it so that like you brute force your way to like the front page of YouTube. I mean, does botting do that at all? Maybe.
I mean, that's a hard one. It might get you popular, but at the end of the day, it's not going to necessarily put you on the front page of YouTube. YouTube manually curates that stuff. They at least do with like Kick. I know Kick does and Twitch does. They have their moderators find things that they think would be attractive and they put it on the front page. And so I imagine YouTube does the exact same thing. But for like the next like
you just have to make like crazy content. Like this guy was like teaching his octopus. He made a video like spent 6 months like teaching his octopus how to play piano.
I saw that.
I just made it. There you go.
Yeah.
Because it's in the algorithm.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I saw it on Reddit. But yeah, right. And what they want to back and all of that. Anyway, so for like 100 days after that, all I did was use Microsoft Edge on my computer, thinking I was going to be able to replicate that. It's like I don't know, when they're like teaching that octopus or something how to do something, and the octopus is like thinking like it got rewarded because it did something. Like my reward was because I used Microsoft Edge, but it didn't have to do with that. But I was still kind of like hunting and pecking, trying to figure out what it was that I did to get really high in the algorithm. Okay, so you said that you'd never use Microsoft Edge. I completely understand. That's about the only time I ever used it. I've used it a few times since then. I'm really unimpressed by it. If you want a browser to be popular, it is about its store and what kind of add-ons people can get. That's what allowed Chrome to overtake everybody. I mean, remember what I just said. In 2004, 95% of people used Internet Explorer. Google Chrome wasn't even a thing then. I think Google Chrome has like 75% of the market share globally. What changed? The fact that Internet Explorer did not have a very usable store, and Chrome had the Chrome extension store, which allowed people to customize and do more things and basically make the browser theirs. That's what allowed that change. That's the only thing. I mean, some people may say, well, what about the speed of Chrome? They're all about the same speeds. Some people may say, well, what about Google and its username system, the account? Doesn't it make it easier to integrate with Chrome? Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. But I know a lot of people, and I'm one of them, who will use my Google account in other browsers. I'm using it in at least 10 different browsers. I see it in front of me. So just because I have the ability to put my username in doesn't mean I want to. In fact, in some of them, I don't want it to. I don't like that it, uh, like sometimes I have a lot of different accounts, and I don't want it always to remember me on my one account because that's not the account that I use for streaming or whatever it may be. I mean, everybody's got their own preferences, but the thing that allowed Google to dominate is the Chrome store. And um, I told you about OpenAI's Atlas, didn't I?
Yeah, let me just say a browser story real quick.
Please do.
Like 2 days ago, I've just been getting so fed up of like my iPhone. This didn't happen on my old iPhone 7, but my new iPhone, like 14. I was using Brave's browser, and then it would work. I just go on YouTube, no ads, don't have to worry about ads. Awesome. Brave browser on my iPhone 14. You don't listen to the ads or hear the ads, but there's like a 10-second like black pause before the video starts. So it's basically just an ad that is like not playing in the background. And then sometimes you can see a glitch that it was an ad that was just like waiting for, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't even skip like initially. It waits like 10 seconds to skip. So I got so pissed off. And then I went and downloaded Firefox, and then I was like looking for the add-ons. And like, great, there's no add-ons in Firefox on my phone. Shit. Then I asked the AI, I'm like, which one has ad blocker? And I was like, oh, try this Firefox Focus browser. So okay, I download Firefox Focus. I go to YouTube, bam, first try, works totally fine, no ads. I'm like, great, awesome, I've solved the problem. Then I'm like, okay, how do I create a new tab on this browser that works great for not having YouTube ads?
Oh, no.
And it's like, I'm like, the hell? How's there no new tab button? I asked the AI, I'm like, I can't find the new tab button on the Firefox Focus browser. It's like, yeah, this browser is meant for like
focus.
I don't know, focusing or
right.
something. You can't be distracted with multiple tabs. Don't be crazy. I'm like, really? This is like the most fundamental, like basic feature of any browser is that you get to like open more than a single tab. Really? Single tab only? So now, if I want to listen to music or something that requires rapid switching, I just go. Go to the single tab focus browser. But like,
I've been there.
So
here's the solution to it. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's why I knew when you were going to say you were going to a different tab and focus. I did all that same stuff. All right. So if you want to watch something without any ads, open Brave in incognito and you won't get ads. Try it right now.
Damn, really?
Yep.
Doesn't this like not save your data though?
Well, yeah, but I mean, like you're just watching a YouTube video, right?
Yeah, I want to be like signed in ideally though, I guess.
Yeah, you're
I
not.
can sign into my YouTube account, but like, is it gonna make me sign into my YouTube account every time?
No, you just
how the hell?
Don't sign in. I mean, you can sign into your YouTube account, and it will save your shit then. So yeah, I guess you could do that. But every time you do it, you have to sign into your YouTube account. What I'm saying to you is this: if there's a video that you want to watch without ads, open up Brave in an incognito mode, and you should be able to watch anything you want without ads and without that black thing at the beginning.
I don't see a. I'm clicking the three dots and I don't see a incognito mode.
It says new private browser. New private browser. Okay. Open a new tab, and in the upper left corner, you should see like a guy with sunglasses?
No, I don't have the sunglasses.
Yes, you do.
Dude.
Okay, so I'm going to open a
I
new.
can send you a screenshot.
No, you don't have to do that. Open a new tab. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Do you see the three dots at the bottom right?
Yeah.
Okay, right next to it, do you see the square?
Yeah.
Press that,
Oh,
and
there you go. Private.
yeah.
There you go.
Do you see the sunglasses?
Yeah. That happened.
Okay, so now open up your thing from YouTube and that.
Okay. Yeah, this looks like the Firefox thingy.
It's got the black thing.
Yeah, it's doing the black pause. It just did the black pause for 5 seconds and then lagged and appeared. The ad appeared.
And are you sure you're in a private tab?
I'm positive. Yeah.
Okay, let me check.
It could be different because we're on different phones. I think this phone they go out of your way to like try and screw you over with the ad blocker.
Right.
Like impossible.
Hold on. Okay, mine works perfectly.
I can share my screen if you don't believe me. But
Yeah, not that I don't believe you. I want to make sure it's right. Share your screen.
How do I do that? That's not it.
You don't know how to do it? Okay, so
Okay, yeah, I found it. Alright, you see my screen? Should be shared. You see it?
just one moment. It's loading. Yep. Okay.
You see it?
Yes, sir.
Alright. So we're in Brave. This is a private browser.
Hold on. Open up a new private browser tab.
See how it says private in the corner?
Okay. Close the one you have open. Okay. Press the hold on. All right, we'll type something in. Let's try it. So that's what you're saying, that black thing at the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
I think it'll work with I'm gonna try Chrome, I guess.
Hold on.
Just try it.
We're in
Extension there.
We're in Brave, right? Go back.
Yeah. I'm in Brave private. It doesn't work there.
Okay.
That shit happens on my like regular phone or regular non-private browser.
All right. Hold on. You can. I think. Yeah, you can. Actually, no. Just on Android. Yeah, they're getting good at shutting this down on mobile devices.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, apologies.
I already have the Firefox one.
Yeah. Okay.
It's mostly for just listening to music. Like if I'm listening to like an hour-long podcast, pretty inconsequential. If you're switching songs every 3 minutes, it's like
Do you have Mozilla Firefox, the regular one?
Yeah, that one didn't work.
Did you
There was
download
no
any?
add-ons for any. I couldn't get any extension add-on things.
Right. They don't offer it on iOS?
No, but I think the Chrome store. I haven't tried Chrome yet, so I'm gonna try Chrome.
It used to work, right? Remember, we went through this, didn't we?
Yeah, we were talking to like that guy the one time about it. Just giving some like really complex solution about like spoofing addresses and relaying it. Shit.
Yeah, not that. Why isn't there a Mozilla Firefox add-on store on iOS? Apple's App Store policies require all web browsers on iOS to use Kit rendering engine JavaScript framework. As a result, Firefox for iOS is essentially a user interface wrapper around Safari's WebKit engine, rather than standalone browser powered by Mozilla's Gecko engine. The technical limitation prevents Firefox from supporting its native add-ons, which are designed to work with the Gecko engine. Apple restrictions mean that the third-party browsers on iOS cannot implement their own rendering engines or extension systems. Doesn't this sound like what Microsoft did with Microsoft Internet Explorer, like
I
in
was just thinking that.
2001? Yeah. But you see, like back then,
Bundling.
tying. Yeah, exactly. Back then, like legislators had more balls than today. Today, if you go up against one of these monopolies, you won't get it reelected.
What do you mean you won't get reelected?
They actively will so if you went against Apple will actively fund your competition, the alternative candidate, in the next election cycle against you.
A lot of people from both sides are coming after the same.
Then they will
place.
find a candidate who is willing to run, who doesn't care about this policy, and they'll give that person all the money.
Yeah, that's politics. Basically, the lobbying people.
All right. So what you want is, why don't you try uBlock Origin Lite app? It's on the App Store.
Is that a browser or an app?
It is an app.
All right, I'll figure it out.
No, do it now. Do it now. I'll walk you through it. It seems like this is.
No, I'm doing shit.
Hold on.
Not.
Wait, please.
My phone's also gonna die.
No, it won't. It's got a 4.7 rating. It's really good. I'm gonna download it too. I'm downloading it right now, so we can try it out together. Because I'm frankly sick of this. YouTube is the worst. You can turn on uBlock Origins Lite's Safari extension in settings. Okay, so I'm gonna go to
just an extension for Chrome.
No, it's an app.
So I was gonna try the Chrome extension.
I know, I've tried it before. There's something about it that doesn't work.
uBlock Origin Lite?
Yes, it's an app. I just downloaded it, and okay, you can turn on uBlock Origin Lite.
Is this a Safari extension? Can you use Safari now?
No, it's not a Safari extension. It's its own app. Oh wait, hold on.
You can turn on uBlock Origin Lite's Safari extension and settings.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. So, okay. So you have Safari already, though.
No, I removed it.
How do you even remove Safari from? Isn't it
uninstall? Oh wait, No, never mind. It's bundled. I still have it.
Yeah, exactly. They tied that shit to you, baby.
There's no escaping this Safari. The Calamari Safari.
There you go.
You're there forever.
Okay, so then I have to go to Safari, and
There's no freaking settings here, though. I can't change any setting.
hold on. Content blockers. Use content blockers on all websites.
Manage extensions. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's how you
Turn
do
it
it.
on. Unable to load uBlock Origin Lite. Awesome.
Why does it say that? Unable to.
It says unable to load uBlock Origin Lite when I try to
Dog.
turn it on.
Uninstall that shit. Never use it again. Try to do the Chrome one like you were trying. I use one on Chrome. It's called. Let me see if this works. If you don't use. If you don't use. Safari, then I don't know how much it'll help you, but oh wait, hold on. I know. I downloaded an app for this. I know you don't want a new app, but it's called Orion. If you're like, what the fuck is that? It is, yeah, that's what it is. It's an ad blocking app, or it's an ad blocking. Yeah, this one's really good. I was using it on one of those websites to watch movies, and it got rid of everything. Okay, so if that doesn't work, you have one more thing that you have to do.
It's called Orion.
Yeah, it works. It works immediately for me. ORION.
Okay.
So uBlock Origin is no longer available for Safari. AdBlock Plus is, and I've used that before. I use it on Safari now.
Orion browser by Kagi.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll be psyched if this works.
I will be too. I don't like it when I have a friend who has like such a simple request and we're unable to fix it for them. Like I'm able to go from one video to another like flawlessly.
What the fuck? It's already trying to hack into my Google account. It won't let me just go to YouTube.
What do you mean? It's Orion. It's a purple circle with a star in the middle.
It wants me to sign into my YouTube.
Then say no.
It's forcing me.
Just at the very bottom, just make a new browser and type in YouTube.
Oh, there we go. Alright. This new homepage is whack. It doesn't give you any suggestions.
It just says Orion feedback, Orion user guide.
Oh, tight. The thing works though. No ads. Let's go.
Now let me ask you a question. In the
That
bottom,
is sick. Nice.
do you see the three dots, bottom right?
I sure do.
Okay, now click it. At the top, do you see uBlock Origin?
Sorry, in settings?
No, so like there are three dots at the bottom right, right?
Yeah.
Just click that,
I
and then above,
then click extensions.
no, at the very top, do you see uBlock Origin above history?
No, it says no. History's the top one.
Okay.
But you probably have the extension enabled.
That's exactly right. I do. So go to extensions
Okay.
and download uBlock Origin.
There's a Rabbi crypto wallet extension.
Yeah, I've got it.
Nice.
I've got that. That's like the.
Why do I need the extension if the ads are blocked already?
It's an excellent question. I don't know. It's kind of like just double
extra insurance.
double
Yeah, it
teaming
seems
it.
to be working good. So that's thank you, Orion. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. I hope that.
And sorry to the creators who I'm never not giving you money. No.
Well, hopefully that works for you. If it doesn't, let me know because I do have a couple of extensions that do work for Safari. I use those, but try if you would, and Orion, try your playlist. Just try to go to a playlist and then just go to song after song after song after song after song, and it should just do that. If it does,
My UI is already glitching out, which might be because I switched the URL thing to be at the top. Let me close all these tabs. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're good. No, it's still. It works enough.
no, it doesn't. What didn't it? It needs to work every time. What didn't it? What? Where did it fail?
No, it was just glitching out a bit, but it's because I changed the search bar to be at the top of the screen.
You go to one of your playlists, please, and just go from song to song to song to song, and just make sure that works.
Okay.
Go to like 10 different songs, and just make sure it works every single time. Because if it does, then I'll feel good about it. If it doesn't, though, I've got a couple other workarounds.
Hmm. Huh? Yeah, that's working.
Okay, could it work any better?
No, it loads instantly, so that's good.
Oh,
Hopefully it doesn't get patched.
okay. So does it do everything? Is there anything it could do better?
No, not that I can tell so far. You can open multiple tabs, so
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
basically my only requirement.
Okay. So does that
10
solve?
out of 10.
Does
I
that
rate this browser 10 out of 10.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's that good, but yeah, it's good. I don't I don't normally use it because I've got that trick of opening in a incognito tab. But if that doesn't work for you, Orion browser is where it's at, and you can take that. Oh, I know. You have to test this. Take Orion browser, play something, and then shut your phone off and see if it still plays when the screen is closed. That's a good one.
Okay, so I play a YouTube video and then lock my screen.
Well, I don't know if it's gonna work if you lock your screen, but like, oh, okay. So you play the thing, and then go to another app. No, there's something that people do. What is it? Let me see if it works in Brave or okay. So I'm gonna go to YouTube and type in just anything. Okay, and it's gonna give me some stupid ass ad. No, okay. So all of them, like, okay, sometimes maybe this is an Android thing. I think it is. I don't know if it's possible on iOS. Basically, to lock your phone and still have it play music on the background. I don't think that's possible on iOS, but it's on Android. Like,
It works. I'm doing it right now.
does it work for you?
You just have, yeah, you just have to like swipe up so the video is like floating in the corner. I've done it. It works on my other browser the same way. That feature does work, which is useful because yeah, sometimes in like just regular mode, when I'm outside, it's like all glitchy.
Exactly.
Nice and play with a ghost person, but yeah.
Okay, so what do you do to get that?
You go into like full screen mode, and then you like swipe up on the video, and then it should like go to your home screen. It might be that might be like only a setting on iOS, but
I'm on
it
iOS.
works on Apple.
I'm on iOS.
Is your swipe up go home button? Is that how you go home? Swipe up?
Okay, I'm doing that. Yeah, where it has like the airplane mode and the Wi-Fi and all that stuff.
No, you just open the video and then full screen mode and then swipe up like you're going home, and then it should create like a mini version in the corner.
Where you can like move it around.
Yeah. You can hide it too more on the side if you swipe it into like the side.
Yeah, I don't. Um, Let me see if I can do it in one of the other. Oh, I don't have that.
You get it?
Yeah. Maybe it's just
You're the one that was telling me if to ask if that feature worked.
right. I know because I read people online who use that feature all the time, and that's really important to them. But I never use it, and it does not work for me. It works, but maybe it's just my phone. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I got it to work on Brave, and it does work when I lock my phone. Okay, so but this Orion, um, Did you have to turn on any kind of special setting to do like
No.
that overlay?
No, not at all.
Appearance. Yeah, that is interesting that I was like the person who was like, see if this works, but it it does not give me that option, which is fine. I don't use that option, but I know I have in the past. Um,
Thank you for helping me get that working.
you're welcome. One other thing is a setting that I see that may be of interest to you under content blockers. There's basic, and then there's full, and I can tell a difference when you full. It like blocks like everything. Um, but I don't know if that's something that you want. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
No, it's fine the way it is.
All right.
Good.
Very interesting that this thing does not like exactly what I was saying. I don't get the pop out option. Oh, wait, I got it. I got it. Hold on. But when I close the fucking app, it shuts off on me. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I don't fucking use that anyway. Weird. Okay, well, if that works for you, great. Do you want to still watch that documentary?
Yeah, let me just swap you to my computer. My phone's gonna die. I gotta plug it in. I'll find back and stream that shit. One sec.
Hey.
1 sec. Yeah, I was gonna ask you this, but I've already came up with a solid name for it. You can take your stab at it if you want, but I'm making a VR game where you can go around and paint on a bunch of things, and not just for graffiti, it's also, I guess, for just painting regular walls and practicing murals. So I was trying to think of a name for it for like multiple days. I can't really think of anything, but then I came up with a name that I think is very solid. But do you want me to say my name I came up with before you brainstorm and come up with a name, or do you want to come up with the name?
Brainstorm. Brainstorm. So, okay, what is it?
It's a virtual reality spray painting game for both graffiti, but not necessarily entirely graffiti. Like one map will be like a train yard or abandoned buildings, but other maps will be like just regular walls to practice painting murals on. So, but the main tool is spray paint. I will probably potentially add other tools, but the most
Why don't you
mainly spray painting and
why don't you call it Play and Spray?
That one sounds. I feel like alliteration is not always.
That's not alliteration, that's rhyme. Play Spray.
I don't know. I think play is not really. I mean, it is a great alliteration. I'll give you credit for that. I don't think that's what mine.
Okay. You're turning
more
down
serious, but
you're turning down genius right now, but okay. Hold on.
you can make your own VR game. Alex, do you want me to tell you my name?
No, I know you're fucking excited to tell me, but if we came up with the same one, then we know it's a winner. But okay. Okay. Can the word graffiti be in it?
It could be, I suppose. I mean, mine is related to graffiti.
Okay.
Graffiti isn't the main word. Bomb,
No, not that. What about spray display? That's good. Hold on. That's good. It's a pun too, like because it's like your spray paint's displayed, but also because it's in like VR.
Yeah, I just don't think like it's a one big pun in alliteration, but I just don't think it's good. Don't get me wrong, but
Okay,
mine is better.
give me one more minute.
But it's just mine is just one word, but it's also a dual meaning.
Okay, what is it?
It's flare.
Okay, that's cool.
Paint flare when you spray it, and then also there's like a meaning of like artistic flare.
Flare. I get the artistic flare. What's paint flare? Like spray back?
It's like if you angle the spray paint upward, it's going to be like a faded look, and then when you wipe it down, it's going to be more opaque. So the flare is like those somewhat transparent like gauge that you get from tilting the can.
What about quaint paint?
Point what?
Quaint paint.
Point paint. Yeah. I'm not keen on alliteration for the title.
I've got you.
Unless it's like somehow the most amazing.
Right, I get you. Why isn't play spray? Play spray is really good.
I mean, there's already a game called Spray, and there's already a game called Spray King VR, and there's a game called Draftism VR.
Wait. If there's already a game called Spray, then I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I was debating, like, do I just call it Spray Paint VR or just Art VR or something super generic so that anyone who's searching in the MetaQuest store for just art, it's like one of the searches that pop up.
Yeah, that's what you should do. Spray paint VR. That's what it should be. Or graffiti VR.
Something very simple.
Yeah, because nobody's gonna find flare, dog. I like
They
that.
find out about it through like word of mouth, I guess, and also.
Yeah, but why do you want to put yourself against the eight ball? Basically, like you're gonna have to market this thing when you could just have it market itself.
Work, but you may be able to like add to your game that are associated like art or something.
I'm sure you can, but it's just you're making it more difficult on yourself. Tell the audience exactly what it is. It's spray paint VR.
Yeah, that was my initial, like literally my Unity file is called spray paint.
So what you could do is call it this: flare dash or flare : spray paint VR.
So it has both.
That then you're happy, and then it markets itself. Then no one has to say what the fuck is flare. Hey, dumbass, just continue reading. It's spray paint VR.
Yeah, that could work. Hey, I'm okay with that. And also to get users, potentially, hopefully, I can partner with a graffiti spray paint brand, and in exchange for like social media posts promoting the game, I can insert the spray can that you use inside the game, along with color palettes and other stuff like specific to that company, such as like a Montana was the sponsor. You contain with an M94 can or whatever the company is. But yeah, which of the documentaries do you want to watch?
What are the choices?
One of them I have not seen. The other one I have seen.
Okay, which one
One
haven't?
is I haven't seen Paddle to the Amazon. But
Let's do that one.
Pretty cool.
Let's do that one.
Okay. You want me to stream it from my computer into this?
Yes, sir. Wait. Yeah, and then I'll watch it on my phone. And the reason why I have to do that is because I can't get. I don't want to get a copyright strike.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna start it. Sound good?
Yes, sir. Thank you for doing so.
Feel free to commentate the whole thing.
Oh, you know it.
Roast these weak ass paddlers. I
Dog.
kayaked to the Amazon for breakfast.
Dog, I know a motherfucker who swam the Amazon. Motherfucker didn't even need a paddle.
Yeah. He was my Uber driver and he did it.
You are funny.
That Uber driver could do it.
Are you watching this on?
If I mute myself, you can still hear the audio, I guess. Right?
Yeah. How did I do this before? Hold on. I think I have to mute my microphone in here so that I can not get feedback. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
My mic's just muted.
Okay.
Began the greatest athletic adventure from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, on the North Saskatchewan River on May the 24th. 10 canoes representing all of Canada battled in competition and in pageant to over 90 communities.
For 10 years, non-star Kel, divorced dad, talked to his two young sons about taking them on a canoe trip. That idea turned into the longest canoe trip in history. It's the kind of trip most people only dream about. A journey from the cold of Canada to the north of Brazil, all that water.
Finally, we were able to. What I thought made me sick with fear.
All aboard for the Amazon Hotel. Those were the last words his friends would hear in nearly 50 years.
When I started off, I honestly, in my mind, I didn't think it was possible to do that trip. Because it was just so far-fetched. And no one had ever done anything like it before. But I remember saying something like, about aliens who walk in. Upwards, thinking about the 6,000 miles of coast they get there. This is crazy. They're all gonna die.
If somebody said, dude, well, let's go canoeing, I would say, we'll go canoeing for 3 days. And I think, well, that's a good idea. I'll go canoeing, but not 2 years.
It's been 21 years since my dad and I left Winnipeg for the Amazon. They called it 2000. We started cooking around the idea of a canoe trip reunion with Jeff. My dad suggested we start out from Iowa and Alvin, take the Mississippi New Orleans, and then head east, following the Gulf to Key West, Florida. My brother Jeff, who had paddled with us back in 1880, had to drop out because his wife was pregnant and about to give birth at any moment. Paddling down the Mississippi for a month now. I invited two young friends to join us on the adventure. Jason Carl, postal worker from Princeton, Iowa. On the weekends, he worked at the music shop where I taught guitar lessons. And Josh Sparks, also from Princeton, just wanted to get away from it all for a while.
They say come rain or come shine. For them, get in the canoe tomorrow morning and head down the Mississippi.
worked with Dana, and knew that he had done that crazy trip about the Amazon. Fucking knew, he thinks differently about life. We got talking to him. He's told me about this trip. He said, if I had a friend in a canoe, I could come along. Once I heard that, I knew I was gonna go on the trip. And Jason told me about it, and I was like, that'd be totally cool for me, just to get away from this town, just to get out of here. Every single piece of our trip, maybe 20, 30 different stores that have been a part of this trip. So I put my mind that all that trip was possible. It's like, the Grand River robbery they had different pirates in Louisiana. And they're lying in battle over Mexican Captain in Chile and Oriana, we named our battle. The Amazon River. From America to South America. Everybody in Canada is thinking east-west. Transportation corridor, fruit trade, and exploration. Starkel is going against the grain. He says, let's go to South America. And in doing so, he in fact, is recreating this historic transportation corridor that took over the Caribbean for the first time. 2 kids at 18 and 19 would leave all their friends, their dads, their girlfriends, they committed themselves away for 2 years. Favorite show was Tarzan. That's going on, so just going down to the corner store, and that's all. The soldiers in the back of the language where you can talk all the English. And I got the idea. I thought I wanted to do was walk down the road because like Tarzan. And if we did it, I think we'd have something big for the rest of their lives that they would be proud of. When I was 9 years old, she went to the cool one. I started paddling, paddles from home. So I mean, he said, well, if you're not getting some of that, it's how I have to work like for 10 years. I got 10 years, and then 10 years on times 9, 19 years old, I'll be an old man. And it's like a million years away. And the sort of early part of it, I sort of think, oh, that's so far away, it'll never happen. You come to death, oh, yeah, I'm coming, and then, you see life in a very different way with all your friends. And that becomes your life. And now that idea started going away from all that. It's very difficult. I started off playing guitar when I was 10 years old. And I had on a trip for a couple of years. I was like, in a rock band and everything. And they couldn't understand that I was going to take off on this canoe trip since our band was just starting to take off. And as much as my heart was in that band, I knew that this canoe trip we were about to take had the potential to be something really unique in my life.
It was pretty obvious to me that Jeff was a little more focused on things. He saw that there was a life outside of what his father wanted to do.
Friends are going off to Columbia University, and you're sort of thinking, going on this canoe trip.
Not allowed to
Those are permission from the state that they can't be a part of the city. So we sent out 60 invitation letters to all our friends. It was quite a wild party. All of our friends were there. And so everybody from high school were sort of out their last big, crazy before a public trip. They stayed all night. The guy lights on top of our story.
I saw these two little boxes, and we're going to put them in this extended canoe, and we're going to go to the end of our street or rocks in East Florida, and then we're going to put it in the river, and off we go.
And all of a sudden, CBC television comes down and one is going to hurt.
Because the jump is taking it to everybody, really trying to like that.
I remember as soon as it got down, slow, and so where's the the thing is, it's just not yourself.
Thinking he was going to take a canoe trip to the sun down the Mississippi. And that's as complicated as it was going to get. Then two 21-year-old guys who he thinks is going to last 3 days. They said it would be easy, so it's fun. Talking about Key West.
2,500-mile trip. I think we're going to get our asses here in a couple of days. Like really bad. It's an undertaking, and I'm going to be responsible for these guys.
Get to do something. I wasn't really doing anything. I was working 40 hours a week. It sucks.
I don't think you guys know what you're getting into. We got to get up at 5 o'clock every morning. We got to be on the water at 6. Next thing we have to paddle about 40, 45 miles a day. And I said, you're going to be hungry, you're going to be wet. And you know what? We're actually getting into it.
The first day was hell. We went 47 miles and because it's 3 large dams, there's waves, it's windy. We had no idea how to steer a canoe really. So we were calling ourselves zigzag because we just zigzag around further and further away from them. That was like, can I really do this?
That first day was on a long day. We were paddling upstream. I mean, that's basically paddling as hard as you can. You're forward, looking down, paddling. So what you do is get a sprint or something. And the worst of it, you sort of look at this and think, this is impossible. We'll never get there. On our first day, we paddled 30 miles upstream. We were exhausted. We were greeted by Donnie, a good friend of Jeff and mine, and Eddie Ullman, a longtime friend of my dad's, who prepared dinner for us. We devoured the meal and turned in for the night. Our hands were blistered, but that was so fast. What I remember most is I fell asleep that night. I was thinking about the adventure now and
Cavalier, Cyril de Marcel was a Frenchman who wanted riches of English and wanted to find a way to the riches of the Orient. But I think it was that thing was establishing a sort of cultural hyperlink communication for what is now the American South and Canada. Celebrate the Cajun culture that's there. It's a culture that connects directly to St. Boniface, the French community.
It's the kind of trip most people only dream about. A journey from the cold of Canada to the warmth of Brazil, all by water. They're shunning any mechanized help, and they predict it'll take them 2 years.
Ancient cultures, the Aztecs, all these characters, they all had their Mexico. All these things together and do one.
If Don's sons never doubted the dream would become a reality.
I was just looking at the you mentioned the idea that there is pretty much interesting.
Don says their number one problem will be getting along. Other problems they expect to encounter, they also expect to overcome, including Minnesota's mosquitoes, so big they say they could carry you away. So while some canoeists doubted they'd really go, they're on their way.
My friends Jason and Josh, and after kind of a crazy start,
The only reason that I really want to come on this trip is just so I can learn as much as possible. That's all you can do daily explore. And Don just kind of shows you the way. You can just take what he tells you in a blue film.
Get in, Josh. Let me know if you want this trip to some trouble behind.
Have spark, they're willing to work, for anyone like that. I want some kind of experience. Oh, wow, that's I remember starting my problems with asking when I was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. And one of the things I went on the Amazon trip was that I had to say my asshole as a kid. That has 2 years I was share away from cigarettes, cats and dogs, and grass. My dad would just say, instead of staying at home, he would just lie there. He threw me in the car because he was doing work with the away. He would take me along and climbing up in the car, checking out people. It's just when you're a kid, just being in a car travel with your dad, all these things and exploring what he's up to is I found it really interesting.
I can remember when he was sometimes so sick with my dad and I. He had such bad asthma attacks. One time we had to take him to the hospital there. He had to get a right into his heart. Back, doctor said he should be in an oxygen tent every night for the rest of his life. Right away, they put me into this program of inhaler. My life was just becoming a hell. I became so dependent on my things. I was taking them sometimes 13 times a day just to get through a day. I had certain things that made me be an elephant. And I just vanished. Before that, the doctors told my dad that he was crazy, that he was going to kill me. 2.5 months of the trip. I took my last puff of an inhaler and I've never used one since. I said they were very young, 18, 19. I said, this trip has to run on the basis of 2 years. They're going into hundreds of communities. You know, the difference is if I don't want you to get involved in any way or they need something. For 2 years. And if I was pretty well lit, like, I don't think anything meant right.
You guys are kidding.
It's like everybody now they're fighting the gun and their sense of justice and different events. They never have a meeting anybody when they were still in the States. Where my brother was stuck down
Missouri. There, and then later on, we were going to drive down, and then he was cruising around town. Started to drive around. My friends, next thing you know, they're choosing us all over town. And then I got scared. They drove us back to where we were last time. We got them My dad knew little about his family history, other than the fact that they were Germans that lived in Russia. His great-grandfather was one of the highest officials in the Lutheran Church. One grandfather was even awarded a medal for the Tsar of Russia. My dad's grandparents migrated to Canada when his father was 5 years old. A short while later, the Russian Revolution broke out in 1917, and most of the Russian royal family that included my dad's relatives were executed. This picture of my mother and father was taken at City Hall. That's the only time I think I saw my parents together. I had more clear recollection of either of my parents. 10, 13 children, I don't think more than him. My grandmother was pregnant with her second set of twins. My dad was placed in a children's home due to neglect. At 2.5 years old, he had been in and out of the children's home, in place of 2 different foster parents, occasionally raised by his real parents. On October 29th, 1929, the U.S. stock market crashed. This day would ever be known as Black Tuesday. It was a challenging time to be raised. My grandfather was unemployed like many of the I've never been locked out of home so many times to wait for my father to come home. Sometimes in this 2-3 hour shipment. We had no discussion or conversation or anything at all. I never had any connection. My grandmother continued to have babies, even though they couldn't afford to feed the shelter the children had already had. So Dad was bounced from boarding house to boarding house until he arrived in temporary foster home for 10 days. That 10 days turned into 15 years after the Roberts family decided to take Dad on as a foster son. 5 sons. 2 were in the military, lived in North Dakota, in the front yard. I love that community. In 1950, we flooded that whole front yard. And it was down. I would jump in that canoe. I could paddle for miles, and I delivered bread and something neighbors and stores. Every single day I learned something. And every opportunity that I had, I wanted to be in that canoe. At school, Dad discovered his natural ability for sports. He was a first-class runner, swimmer, hockey player, and particularly good in baseball. My dad's foster brothers were both members of the Club. Back in that time, that was the place to be. Dad's passion for paddling was evident. He and his new friends at the club would venture out to some of the most pristine lakes and rivers that Winnipeg had to offer. Dad joined the canoe club and started to race. He was quite good at it. People started noticing. An Olympic paddler from 2 years earlier. This guy, his Canadian paddling was like a god. No one could beat him. He had the same partner and next year we won the Canadian Championship. My first race in my life, I beat 6 Olympic paddlers. Bill had great influence on Dad. He showed him the confidence he lacked, and together they wiped out the competition. Bill had to keep his weight and my life. Starting when he jumped into everywhere back. If you had seen something in you guys didn't know that. I was saying, these people don't know what they can really do. Underestimate themselves. He's going to be our teacher. He's got to be the best teacher in the world. It's nice to step out of the space. It's nice to walk away, sit down at the guitar, and just stare into that world for a while. We landed right away. His first thing was to get to his guitar. Very serious practicing music. He said, I was amazing just how something ended up being something that's a lifelong passion as opposed to just a job. Because my dad would build on something that somebody was already interested in. My brother Jeff, when he was on interest electronics, when he looked to my dad, he said, we worked on a lawyer, I worked for the telephone company. So practically every couple of days he gets his wires, poems and stuff. And electronic room downstairs, everything's lights up. And I used to say, I never studied creating or drawing things or something, something. I wanted to get into classical guitar so much. Just something I thought, keep my guitar playing. And I just thought about, this Renaissance music that was played in the castles is still being played. But some of those pieces I'm going to be able to come back and play in restaurants for a while. And get back to the
We got down to Grafton, Illinois, and we decided to go in town. There was a bar that we could go play pool in. And they asked if we could tag along. And it was really talking the whole evening about music and what we thought his perspectives on it.
United States down to Mississippi. We're kind of like going down the red carpet because this was, just shortly after the Canadians had smuggled all these organs out of Iran as hostages. And the Americans paid us a lot for Canadians for that. And everywhere we went, people saw the Canadian flag, people were just reaching out to us. So next thing you know, down the security guard at the front entrance, they said, I'm from Winnipeg. I'm on this big canoe trip with my dad with paddle over from Canada. And I said, I'm a huge fan of this man. I don't want to take this. He says, from Canada. He says, that was I was in the show. Found myself in a decent seat and watched the whole show. After the show was over, I went down. I was backstage. Out comes Brian May. Here's my chance to talk to somebody who's a rock and roll icon. I just kind of jumped in and started asking questions. I think I'm over on a canoe trip from Winnipeg because I was all burnt up. My hair was all white and everything. I think he was curious why he was supporting me.
He's done everything. He's lived in Arizona where he learned how to be a recording engineer. I mean, the guy's working with Snoop Doggy Dogg in a studio for 12 months. He's got a lot of perspective on music. Then recorded his classical music on a record and went and sold 5,000 copies. Door to door, just because he had a bad day. Nothing for his job and sell his album because he has copies.
I always told my kids when they want something, or if you want a bad enough, you reach, and you never stop reaching. Never stop reaching. It's like, no, I'm going to get it.
First impression, and I had names that time we were like, just talking.
For the first time in his life, Dad felt happy in his new family situation that had fortuitously come about. When he turned 18, Foster with connections got him a job at Canadian Pacific Railway. For the next 5 years, Dad worked for most of the ranks of the company. They were a beautiful woman joined the CP office staff. And eventually, Dad found the courage to ask her out on a date.
Starkale's temperament, obsessive, the kind of guy who likes to chop wood. He's got enough for about 5 Winnipeg winters.
He's like a Superman. He's just put his body to the test and come out on top. Survived almost all the way across Canada. He does his goals every day. He realized that the only way he can get things done is to set a goal and make himself accomplish it. That's not for him. But I love it. I mean, that's not what I want because that's a problem.
I have so much respect for my dad, but at times he can also be like kind of a drill sergeant. And sometimes by punching fun out of the house to play the
The kids used to make jokes about calling Don Howie the Buffalo. They felt that he was born 100 years too late.
So just along the trip, when he would seem to fall into a new character, it was just a lot of fun for something to make up these different Howie names, you know. He had his dark sunglasses on, he was wearing all these lights, sitting in brother. Shades out. It was such a kick out.
Sometimes he to get on my nerves. He does it so well. He does it on purpose. He makes jokes. They fight all the time is because they get other each other's skin. So it's just like stuff, and that's what people realize that.
We're getting very much. There was no towns around. Things were getting kind of desperate. Our last one was this little bit of tanking gravity. We had to it was for us to have food on half a tank each. And then there was this one. There were 8 turkeys. I get one bigger. Right away, I ordered a turkey. So this conflict arose on the pancake. Like I was creating madness for food. That pancake is our food for the next day. That's all there is. And a first big argument starts. I think I picked up a water bucket and smashing up to hard. next thing you know, there's a big fighting match going on. I picked him up and I drove him somewhere and he ended up in these cactuses. It was intense. 18 or 20 years old, you know, you're at the 24 years. You don't want to be talking about that anymore so much. Everybody at that point is real bad feelings because, you know, it's like we're supposed to be trying to work together, survive. There's no way we can do the trip unless we're a team. Then we're all sitting there feeding each other. And then he ran down the beach and we tried to go there and go harder and I tried to catch him inside but I couldn't catch him. And he'd sit down there making faces at me 100 yards away. If I would have kicked his behind, he'd lie down side by side and I'd make your peace and we move the next day.
Once we turned west, things changed quite a bit. Waves out there. I started to, I guess, my dad started to worry. I could see going out for about a quarter mile. We're standing waves going after you. That's pouring it down. That last day, sort of left Brownsville, basically paddle out of that protected area, go up to the Gulf and also these great big swells.
Sideways was going out and my brother and I were all flipping out. We're like, oh no, you gotta turn sideways. When it kind of grabbed us from behind and they're paddle, hard to get. The next thing you know, I can do things off. Next thing I'm worried about, as fast as I can, I can't get the water. It's going past me so fast. Get up on the wave. There the whole time. Up to his neck. Started coming up and our cookers weren't on brush and fall off and the wave started coming in. A couple seconds later, we got a little sideways. We just kind of filled up and we jumped out. And we ran to shore and we were all kind of demoralized. That's when we got our behinds kicked so badly. We didn't get that far that first day, did we? I was terrified. I had a lot of paddling skills. I had no way that I could paddle. Launch off anything on beaches and waves like that.
So on those days when we were out on the Gulf and the waves were just pounding in there, it was absolutely impossible to watch us do there.
Made another couple miles the next day and we kept coming in and lost all kinds of stuff.
And we looked at that and said, we can't go. We can't watch the TV here. It's just going to take too long. That's it. We're not going to be able to make it. The Gulf is more than we anticipated.
Responsibilities for this national order. So he has his over, and the reference point is no.
Any story of discovery in North America, New World, needs to include mention Christopher Columbus. He really began the parade of Spaniards and others who came later of varying nationalities. And for that reason, has marked a place in history that forever changed. Talk to anybody involved in First Nation culture, Aboriginal culture of America, that was the tip of the iceberg that scraped up against the continent and killed 90% of our people.
Like he's sitting there, they're making a barbecue for the meatball class, and I didn't want to. So they went ahead and engaged the manager before they go for it. They call it the so,
and a strange feeling is a lot of places it felt like true. My dad read a letter a bunch of years. My dad said, if you want, we can stay down here. On the third day, we were at Montrose, Iowa, and Don just kind of got this weird peculiar look, broke down a little bit. He goes, Dana, what does Jeff look like? Dana's kind of looked at me, got the exact same kind of look. He's like, he looks a lot like Gabby. I was coming out one day with my friend, and we're going to the cinema, and we see these two sad-looking fellas. They had tried to get a room at a boarding house for students, and the lady, Miss Eloina, just said, they just look basically like, and they told me the story about traveling from Canada to basically a north part of Mexico. And the story, I have to be honest, it sounded kind of unbelievable. Dana was in his position, and for him to play his guitar all day long would be better. Jeff was looking at the time factor in a different way. I think Jeff felt that it was really going to screw up the future of Jordan. Like we were at the guitar, he was practicing. He was really taking a 2-year break when he wanted to do. My dad would sit up there and was pretty big for the way he was crashing him. And so he'd say, oh, look, guys, it's getting better. I couldn't carry off his education. Yes, carry on again in a month or two. The weather's better. Success my second. So once that, the progress stopped, and I felt like I was sort of it started to become pretty clear. It was time to go home. I was sad that he was going, but there was sadness in the way that I felt like it was something that was going to be running during the rest of my life, for rest of Jeff's life, and there would always be this memory of this turning point where we decided to go. For so many years. I remember when the taxi came to Jeff and Don and Dana were standing in the balcony. You can see that Don was devastated. He didn't come back to bed, and didn't see him for the rest of the day. Jeff decided to go back to Canada. We were all trying to save a little bit of money, so we ended up sharing their room. But it was hard to do. It was about 4 months, every single day, having our meals together, just going out for a stroll. Yeah, he showed us the city. There was unique energy there. We walked there to see what was happening in the city square. We took our minds off the trip. Don, every day he would go out fishing his meals. He had this spirit about being able to support himself. Every single day, every 5, 6, 7 hours straight. Everything else disappears. Like a lot of the world. But mine is not filled It's just 2 of us.
that put ads in newspaper in Winnipeg and people that he and I were good pals.
He always told me that while he was planning this trip, there were people that wanted to come.
Anybody to come back, but that's what
Nobody's available to take your call. Please leave a message.
His words were, they know we have been defeated by the sea. It's easy to join a winning team. It's very hard to join a team that is losing.
it took us basically 4 months to brainwash him into thinking that this was a cool idea.
We had 6 other students living in the house, and they were as excited as I was listening to Don and Dave's story. But I think I had a little bit more of that excitement. I really wanted to jump in. It faced the nose. It was not like he since I was big, he was involved. The other intense and private Everest. That was across on the Atlantic. Well, played that's adventure. That's we all as their kids have, but not all the other things that happen.
We're going to do that as a part of the class today is the word
He looked at me and said, "Gabi, if you come with us, you will never regret it." He also said, "If you come with us, you want to do it from your heart. Just to let your heart have it and say, welcome to the team."
Look, unfortunately, the person who is not going to have to say
Start smiling and saying things, and we can interact right away. Like things change 100%. Jeff, once we had the 3 children, everything changed. She was traveling and seeing things, and things, and all this kind of came to a result with the 3 children. Once Gabby committed to paddle with us, we had to return to where we had stopped at Washington Beach, around 10 miles north of La Pesca.
I thought there was a plan here, but the plan was to hitchhike to Tampico, which is 600 kilometers up north. I mean, when you're in there, just stop and say, yeah, I'll take it. So I had never if you like it, can I actually have this salmon and 10 hours a day, a team? We don't know you have that salmon.
You make a mistake on watch, you're in deep trouble because you're just going to turn over and get smashed or take your leaves something powerful.
We launch into the insert.
We went 6 inches away from the center. Just from that minute. All of a sudden, Jeff was gone, and this guy was taking his legs.
Trying to get into when the season shot, and the canoe moving from side to side, it's full of water. I was scared. I didn't there. I never told her I was going to the season. I didn't even minutes before I was accelerating the second throw me up. I've never had an opportunity to be part of a challenge like this. You don't know what it is. You can go beyond what you have to test.
We owed a lot to Gabby for getting us started on our trip again. We quickly became a part of our crew and shared in the adventure. Just faced the challenges and we together. We met many interesting people along the way. He was a wonderful person, just kind and everything else sincere. He's almost just like a part of our family now. We risked our lives together on the ocean. Had some really funny times and craziness and things that can't be figured out.
Wanted to live a life of waiting, they returned like this Like John Wall is much more of a temporary culture had a tradition. There's just two of us. Every single day we were there, it was like you could afford to make any mistake. So that's all straight into the water. Jump in, get tied up the phones, and paddle his way through circular over the top. And my dad had to jump in. We get out of the ocean, and then I remember being in that. I didn't get away from the fact, so I could get down. But at the end, it would be gone. It's going into Venezuela and land. An ocean which I can just picture these guys out there not really understanding how powerful this waves are. Posted up then I'll sit on shore. And those really scared me.
It takes an awful lot of confidence to just comfort, to be that long and in whatever conditions in that hostile atmosphere.
Almost a year and a half ago, both beaches, we slept in graves and puddles. I had a clump of dirt in my head for 2 months, so I tried to pull the thing out. In the dark, I tried to grab myself light, I find this thing running around in my head like, you know, like my dog. Must be there for 2
The lady on our, the lady said, after it, kind of like stand up for right? That's what helps me say after this. Say that, don't so it, like, great, strong, by the actually, discovery is because of
trees on that island, and that bothered us a little bit because we didn't know there could be any kind of wind protection. It did have a bit of some, the weather seems to settle it inside the shack. It looked like something to her inside there. Something down. Since that was kind of odd, it was right here. I had on the stage, it was around playing the red show. And it was lined up in the station. He's just looking on, it's still on the station, it's still going red. But the two sound. And the station is on. From the shore. Long after that, that means so much sugar. Scared. That's basically that somehow you also answer that thing. Well,
Always, the way to explain this.
When we started the trip, I listed, what were the type of things that were going to hardest to endure. First off, was it weather, insects and bugs, water supply, and as I got further in the trip, it became very long, and went right to the top. That was our biggest fear. You get in on that hot sun after about 40 miles down, and you finally get a campsite. You're tired from day. Yes, it can. It's very easy to get argumentative, because everyone's short.
We finally found a landing spot. So camp basically had the bunkhouse, and everybody was basically settling right to eat. He's the most interesting guy I've ever met. His confidence in himself. I think confidence is one of the most important things. But I know it is pretty much what takes people as far as they go. Just that confidence. He just talks. So no one had taken it. Because another campsite after not really seeing one. 20 miles is not a good situation.
The first thing they say to you, you're being shot at. And that's the at least 15 times. I think that's scared them. Saying things like that.
Next thing he said to us was, where'd you guys get your groceries? In other words, kind of implying we had stolen some groceries to eat. We were probably homeless and we're out there on this piece of cement eating our food.
I stole an umbrella for the first time in my life.
Tal was like, no umbrella. It's like, well, I guess, but I'm not going to walk down there and give it to you. So they had to start marching right up there. And he just took it and we took off.
You did the umbrella more than he did. So I asked him if it was umbrella. He said, sure. And I said, I think he was afraid to say no. We took his umbrella.
He still found it because he was asking to ask him if he could have his umbrella. Memories. A lot of perspective.
There was only one spot where the big jab was working, and I knew something was wrong. They never had the church right in the south. There's a lot of upside down
Once you're in Honduras, it's a whole different situation. There's something going on there. There's all kinds of crazy stuff.
To believe in what his father wanted and to
How far could I go? And while my breaking point would be, are you guys
I know it's just something.
He was driven to that he was teaching his son, that you do have to go through these hardships, and that I guess, life is life and
maybe 10 miles before my dad did brag, but we're worried about big brag, but all sorts of stuff. We're worried about what's out there. Coming down the coastline, and we're ready to stop. See some coconut trees. We're going to camp, and I was cutting up coconuts, and Dana was playing guitar.
sitting there practicing guitar, and I recall back, I said, these two guys come down the beach, and I started talking to my dad. I was probably not paying attention. Then the dad came up to me and said, we're in Denmark, so it's not safe. On the beach, they want us to call it. We're back in the jungle, where the jungle's I don't want to carry everything back there and that everything safe. That's good shit. Marches down, he's on fixes. Like they were out there and that's they go with us. I guess with my idea, that's the part to go more in it. I need it for so young. Underneath, I'm thinking, what can I say or do? Somehow, I have to get in there, but then if they killed us, then I'm gonna come back. No, I didn't really think of what's the fact that we had these United States Army stickers on our canoe. And we kind of we could just as easily be American as far as they're concerned. And it's going to be there's Americans fall and it's like a certain thing that's happening or anything that because they would know. And we told the story to the captain and this little military base and he's concerned about his almost their position. These guys that were we thought were just civilians were actually just soldiers. Now they were in trouble.
They got too full of hands, even more dangerous because that's from cartels, not territory.
Almost every time we saw them, we came in. We've been along with each other. We've been treated as like family. Somebody's guy eyeballs will go right through you. Everything they want, and everything was all possessions. My dad was looking at me as much as I was looking at the sense of security and happened to Venezuela after having all these who were considered basic they get fire in the canoe and he turned for our Venezuela, we was almost like we had a victory over Colombia. We didn't have a victory over the oceans. This vortex rolled around this huge peninsula of Paraguay. I went way uptown and I found a school. And I went to the school and spoke to the principal and told him that I needed to get out of the trailer. And he was the owner and he said, you need me out of the trailer. Right away I started making big horse pulling you over the front. I was like 18-something miles down this years of me out of the ocean. It's hard work, but you're safe. Transport driver. For looking at this thing coming down the highway, where it had a
Venezuela was impressed by the exploits of the two Canadians. But by this time, the media in Canada had reported almost nothing about the Star Caliber.
Y que salieron desde Canadá el año pasado. Oh, muy bien, gracias. Muy poderoso, que el primer año de viaje, muchos problemas. En 3 meses pasaron, no es posible, necesito muchos amigos.
After a brief stop for food practice, we were on our way.
Yo, Rabbi.
We had no idea we'd be back a few days later.
Is Rabbi sleeping? I'm gonna crash the fuck out. Rabbi, don't go to sleep, man. No, Rabbi. Don't sleep, man. We gotta talk about politics or something. Rabbi, you deafened.
Dog, I'm watching a documentary. Okay? So just feel free to watch a documentary. I am.
I don't see your mic activating.
Rabbi.
Is that you, Rabbi?
Yep.
Oh, okay, Rabbi. Hey, man, can we talk about the documentary?
No, I'm watching a documentary. Feel free to watch it if you want.
Rabbi, that's boring, man. I want to talk to you. I missed you.
Okay, that's fine. You need to be quiet. We're watching this documentary.
Rabbi, I haven't talked to you in a month. I miss you. What the fuck?
I miss you too, baby. Watch the documentary.
Dude, I'm about to crash out, man. You make me crash out, Rabbi. Don't do this to me.
They themselves came ashore in an attempt to get 2 political decisions.
I'm God, Rabbi. I'm God. Dude, I can't even hear it. Is this the fucking judge? Is that the fucking judge? Looks like a retard. I'm God, Rabbi. I can't take it, man. You know what, Rabbi? You know what, man? I'll see you in another one, man. This is some fucked up.
I was way up on a little down So, I was sitting with a pair of binoculars, but I couldn't see a damn thing, even freighters and small tides that were looking through these guys.
We had to cut across the triangle tunnels to get over to Trinidad.
They said, come, Mr. Gage, and we think we found your people.
This big power.
Finally, they pulled alongside.
Sure enough, it's reaching to
I can remember Dana looking up and said, Richie, I'm glad to see you. It was not saying, welcome, Mr. Lefty. I just got in the canoe. I said, there's a space for me to start the battle.
About 6 inches higher in the canoe, like, you know, all of a sudden, like, you know, you come back to, like, we got off the ocean. That was really something special. Like, when you came down to Trinidad, just
What is it?
And
You have to
it's
send
nice
out
to be
water. Get it? Or is it on the path? For an entrance, tequila can feel like the rubber or thing up in the sky. So the snow moves from the scar, and the burning every month you'll call once start to down. For centuries, to get people quiet kind of like gathered together in a day. No one happens to get water in a day. Go and drink it. Eventually, you get used up. Another place you try to fill up and flowing from a well. Well, you get used up. What is it?
what I need to do or bigger. It's going to erupt to be a
Imagine if you're in just go to your store where this boat goes by in the middle of nowhere. You're living in really primitive conditions. They see these guys in a canoe that's like yours. They're blonde and they're white. Well, they're not on a weekend trip from Caracas. That's for sure.
So many of the people that were meeting in the countries that were going through were so poor. They had nothing. You need to come to a family. I mean, they're lucky if they had a couple pots of pans. There were walls made of this. Piece of car, doorstep. Maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Very, very tired. And these people would ask us a few questions. They would sleep on the floor, trying to get us habits. And they would welcome you to their home. They would try to give you some food. And they didn't have enough to feed themselves. Initially, you think, well, here we've met a really kind person. Here we've met another really kind person. But after you go through this weeks on end, you start realizing that it's not just a kind person, it's a kind culture. It's a very common thing for people to go out of their way to really help you. We come into a little community, and just the things that we had strike them as being almost like from a spaceship, like, you know, a fiberglass canoe. The orange tornadoes have a magical bit of shells, and much water was there, because there's solid heavy wood. And all these different things there. And then we're space age. Little things, you know, little plates or cans or canisters or they kind of have a little bit of an odd thing with a vehicle. But then you see somebody like doing something simple, like, you know, maybe making an apple or an arrow, or you just take an interest out of how you do that. Right away, if you couldn't understand how to do something which they do every single day, then you must be just like a freak.
was a German explorer. He was also a naturalist. Every day he did a pretty tremendous record natural history. When he went up there on Darwin, was one of the first people to study science of the information of this thing. I'm right in the front, and I can see this snake, and it's sitting on top of the log. I can certainly like some like a dinosaur. It's got to be 21 feet long. It's as long as our kid. So it is. So, oh my God, we gotta get a good picture of that snake. And he starts stumbling up on the log. His camera.
Just what happened and swung right around right at my neck. He put his arms up and started screaming at the snake. The snake just kept coming towards him. And then when it got closer, it just all of a sudden it just slid off to the side. Just straight to the and it just stayed there.
This is a terrible perversion.
Everything around you is so different. It's new, and we got so overwhelmed by so much stuff that after a while you can't even take it anymore. If I saw a mosquito that was green or blue that had orange long legs and it had a propeller on it, I probably would have went, that's kind of neat. Since I had an affinity for animals from a young age, you know, a lot of times I would see the native animals, they seem to have a connection with wildlife. They think that animal was because they had to survive, as opposed to slaughter an animal. So I felt connected with that culture. In fact, there was a time I felt embarrassed for the culture. Freshwater dolphins that they call when they came out of the wild, they looked at they saw you and identified something different. And we found that a lot of times they would follow us for a long time without letting us know they were really kind of getting hard. Catch with us and the surface and since I have a love, it was kind of like, all right, guys, like we're here, you know, and what happened? All right. Enjoy the best here. Continue here. Don't stop here. This year, the next one, look at every foot across the street. The road here. I'm a little. I'm and good comment, maybe the time you be learning tomorrow. Hold on a second. You are implying that we're supposed how long you're going to live. It takes 2 years to find the degree. Y'all got it.
For 10 years, my dad is planning. That's true. And for 2 years, in the back of our mind, we got this goal of getting to Billionaire. We've traveled thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. So the idea of getting to Billionaire was
get 40, 80, and 100 points. What happens if the person that does that lives on 20 and fighting? That's the way it's 80, 90, 100, both of them will be tomorrow. Warren says,
Principally at dawn. I spent the next 3 hours in slow motion, getting ready for our travel to Daylight. Yeah, I know my dad and I could not talk very much that morning. Just very much lost in our thoughts about getting back to see our families and friends at home. That was what that day meant to us. We had told Richie that we were going to meet him on May 1st. By noon, we crossed the Monte Morar, coming in along the dirty shores of the city's outskirts. Dozens of ocean freighters were docked along the piers of the harbor. As we paddled towards them, we kept a sharp eye out for Richie. Sure he had to be somewhere on the waterfront.
I was in my suite and a telephone rang. Mr. Gage, this is Captain Says. This is something about Richard for you that they were and I told the office that said they were right. They've made it. Finest journey has been accomplished. You know, I thought they cruised slowly along beside the boats, asking anybody if we could see if they spotted a Canadian on the docks.
Every single day.
I just said, oh, we're not going to send you just a badge.
And by 2 o'clock, Richie began to dominate.
Wow. Then our loading, our loading stuff, and the power of the
12,192 miles. It was a solemn year to greet us. We continued along the waterfront. Once we got right up into the port area, we surrounded each other. Arriving at the port of Bailey, something my dad and I had been thinking about for nearly 2 years. We were incredibly happy to be there and very grateful that we had declared that was to be alive. Our success also meant the trip was over. In many ways, neither one of us wanted it to end. We would have loved to have arrived as someone and shared our feelings and tribulations with Richie. But in the end, our sense of triumph was personal. We had done it.
Hold on a second. In other words, be very careful with this balance. Because the talent is really together. That is the proper age. The proper stage is right. The costume style nonetheless. That's
so coming back, we made this plan that they were going to take a ship from Brazil back to the States to Mississippi somewhere.
Or at least a few calls happen. We had one time. We worked 8 hours, and then we had our own time. And every evening, just to get away from everything, I'd bring my body over to the front of the ship, and I could hear their motors roaring. They were from just a big every day was a powerful ocean. It didn't have this big hunk of steel in front of me charging through these waves. It was powerful.
You have to know your place. You have to recognize. You might know a lot of information, but recognize your first stop is early.
They went over distance.
Similarly, if you have
They went over hardship. They went over skepticism. They went over
the
reality shows that they're testing their limits and they go like and all these kind of things. That's just the whole issue. That's what you're all
Well, So later, and the leaves, the branches will have wither. Upper of Alpha, or Alpha on the rod, I don't know if Alpha or Alpha on the rod, Eva, Alvarado. It's scatter. It was funneled to the common, left, them like understanding. Never after the temple, later the people, and the branches with us, like the rock of the again, nothing that comes out of the mouth, proper is wrong with Taylor. Anything that's on the function is function. However, these two ladies, numbers that come to the Torah, the Son of the Day, and the school of students. That's the thing that is successful. It's to learn a lot of Torah, Torah, the process, every single day.
Where's that? It's a wild ride.
The Torah, the concept of nothing. I think the ultimately successful in existence. Where's that the Torah is large to be a different
captures the imagination that they can do with their lives.
So there she is. I think the name after branches. With her,
I've never dated Sandy just before we started researching there. You have to be art trip. You're gonna discover from someone way younger than me. I would never pretty deep. Everything I think they do in their life now is affected by that trip. People they met, the kindness as they go on. Someone that has absolutely nothing to save their life it's so lonely. That's really what it was about.
You get to this. Yeah, keep up. You go to the base of America. You go to the bathhouse. You get to the little dome on the top of the King of Sarah. That's over the laws of the government. And Ghana does build it. Sarah, what you want to pay for it. You said, what you pay for it? Stop for the stop.
He went out and he got his phone from an ass. It's just like a carrot. It's like your feet. With so much intelligence, I mean, you feel like he was like a person, you know, like it sounds like amazing, like he always trying to talk to you, different than like a good dog. Somehow it's connected
Like every country in the world, close to adjustment center. Therefore, your lesson benefit from the outlook of summer. See, yes, we do it ourselves. We see the person when we work with somebody else, get paid for the individual act. We don't get paid for the head. Also, act and up, get it what you deserve. Final law is different from the That's why he is the lesson. The papers out here have a wonderful lesson every day. So I just want to thank all of our sponsorship info. We'll be listed there for chefs. Description on YouTube as well as we'll say that, let us keep this that about 14 bottom guys. So additional food that's not cold, so you ask if additional. Additional said that again, no way, once they're home in the state of Israel, so what's now a problem? So the young man, like, they come out, essentially did well, we need that. We can do that. Lots of our application, I know in Portugal, so I'm next to it now. So, the word says as well, what do you hear about the applications? So that's how I was going to ask you now, so I was going to change the vote, Hoje explico Kai inspiration. I know Kai inspiration. What if a coin does get wrong? Like the ritual statement. So what's the wrong? Is Kai inspiration? Or is Kai inspiration? So again, remember this is the part of the associations. Negotiations response to the additional. Hoje explico. Going to get all the rituals together. Other times will bring I will here take a look and see also who's last young Mohammed King is going to get all the station outside of the courtyard. Most of it's local because they need to do that. But so what do you see here? These are right from the five babies and the 5 days the shot gate, the little Shamayim. Again, if all the rights are running the assumption that one of them get all the state of tomorrow, it's hiding in the state show. Don't let the hands of that. No, we don't know. We don't know. Let the trouble, the sharp trouble on the road. Why did the people why did they come here? This guy said to do that. You know, rather it must be that a local result, Croy does the vote in the state of tomorrow. It's not how you make a situation like after where it says you believe that on a country or on a make of the way this is such a thing for an infraction represent the mother and we're going to make a person high so it must be it's not high and we saw making a shy incredible first of all etc. Is that true? And then because Hashem says the mother we don't exactly understand the concept of the one that probably is but so again, just when some shoppers and that, somebody went ahead and violated prohibition multiple times, and he's hiding all the disordered after certain those fires. They put him in the sheep off, and they put him in the cell. Remember, you can sell it small, and you can't sit down, you can't sit down. You put him in the cell, and ultimately again, he didn't eat a little bit of bread with water and body, and nice. What a patch, right? What a country, there's a couple days. It was really back days, the whole days. Nothing. So here's a case where 5% of the person is utter, and yet he's moving the ball for all hands. Whereas remember, it's time to write. Remember, Amar Dirya, Amar Shwakish, the countless shall cases as done, the after part of the oh, remember when we define that case. One case of office is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of parties, I should say, violated the same parties, six parties to multiple times. The parties basically against the person taking office, such a person should be deserving of that. Remember, again, Kumar said, living the fact that he's parties, and they're confusing because of value of life. So we just expedite the process of the I go, only about case, what about the case? Yeah, also Shabbos is Mishnah. What about the guy that steals sharks? So again, the position is like, I'm talking about steals some individual. How about you know? So again, see, here's the example. If the guy that steals sharks, what would it be? How in the case of that? You got just like wrong. So yes, again, you killed the guy. I'm going to kill the guy. That's what he's here. And even in the case where someone's technically exempt by a control by we'll still go by a control. We'll still go ahead and kill him. But let me know. I'm not going to make sure he says, you know, he's up, but you're following around and follow as remember, in that case, it's different. I'm telling us, what about the guy's person sorcery? Remember again, also, I know the cultural policy is an example. You bring him to court won't do anything yet, you still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. Let's say you have to take close and go slow, you have to say, that's how we can do it. I'm always like this. What about the small entities? Like what about handling conditions? It does. You guys made them, maybe it's allowed. But when I saw, you know, in Portugal, here's an example where anyway, which one says, no, remember, on party of the holiday, the Hakari Rab, remember again, that's where remember again, Rab, and therefore, I think this idea that you can kill someone who had and cause is again based on that one's interpretation. Also, we saw our emotions. Or in case of marriage discussions, what's it so again to our basic point of those is higher the submission or not. So remember this was the question. Now the shit's responding to shit that the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So suppose you said look what I saw. I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said at one point of the Holy State of Tumult, then look what I saw, you take allowed to take it out even death. Now from a perspective, that was committed. Is it such a person was able to be Shammai? Then again, if you're thinking of almost active in Shulti Hashem, which is like and then they have to be someone who who's not ignoring all of these cases where, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically but yet we still see that okay, I should say I'm liable to death. Liable to death in the hands of the minority. Okay, the motorcycle. You might say, they said, whoever is the gotcha. There we go. Fascinating case. They don't say, hold out, okay, so I'm saying, we have to get a baggage of the sun as a those are only different aspects of the person goes in. The person goes ahead, we'll see if pouring oil on the oil, mixing the flour with oil. Although the process certain levels they come crushed. So they react to crushing the process, adding salt. Native is raising the cost. You should bring the from close. So what's the other side essential plus or what's the left on the actual shoulder itself? Or a native essential or one of those and the oil of the build-up that collates or makes the sweets. Now the cattle coming from what's or what it goes ahead and cattle sees the blood from cover the planet. It has occurred these things all from the amount of the hoods, hunter, the kind of another. One is hunter and also again that kind. So if you take a look at the last Rashi says, "What's the awesome atmosphere?" Is a person who wants any of these outside of the extinguish. So again, so the person, so that's the case. Pour oil on a liquid, mix the liquid, broke up the pieces of the liquid, add salt to the liquid, await the what liquid close. Arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the candles with the lights of the menorah. So the good itself, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside the extinguish, you are punished. You are punished. Outside. On the shoe liquids, what shoe liquids? You're not allowed to shepherd coming outside of this age. So you have to wear some books here. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrificial services. It doesn't apply to others. What's the that rashes on the base of the water. He goes, I praise how a shoulder. Because if you're tight, you've got both slaughtering of sacrifice. Sin, Asher Yishma, Malan, Sin, Asher Yala, Oba, Zorik, Sin, Shafar, Nakamahadis, Yesh Akara, Oda, Image of their class. So this is very good. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that also. Secondly, you're chayiv to have rites, including sacrificial rites. So an example of that would be shechita, slaughtering an animal, like shrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final actions that go together corresponding follow-up actions. Because that you would have to release a gush, you are fine. Okay, so what's this thing? What's the kind of about that? How do you so you're not high. How are you not high? What we should start with? So one for example, let's say a Kohen did all these things. So but now it's going to the outside. We have to be active. Remember, normally so again. Any of these things were done afterwards. Now, what I see happened, I should come up. So the Kohen did it, but he was in a state of too much. Also, what the higher, the Rabbi Rothschild was done. Right? Similarly, the Kohen actually has some pressure. The Kohen has to do the wearing practice. Failure to do so, in many respects, validates but again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The Rabbi Rothschild was in a dying for that dying. And also, again, the Rabbi is going to work on the hold up. One would have to try to wash his hands and his failure to do so results in liability and culpability. Again, he didn't wash his hands and keep doing these things that were done outside. There's no liability. Okay, very interesting. Rashi, what's happening here? If you look at Rashi, Rabbi Rothschild, Zar Shamasa Afasman, and they don't hide this. Right? Zar, would not be hiding this. Same idea, Rabbi Rothschild, holding combination Shimish, Zaras, Shimish, Kumab, they have to cross. Same idea that again, Kumab is something like this. I'm there, kind of. Interesting enough, what we want to see is that it's the exact product. You would go ahead and take the carbon order of burning outside of this discussion, as it would be like I'm not here. Have you upload the Kumba? She has her upload. I get you should Kumba. My I love this. So yeah, now the context. So what do you see here? If the Kohen were to go ahead and offer up a cover, you got it on the sale in a state of Shabbat. In other words, the only time that it wasn't forbidden to law, ultimately again, is if it was a choice. But if it's within, there would be a choice. So what do you see? Then you have to full circle that if a Kohen doesn't have a state of Shabbat, it's a big not yet the questions from the right? So the answer to the original question that I asked their original question. Kohen doesn't have open state of Shabbat. Is he high in piece of nation and yes. Which is high pizza, don't be seen really for Kohen and offers up a country state of high pizza. No, that's hard. It's actually so I think about this as a sad that's so you're going to say that the guy Kohen does this also in violation of Allah. Rashi says that there are Zar how did they hear come back to the Zaros? They were not going with Hayva on this letter. So you should remember proving all of these things together. forget now that the Tony offers up in the state of so much, only so much, only allowed, not so I'm going to think I'm going to does this is also only allowed. See, Sarah Hackney, Washington, exactly. If well, emergency makes it well, you don't say people though. Well, you don't say polo, love, what's interesting enough purpose that all of them you don't say oil, polo, love, would also not be like where it says, you don't say polo, I'm not here about the album, we are you don't say polo, so apparently, I don't say polo, yes, it's not even allowed by tomorrow. Versus is actually that's how it goes. So go ahead and oil and mix it over from one. You alone with how plus it says the only and not where it says right, that's only the drop off. Okay, interesting thing. Apparently the color I saw rather than but basically, we saw these are the people who are high. We saw coming Shishish. Listen, coming with coming, ultimately again does the all this high. We saw a Shai, which says, I saw. That a lot of license does the audience he's trying to certification. Now, by the way, if you make that approach, so if you make that approach, then it makes sense why Mishnah says approach is she how would you also do? So you can't make a decision, right? You should say, but if you bring the basis, the worst case, there's no base in liability of what you have to do. For example, Sion also starts around, they clean it out. Now, what's their license to do so? Because since this code is kind of easy to Shamayim, therefore, I'm also to myself, this is other one, taken out, essentially, pretty incredible. But I suppose I also point out that there's other information that a lot of my city here, when it comes to doing sacrificial rites and services outside of this discussion, is going to be more of here. How my master from here is that it's always called a voter only up to so this service that is nothing that follows happening. I shrinda. There are services that follow after the shrinda itself is a self-contained. It doesn't have to follow the shrinda. It's interesting enough, so it gives us as an aside what is only guided for a shrinda for us. Both of them was here, both of them. Okay, so now we're going to go back and let's go back to the next segment, right? So we just person goes in, person goes in, so Rashi says so again, what we're going to do, we're going to go eventually this and then we'll go back and explain how we do it. Number one, Gokulas Akala. Number two, according to Mishnah Amos, according to this name, Shua, which is ritually based. Then so, coming, which is art, traditional. Zar Shachas, a non-clear Shua, also is traditional. Zar Shishimish, Zar, right? Not going to serve the base of the Dosh. Again, I coming Shishimish. Calling these coming, who does the motor also Shayim is again, what's that? It's about really Never again, you are distorted part of Christ beforehand. But once again, the point because the whole state of purity is highly sufficient. No situation. Fully never again. So close to the like it still requires head of Shemesh. Sunset of the Yavod because the Yavod highly sufficient. Next, this is regard. Calling is not very next, focus on Kamala. Going back Monday isn't great to require to little part of number one, well, upon those important certain part of someone they had time to want to take off and not get involved in necessary colors. First, my dad does get old, something does is highly needs. Okay, so the first factor, Shalom Rothschild, the dying right. Remember, you're not going to read the first thing this morning, the story online, from the business story, they go to the theater, they sing the big set, and they wash their hands. Failure to do so, therefore, we get with the unlodging is highly separation. Studia Yayin, we get both on the right? These are the basic ones. Right? The Chinese, Roy Roche, Chloe the last is here to come. How I play it. Another point goes in this more against right? So Arnell, what will be Yoshi is releasing the last let's say the point does the evidence. All three of these things are OJ negotiate. I'd rather what is there. There's a lot. There's a lot. That interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here is fascinating. Meaning of things, or Rashi says, Shebe so akhapat was the only Chishish, the Chishish Bishop, the Kohen who the Kibro, who the Mafia, all the things is that really never had. I circumcised both. Remember, it used to have it as a tradition. Today we know what's more paleo. So, and again, I was genetically, for myself, let's say the coin, I will run with the guys who now and then. Such a exactly this came up, now. So, not to give exposition, I would rather get Rabbi Rothschild, the coming over the last part of this, Rabbi says, saying about fascinating. Okay, so again, we'll see all these things. Basically, let's say somebody truly get an activity. Let's say someone actively went ahead and took the table from everything, did regular come say, no, but as much as allowed. Also, it's what is now that's what is now let's dissect. Number one, all doesn't have the first person, situation I line up. First guy was the first guy can be sub line up. Undefined programs. So let's know where exactly do I know numbers will be sure about those. I know because I know so how do I know? But if someone needs to know so this is what I will as shaded in Israel. I'm sure you have people who are Hashem. So literally it says, do not overthink consecrated items of Israel that will be raised to Hashem future tense. You must not seek it in the trouble and custom. So we're talking about focus and it's going to have what's the definition of focus? What do you have time to commit? So it says over here, do not go ahead and do not go with definitely so the answer is well, make it zero shalom. It says civil by Tadal, and it says civil profane by Shabbos Mishmar. Yisrael, okay? Basically, a Hallelujah. This is Hillel by Shema. This is Hillel by Teva. Saying, Hallelujah, so just like if someone is not allowed to Shema, whether it's a Sabbath, or a coin, they're put to death. So Zer Shabbat Hillel, it's also Nisavini Shabbat. Incredible. Once I can hold up the neighbor, you will be no sir. Why don't you do it? So, no sir. So what's no sir? No sir. That position is going to be left over past you. So why don't you sir? The lush of it also goes over to your no sir. So why don't you do Zer Shabbat? It's probably not what the grace happens. Now, no sir is punished by Christ. Sacrificially past. No Karis. So why don't they say that just like Kosar's Karis, so to it. And Pavlos Karis, first verses go. Not from the Truma Holiday. It makes more sense to learn out Hevel from Truma than Hevel from Kosar. Why? Because she came Truma, Kusala. Number one, Truma doesn't apply to things like right? Truma doesn't apply to right. Hevel doesn't apply to yards. Next, put Trump. Both of these cases, there is a way to remedy status. Right? Rashi says over here, Rashi says, you've got 6 lines of Truma with roots of the heart. Similar to Truma, he said Truma, little Rashi, okay, you want to give a root, right? But those are not going to be hard. The shots get better. So I'm going to give a full one. No star cannot when no star when there's heteropods, when you are allowed to use personal altars, focus exactly. When you're allowed to use personal altars, and you offer them on the no certain apply any. The Shetler is pseudo, then the Shetler is pseudo Bahamash, then the Shetler is pseudo Pano, what do you about those are a pseudo. Second distinction, very second commonality is function. No way to remember. So Tebel, if you put it in how, it's a Truma, ultimately put it into a color. No start can never be clear. Once it's no start, it means limited. Furthermore, Rabin, both Rosh and by Tebel and by Truma is in plural, and by no is singular, and Rabin, Pickle, Truma Blizzard, Trump, Rabin, Heroes, Pickle, Take a look at Rashi. Take a look at those. First of all, both apply to focus inside. So both had plural Russian. Both apply to focus. Both being again. Tebel and Shuma. Pickle the ghost. So Rashi says, neither Pickle nor ghosts are applying to Tebel or Shuma. So therefore, again, the words of these are all similarities that exist between Shuma and Tebel. And therefore, it makes more sense to compare Zero Shama between Tebel and Shuma than between Tebel and Ghosts. We also Ghosts are also shares many commonalities with Tebel. How so? Shiki muscle, shiki muscle. Shiki muscle, shiki muscle. Those are the Dosh named super life. So remember, both Ghosts and Tebel is a super self, right? Self is inherently invalid. Right? So again, no start inherently invalid. Tebel inherently invalid. Rashi is about Truma, muscle, good, yeah, no good, muscle, good, same thing, just enough. Truma, right? Remember again, we're talking about Truma itself is inherently committed, right? It's certain times. When I say Rabbi Rothschild, so the person there should guess, why not compare Tebel to Nosar? Because Tebel and Nosar have this commonality. So although all of them, both of them are inherently valid or inherently compromised. Which is furthermore, able enter, but right, furthermore again, able enter and exalt, either can have any, like you can't have any posts, right? Well, you can't have any Tebel. Truma, like Truma, like the coins, now that's eaten. So ultimately, again, you go to the river. So Rashi says over here, Rashi says over here, further, same Rashi. You don't say in a parallel, I'll be Truma engaged on parallel. Okay, so the question is, what were they for the figures? They make it separate all the comparisons that exist between Tebel and Truma, which represent the comparisons that exist between Tebel and Yosef as well. words expresses how much emotion. Right, but there are more similarities between Hevel and Truma than there are between Hevel and Dosa. Therefore, making Zir Shabbat would rather make it between Hevel and Truma, Hevel and Truma, than Hevel and Dosa. Therefore, again, that would be just like Truma is Ishmael. So to again, some Hevel will also be some Ishmael, not like those sorts of things. Rabbi says, people do not feel that he is routine for Hevel. That Hevel can also because Hevel and Truma both have the Russian approval, profane, and plural. As opposed to Hevel, which has the singular, and that's the more compelling halakhic reach. Very incredible. Regardless, I Cohen Foundation, where do you go when Cohen is coming? I said, yeah, we saw the list. Cohen is coming, goes ahead and so somebody calling, he's condition. Where do you go? Number 12, united information of what you Torah. Where do you go? And Cohen is coming to eat Torah. How do we know that about the race? Should we expedition? How do I know that? How am I going? Each Shua Torah. Then about the race again. Is high condition. Like I said, Shomas Mishpati, this Allah. Plus it says, guard my guardianship. Police will not carry or not there. It says, over in all four again is refers to Shuma. Over and that Shuma, Rabbi Rothschild, and I'm going to show it. It's very strange. Harshness of the air is also the point of a Shuma Torah that is expedition. Coming point Shuma Torah is a discussion. Should ever base both if because of that. What is here? Obviously, it was a fact. Resolution of the balance of which is already contained. Let's make it for the true story. So again, if I love the race, I want to speak about the end. Some true that's a coming away, which is seen as the hold on is how you proceed. So our list, we're just going for a list of right what we are assembling our category, all for the institution. Good, let's go back. No for it says, Shamas Mishmarti, but Yisrael hate this. So Esau juxtaposed to Zan. So why did you say therefore that Zan Jewish with you? Which it says, let me say that. So this is interruption. This is interruption. Actually says, they spoke to be close down. Well, right, so the Pasuk begins with the special Sukkot. He gets up one day, Hashem is Hashem. And then it says, Chazal lo yochal kodesh. So it doesn't go directly to such a people that are here for justification against the teaching. Instead of these things, they be my enemies. Okay, so it's this area is not sure. They need to teach himself. These are the people who are hiding himself. Zan is the less of Shuma. Right? So the city of Hades was in the hand when it's true. So he's like that. He's picking up again. Picking up additional. You know what I said? But you know what? Bringing this riot. Contradict God. Verse says, God, I don't know who you call it. Now this is Herald. Now they go to argument. Okay, these are those things that happen. And this is a local race that is asking that this highly sufficient. Okay, today that's right. Anyway, Okay. So it was said, there are any sons. They should be careful. You have to be careful. Touch them. So they should not contain alcohol. Spells it. Pillow, pillow, pillow. So you can make a clear Shabbat. Pillow, 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 pillow. Not lamon, tisa, just like the book is basically Shabbat. So again, the person who's coming, who is coming, does the Avodah, and he's simply I said, you know, once I can say it, say it, you have before. Feel it, one of these pieces of Shabbat, feel consumption of those because one of the says sensible like outside, and it says inside. So it was coming to yes, just like those parties. So this is one of the that was come on, so the night parties, which was that wrong, it's Shuma Hability, which is more sense a little how the days from Shuma Why. When she came to go to these are both Jesus of Shuma. As well as Shuma have to do again with the body of this Lord, something over there's God, make God, make that the rabbit, all having plural motion of the like both of them are each one has a big if you do love Russian, also both shared Russian people. Let's learn how only does the old life. Those are after Shikay, Kodesh, Nim, Higo, those are and have all of these others. Kodesh, coming to us and Kodesh, which they get to me. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with constipated Kodesh. Both of them deal with inside, right? Or 3% of this Kodesh. And both of them no sun. It says, what's the emotion? Here, really, and carries the days of this rabbit carries the days has the same much since I did October by a person therefore I think they will I suggest as legal consumption so too coming does all that is also incredible. Next in line. He does this kind does the Avodah, this kind of subdivision. Rabbi was a person who was white line. Rabbi means we know shape of a all that you went to the library, something go down. How do I know if this I'm only next below? I'm going to I'm going to once it says you're God, not your faith. You don't need to Rosh so ever again, if I don't need this concept of teaching us, then I go away, does the apple of the Thomas is high, today, we will know is it teaching that or I should say, it's high. I don't know whether it's high. Pillow,
facts and answers.
I am so disappointed for coming to the team. I hold up. It's also very sophistication. Incredible. But what's the other? What's the deal? Again, I said about last week. This passage starts right. It's out. Right, if Cohen has to wear the necklace and out, the rest is so he can failure to do so. Right, he doesn't get hold of the God is not. He still does get hold of. He's highly a Shammai. It says, I mean, no, we're ready to know this from. Already, I've already opened all this. One of the issues for the motivation is that I carry the whole some act. Plus, it says, you shall put the belt. You shall gird them with a belt. Right? After the belt is one of the especially became I am to Nasa when they're loading. When their clothing is upon them, then their kukuda is upon them. So those are essentially right? Because the Russian deactivated the rest of us. The rest of us is if I got them also upon them, right? We should put a belt around them. I wrote the belt, the Kanashma with bones, but the hands of it. I saw the hand, not the kukudas over. And who cares for the everlasting statutes? Where they're actually when is the kukuda theirs? They were the clothing. They were the clothing. If they're not wearing the clothing, then I love what I say, but it's not good because it's not there. Because I'm saying that if the clothing does get over after the building, then I love what I saw and the movement is awesome. Again, in this case, kind of missionary. Where it says, how do we saw it? Because the clothing, listen to this, the clothing does get over how the directors and garments, which is equivalent to God clothing does get over. God clothing does get over this kind of solution. So for the clothing does get over the proper vestments, the proper articles of clothing is kind of saw in the issues of Amar. So if Amar is actually I saw, but now clothing does get over, it's kind of that the Kuna only vests upon clothing, where it's such a fascinating idea to watch. One can is never again. What do you have to do? How well you behave. If you're not able to not probably the point you're probably not a point you can see it. So one is it's the date. On the other hand, it's important to go ahead and this really it's just required for this shop and ultimately again so every single transaction, right? You don't have to worry if you're born a Jew or you're born a Jewish guy. If you're Jewish, you have shoes. It is beautiful. It's a fantastic foundation. The next step, like what we got here, what regardless of one person, that represents something, right? Take from the water, outside, and make it part of it, right? I say like clothes, things like that. Those are very much tied up to versus on spiritual level. And because of actions I engage in my accomplishments, what big button, what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the gut, you don't have the gut. The more you're left is your institution. All you have is your institution, your desire. Like maybe your spiritual baby. Maybe comes into this world. Yeah, maybe it's holding it's beautiful, but that's good. Maybe you absolutely nothing. So as a baby, your every single kid has an institution. But life successfully is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice children? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your Sunday hustling step up? And every single thing that you do in life is another bag, is another garment that you put on. And clothes not should make the bag. Clothes make us beautiful. This is interesting. About it. One is exactly such specificity for our moving on the bar. Such specificity. So, one level is about people are very quick to find disease. One book is quite all just stuff. Like, which is speak about it. But it's also that what is your point? What is the spiritual? Alright, so the point is, like, no clothing, right? You need to toy on the street. You need to speak, right? You need to bust the shop and you get just like everybody else. So what happens? You know, let him go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to give respect. I think it's not going to be nothing, but it's still going. He's still going. Not because he's still going. It's the big identities. But he really only so actualizes what he puts up. You know, listen, he's seeking for this. I'm always clutch. I'm always clutch because I think you want to be the best version of you. What can you do down? And every second, today's going to be a jacket on himself. Like, it's going to be a pair of pants up. It's going to be a sweater up. And later, more. Walking around the building is still holding. That's ultimately the debate. That ultimately without any reason, without the begotten, you can't serve the reason. Begotten, you start. Says the Gemara, what's begotten? Next. Shlomo Chazi Dagra Brian. According to them, go ahead and wash his hands. Because the Shemai says, you know, it said, we go on boy. If it's somebody who says, they should go ahead and wash their hands, and they won't be done. But they won't die. Okay, this is pretty explicit. Wash your hands and you won't die. Don't wash your hands. You will die. One more. Sorry. Shtuya guy, this is guy who shaken out. The point drink wine and did get it up. Guy is visually said, great. What about what's on getting? Shtuya guy, the same guy who shaken out. It says, do not buy everything. Good. Great. I don't know the point. Said, Sham Boyigale, terrible usually. The Torah says, on one hand, you can't go ahead and shave his head, but also can't let his hair go long. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This issue for Rosh compares letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Just like drinking wine over so, great Rosh. So to again, letting your hair grow, you have all the long hair. Says so. Why? But I think about what is it? That one of the big challenges. The stroke is ego. So everything the person watches take you where you want to go. The hairs represent how you accomplish something. That says, one wants to wash. I'm going to go now where I want to go. I'm going to go where the stroke wants to go. Wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? Not just to do what I want to accomplish. The way that the point is ahead and wash the way you wash the way that you personally choose to be successful in this role. Why can't once the most basic level, we can consider as that's not what's one on one end, the gang is on why could go ahead and do shot this one about it. There should be no tremendous idea. We need wine. That's nature. So the first time you need wine to get well, so that you need wine to amplify or allow us to do something. But what you have such for most of the you have to be always performing yourself as really nervous. Whereas what do you have to do? So the wine, ingredient process-wise, is kosher. How did you? It's now been deposited back with the apples. The concern we have is that the apple is going to touch the wine. The Mishnah says like this: if the place where the apple is not opens up, there's slabs, people can see, which means if the apple touches the wine, people will see it touching the wine. Then the wine is looked at. The wine is made looked at. It's not Rashi. And the end of the first short line of Rashi goes there. The years since they only put on it for the apple is going to be nervous. It's not going to touch the wine. Why? The other, the one possibly put up this other. The one single, but you have there, the whole thing showing you should look at what's the guy. Because Russell has come up, this is interesting enough. Okay, we'll define what it kind of business tomorrow. The one word of this is visible from the Rosh Hashanah. And this is a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews. The apple is the apple is called the line of the positive. It's not going to push the line. Why is it not going to push the line? It's going to figure like this. I'm going to touch it, and I'm going to shake it, I'm going to stir it around, do a little libation, and someone's going to see it. And then if someone sees me and he's out, the opportunity to sell it to the Jewish market. So therefore, again, their system is fearful of being discovered. He's fearful of the libation of being discovered. And therefore, he doesn't do it. That's the first part. The ears are cool. I can say all of this piece of places that we're passing by. If, of course, the apple lives in a city where there are only non-Jews, then this whole picture goes out the window. Obviously, no one's going to see it, or whoever sees it, it's not going to be the therefore the wine is possible. She shake Shamak, ultimately, again, because of course, the Jew goes ahead and appoints a shemur. He appoints a guard to be there, right, to ensure that the apple doesn't go ahead and touch the wine. Then the wine will remain contained. Shar feels Yoshi Shamak. You should not say the difference. But if you really have to sugar, you just have to sit there right? Rather, the sugar ultimately again is able to do a full say the difference. Go in and go out. Again, we will find the parameters of that as well. Sugar also says, which is not the following apples. Sugar also says, the leaves of the apple are all one. So Rabbi Rothschild comes out first because we have no idea what is Sugar also, what is he adding? What is he saying? Okay, to be different. Let's see next. I'm going to tell you, show me go body. It does not issue, so same things. Should have been true. Go ahead and I think one. I've never heard the same case before. I'm going to say, all the materials, as soon as we can do it. But I'm making it, making any sold value. Once again, why we finished it deposited the other person like this about the balls. In this case over here, the author goes ahead and he writes in the seat. And in the seat he writes silver paid. He paid me for the wine. Now I remember again, I actually did pay. But he's writing that I paid for the wine. Ultimately again it's over. Now when you see what's the logic of that, about a year take you saw the whole scene anybody? Now again. The logic then is as follows. Since Apple has written that Silver's pagan for the wine, which means it's mine. Because it's mine, I can go in and out and take it as I please. Because I can go in and out and take it as I please, the assumption is that Apple is not going to touch it. Because of us, I can come and access it whenever I want. And there's an system, so that when it's a fear, that's there. אבל נרצי ישראל לבוא מצידנו לנאיכו עד שיתנו לנו סב. But again, despite the claim is received the average of silver, you can't touch the wine until you actually pay it. This was an actual face-to-face shine last year. Because the rabbi said it was last year, which makes sense because in this case, since the actual ultimately again it was control over the wine, therefore you have to be concerned that it's going to go in, it's going to touch it, and they get it from the animals. Okay, says the Gemara. Prices as follows. The ear should people call it so this is everybody wants the case. I went ahead and I made one with you. So I made wine. Now the wine, the grapes, everything comes together, right? So really what happens here is I didn't And they delight in kosher wine ready for sold to Easter. It's because they had this whole sort of Mishnah say. The Mishnah said it's a city where ultimately there are different right? And Apple's house opens up the kosher side. So the wine is his permitted status because the Apple's not going to be never do anything with it because the Jew could see it. Now, I think this Mishnah says, if it's a city of only one big covenant, then again the wine is not going to be kosher. But since there's only 9 Jews there, the Apple feels free to do whatever he wants with the wants out there. Even if they're up there in the city, after all, no Brooklyn, I'm not sure about anyone else. There are peddlers. Brooklyn is a little bit like a spice peddler. There are peddlers. In other words, there are merchants going down the city side. The majority of the residents of the city are all Jewish. There's always Jewish people settling in out of that city. Shouldn't that make it enough that will create a little bit of a fear that the apple is not going to come touch the wine? And we're still up to the city, that has a literally again crusty. Rashi says over here, Shein that wasn't by Ella Bershus, it's like there's such a locked city. So the locked city has those merchants and their access is restricted. Because it's restricted, therefore the Rock of the Mesa is a city. But only as Gentile residents, the one is going to be us. Rabbi say, if the law pushes around the church, then what's so remember again, Mission says that in a city where you have Jewish and non-Jewish residents, still the house of the couple has to open up the Jewish around. Now you can say, by the way, little is like a cell. In other words, even if the house itself doesn't open up the Jewish cell, but there's a window from the house to your cell, so people can see in, see what's going on, that creates enough of fear on the part of the people that it's not going to play around with the wall. Similarly, again, it's right across the baby bias the phone so again, even if they made the home does not for yourself and ultimately is that creates enough of a resistance and the fear, and the apple is not going to play around with so that if the ashbal is if ultimately again if you have a garbage truck that opens up to the home, remember apparently again this was a run that people would go to the garbage truck and they would leave it there a little bit. So because that opens up into the garbage truck, people would see what's happening there and fear that the apple is not going to touch the wall. The rest of the big blood fishes are out. See me again a country let's say again, so the apple has his house, and next goes the apple is a Jew, and the Jew has a palm tree. So therefore, if you have a palm tree, everyone knows it's very important. What do you do with the palm tree? Find the palm tree, get the dates. Remember, you have to get the dates before you sell. So it's common to get the dates. So because he's always going to climb up, everyone's going to be an apple's home, and therefore the apple is going to be medicine to go to the unless discovered by these. What's that even point out like the tremendous what's that? Which is God to know let's finish up. So the Gemara says Sigresha. What happens about it's not Sigresha like the local shop. It's Sigresha, all it is. The head was cut off. One finger she was cut off. And therefore, Allah for the nice there's no food. So because there's no food, therefore, does he still climb the tree or not? So each go to back of one says that the presence of the palm tree forbids the wine from the alcohol, and one says that it's muscle. Watch this. So the Gemara says, "Nine the asar, the hell asar, kachar, nine the asar, lava late the sun." So one says that it's asar. Look, if the palm tree is not growing any fruit, the tree is not going to climb it, and therefore, if he's not going to climb it, he actually knows no one's looking into his house. The Gemara says. So it's still like why does it this is exactly he needs to see where exactly is the animal. Therefore, we're climbing the tree in order to be able to see where the animal is. Let's say something like that now. If you notice, what is it that creates a natural supplements? Obviously, step one is that kind of step two is now comes to this one into the possession of or into the home of it. So the bottom line is as long as other people that are choosing a city and other people can see that. So either again because it's so open, don't right, or because there's a window you right, or because there's a garbage dump, or because next door is a country. If someone sees it and tends to come to the day, he's not going to why? Because he will do things wrong. When avoid negative activity, when you think that it's bottom line, we all do our things. When do I bust it up? For example, when someone else is most of us have a shitty session with every face a shed with more people, like peace and spiritual success, is God awareness. Which the real comments is a person will only realize that they are always in the presence of the Father, which is a person that hates so different enemies in the presence of the king. What's a discipline that they will fall thinking that just because we can't see the emotion of the beliefs, we can't discuss the privilege that we have is that we live in the presence of God at all kinds of leaders and all kinds of broken workers in our natural, in our lives, anything takes place in the presence of God. So I'm shifts his business and he knows that he watched. Trevor, if we are being watched as well, I'm not going to control who's watching us in order to go ahead and find out for us. It's so important. It's not that, oh, I got you. It's almost as if, like, every little thing that you take your children to sleep. Almost every single right? Because look, you are going to be safe, you are going to be secure. So, when we say he watches us, he doesn't watch us, he says he can catch us, and I'm going to try to catch him over because he might watch us. He watches us, he observes us. Because he cares about us, because he sees us swimming in the ocean of life. And if we get ourselves into trouble, he wants to know that he will be us. And then to bail us out as he does countless times, times that we know that, times that we don't know that. But it's important for us to remember that we live in the presence of the emotional element. Modifies his behaviors when he knows that he's being watched. That's kind of how much we have to modify our behaviors when we know. Father is watching us at the moment that he is incredible. That's what I tell about it. The brother's like, so again, I am going ahead and purchasing or renting a home in the Hudson Fund. It was like the way they're now is how you set up is you have a Hudson courtyard. You imagine that was like a center it's such a courtyard over on the courtyard. So the Hudson is owned by the I is renting or purchasing a home in that Hudson. When you do it, guys, what happens is you go ahead and you fill up the home with water. Some are also considered most of the areas are letting you live in that culture as well. So what's up? So what's it again? Once again, this is the case where I'm translating the law. That's the case. As you want to just different this is another two things of that process. So what's that? Filter. What is that the water is water? Yeah, right? And even though again that does not have a or there's no seal on the water in the presence of the Jew, we have presence of the Jew in the cluster is enough to allow the water to remain for some holidays, 60 the cluster had us. However, again, if the Jew brings in a second, so we should have the act of hosting so ultimately the end, if the Jew brings in another cluster, then ultimately the end, if the Jew has the key to where the water and there's a or there's a full separate, there's a seal of wine, ultimately again the wine is okay, that's this. I'm retired from your shoes, so you sold that also concept. So it's really again, if you have this I'm reducing mine to the office. The goal of here is to sell this wine to a Jewish customer. But the wine is being deposited in your shoes. The sell that also concept, and it is and carries in concept the apple. The ocean of that ultimately again, and it has skill of the skill at work, the skill of the ultimately again the one is being I'm going to build the title. Tony, half of the shit, you have to have a concept of the book. So government said, anyway, if you start living in the same concert, even if it doesn't have, or there's not a single light, it's something of the one, it says the presence by definition, that's the uncle from doing anything you're not supposed to do. Incredible. So the verse says, half of the shit, you have to have a concept of the book. The concept, Heras, and let's say the deity, let's say the concept, yeah, it's living ultimately again. Sorry. But let's say again, he's going ahead and begin the same custom. Sorry. See where it says, however, let's say we're going to I thought we should like that publicity. Along the next day, right? If the Jew is living in the same concert, ultimately again, he does not have ultimately again a seal, it's going to be that's but if he is in a different concert, I'm talking about that from 160. Ultimately again, he's in a different concert. Even if the deed and the closest is very different. Come say, actually show my Yoshi Shamer, or actually about the one that have bought the keys. Come say that ultimately again the one is going to concert. So that ultimately again, either up until the time that Shomer comes, actually Shomer Yoshi Shamer to a watchman comes. Or until someone comes to a point in time to come to the one. I'll see exactly what that means. For example, are they coming? So the Gemara says, he may come to Sefer. If we say ultimately again that they are coming to Sefer, Tanakama not Pesach. Ultimately, Tanakama ultimately says also Pesach also. The Alaration, let's see something about the first case. Verses 1 second. The Alaration is Sefer. Sorry, the second part of the key part of the Sefer. I am a humble lay. You have your the Tana, honey, I'm not sure about that. I better go and say the Tana. Then go ahead and explain this. Even if ultimately he does not have the key or the seal, the Allah has safe observation. Rather than ultimately he's looking at the end part of the duration. Our Tanakama, the Chutzah, that's what Tanakama says that if you're in a different Chutzah, ultimately again is going to be mutter, the Moshe Mutteah, the Posei, the other. That is a similar to the Jew is not in the same Chutzah, ultimately again as the apple. Then again, it's mutter, he has the key or there's a seal. Say the older passer, actually shomer yoshi shamer, or actually gabor ramona gabor the pizza. From this video, I'm going to say no. So again, so if he has the key or there's a silver small enough, until there's a shomer, ultimately they're going to move to the point to the first one, like the second one, what about pizza or even if there's a shomer that comes at a point in time, that's actually detrimental to the second. It's clear that he comes only at certain times, and the Apple knows exactly when he's coming. Ella, Brad, the way you have to say it is that a lot of myself talking about a situation where there's a guard who doesn't i.e. comes whenever he wants. Okay, we'll say we'll finish up the secret and see what the other has to say. The shoes will be from we're going to secure the Mishnah. Journalists made this cryptic statement that all of the domains of an output are considered to be sin más sin embargo, siempre lo hace la máquina. Sure, but we take a back. More meetings or more kids will kind of have it. So the Buddha always give you the hot. So they just go. But not always give you the hot. So they must be so sad. But the Buddha always give you the hot. So about the say about the shame should be so absurd. Their shoes only right now. So this is this. So the Buddha said things here like this. How to come is like this. In the same way, ultimately again, the shoes absurd. Same way that if it's the shoes of the apple, right? The older apple. And again, all the qualifications, there's no strong cities, and ultimately again, the city is not ordered, and the Bush, it is going to Bush, the same other person if the wine is deposited in the home of the brother. In other words, my house like this. Whether the wine is deposited in the home of the apple's owner or in a different apple, either way it's going to be. So why has she on the door? Home of the negotiation, the reciprocity. I will say, the truth is, before we go on, let me show you a very important issue. Look at actually the Hakel or it's almost right across the Rashi here. The Hakel, the contract, leadership will take a public so that they can raise public by law. What did the nine minutes public contract? So again, let's say, for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is Shimon. So kind of comparable like this. If you have a city that is all right, so I'm looking at myself, you can't because then the wine is going to be awesome. And that's true. Right? You place the wine in the whole the owner, or you place it in the wine, all the things that you're now. Either way, it's going to be awesome. Gemara says, the Torah of Shimon al-Azar, that he told the sheep what they can come after Syria, to our whole video, they find out water, the high only for how many years us, or the halfway cover, moving to the city, and I come back down for the vice, Lord, Moshe Shimon al-Azar, the name of what so we'll say, here's the shot. This is what the kind of covers like this. When you have a city that is all up, right? So then how often am I saying that covers as the wine is missing? Right? Cover doesn't make a distinction whether the wine is being placed in the home of the owner of the wine and the owner of the wine. So the truth that I was saying is the truth that I was ultimately again. Or ultimately again is unbelievable. So now let's go back to the Gemara. So it's like, well, can I go like this? Shouldn't go. My comments is like this. In a city where it's all whether you deposit that wine in the home of the alcohol owner or in a different wine is going to be us. Regardless of the wine is being us, right? What do you actually want? Something like this, that says to the other guys, you know what, I can't keep this one guy guessing all eyes on him. But you can make it guy guessing. And then the next time that you deposit wine, you also get your one guy guessing. So therefore this guy guessing reciprocity between the two of them. So that's that revision. Sure, also on another one of the soul, there should solve only the fishes. And that there should only go from water to woman. There are sure those are perhaps for families as well. We have to find that it's kind of city where it's cool. It's no longer only comes to one is concerned, is in the domain of hunger. The domain of someone else, that this secondary apple is going to make the wine together. That's it. There's no question about the usual recipe. We're not going to be the happier. No. It's going to be that's clear. What you're going to come on? What is this? There should solve. Which is coming from that's going to come into the when do we have to be cautious? When do we have to be concerned? Ultimately, again, that in the case where it's a city, that the whole is going to maybe the wine of the guy. That's only misplaced in the home of the owner. But for a different company, don't see that a sound company is going to make wine of the guy. That's it. And therefore, the wine is why? The whole fish in the gumbo. You have to consider that reciprocity. Should have also over four dishes for people coming back. You talk about the hand he says, no, he says, rather, no people come back to the one dishes. If I want to make some, the wine is going to be possible. That's the two versions of Shmuel. So higher got up to like that. You know what happened here? Nice. Of course, what happened there is Shmuel was over just a bit. After seeing every domain of it, it's considered to be one domain. Versus the domain had that one. Also, the other we are concerned about eating and reciprocity. But the verse was like, where it says, the day house of God was seen from God gathered outside. So don't say exactly how this means but Persia was the guy's name. When Philo was an official who was suffering from marriage. One time this guy tells us the president is wine, the master wine, with so this is the same case. So Persia had they didn't want to make one. They deposited the wine back with Persia and it deposited with the ship. So now what's the status of the wine? So some of that one right? Keep that shit with those included in most when we have to be concerned with reciprocity, but there's a possibility of reciprocity. However, again, even that I would say, not that of the old state, they kind of feel that for the moment connection. But at least it's over here where there's not really that whole relationship. Rather, has that with the second thing at the beginning. And it's sure. So it's common for them to deposit one with them, it's uncommon for them to deposit one with them. And therefore, how long will I start? I'm saying in that case that there is no concern over the contribution, and therefore the one should be a vessel. I don't even get up the uses. That's when there's no feeling. About how to keep the uses today, it's not there. This case is shared things, these are the shared practice. But Parsa will feel ultimately again this. Parsa can come in, we can do whatever we want. Guess what? The share practice are the same. Why would you say anything? Because they're afraid of it. So this case, you can do whatever you want. Check revolution because you can concern about the I'm going to do the other said, I did have a good versus fun. Well, good. I will shift to Rabbi. It was a particular city which housed the one Jewish one. That come only for having to have a fight dating them. And they found it happened standing between the guys. Otherwise, the Shiloh just is, obviously the Shiloh is, what do we say when you have to be concerned about Yahweh? That's the verse says as follows. The verse says, the Rabbi, plus above the Rabbi, this is a city where the Jewish spread. And therefore, again, they were defined the wine we would be judged as a man of, that in that case, the wine is kind of shutty, which you have a lot of spots that essentially things like this. And therefore, again, they want to make it reliable, so that he's not going to push the I love the nice to touch the wine, and there's absolutely no ramifications for it that the wine is made. So let's say, so just by that, I wanted to share with you just for that one. So I feel the whole just for that one. So, the other fascinating, what was that? What was that? Suros? I mean, people, Allah Allah, here we go. After you should suffer, you saw the joke when you're in the power. They should look at each other and put them at a higher basis. What is this? And that one, higher kosher wine that he can then sell to Jews. But the wine is being held in the house of the so what he sells the wine, if he sells that, if he sells either in the same country as well, then the wine is going to be like their presence. So then it's being held from every good. If I have no Paris, Ultimately, again, but I'm looking at the ultimately, again, why is going to be us? Why is it right? Why would be us? Even if the Jew has the key and there's a seal. Even Shayaycha, Ritual, so even the fact that exactly because the mice are going to be came off, we need to go over it. In this case, essentially, how this. If the wine is being made by the Jews of Scotia, it's being deposited in the apple, but it's in the apple's house. And therefore, the apple can do whatever he wants. If I live in that puzzle, that creates a basis. Right? That's what creates a fear. The apple is not going to take away. If I don't live in that puzzle, and at the end of the day, the service that the uncle is going to do whatever else. Even if I have the key, and even if there's a seal, again, I walk by myself, wine is going to be us. The Rambam does go on the next one, it says as follows, that if Yaakov does the same, he writes me this receipt, right, from the Lord on this case. He says it's as if you've paid me already for everything, right? Ultimately, again, when I come off on the way, son, he says, I'm not thinking because of the social experiment of Allah, actually, I'll do that in society. Let me say the last case. How did the guy who said, I'm talking about the good, which is all the guys that said, so I will look at the tell them what's what which is that about the rice, if the wine is going to be up, and as you said before, the whole thing's up, and this is the same ultimate, and then here cheese and that big. But under those circumstances, the wine is going to remain continuing. Okay, what's that incredible? We'll stop over here for today. But I'm going to report separately from Rashi. But Rashi, that's what Rashi is here. Rashi goes ahead and Rashi points out, and I don't know this Rashi, I'm sure it's not exactly. So Rashi gives a little synopsis on how ultimately, actually, let's take a look at it. Actually, no. I'm going to report it separately. I'm going to separately just a little bit about the water piece. Rashi goes to essentially what is Rashi about Yahiness. We see in our session that Rashi's halakha is a little bit different than our halakha, but nevertheless, incredible. Say the Mosai, Shvech, is not different for today. Everyone, a wonderful day. Short, right? 23 days to like, and it's actually the son is very excited about it. You know, like that actually was a massive undertaking. That's why I think it's really incredible. It's benefits for the innovation. That is actually really simple. Just so sweet and so beautiful. You see there's a lot of that it's just so big back triggering right revelation is it's it's just again it's special welcome that's how it starts. But special lockdown is the rewarding lockdown is adjusted. Lockdown to have I wasn't that was because I think all of our responses doesn't make them culture of our community so that we have these company. They don't pay for these company because they all your position in the script. Thank you for that. Thank you to all of our responses for this little share today. Our sponsor for Russian Oil Plus Mishpacha. This year. And these cultural skills for us are so those ones are for so I'm all in the global product. So we should separate the schools that can be together faster. But the guys like culture high how do we never together? That is how it goes by shipping source. Simple small about children, same for themselves, they were fucking worship with all the problems. So that's for sure. I showed you was it a beautiful guy? Yeah, although one has to just make each one more the shower and the colors. And the shit is probably so successful. The whole class saved the game. Also, it's all about beautiful. Let's say I look at this morning. You are so open to pictures. People learn about different places that the shops and the other permission to share together. Let's try to get permission. That's beautiful. It's tremendous. Lots of the things that people recognize that so much more than just learning. That it's a big part of it. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you're traveling. I'm not very fortunate, right? Figure it out. Just like I remember other pictures as well. People learning Rothschild, all the things. Seven, eight. Let's say someone was. So you have inflation, right? And now that's going a little bit, right? Because you're going to judged by internet down here. And then what happens? You just do escapes. Escapes before you're able to execute. Now let's say it gets brought back. So it's recaptured and it's brought back into that base. Brought back into that base. In socialist, we don't try to let's say that's much more what that Rashi says that we're like so many things like exactly. Otherwise, you try to define something to itself. Yeah, one thing to say this. What's another thing that's is the general capital cases. People try to do all capital cases, but we try to do exactly. Like that's what we're trying to do. We try not to execute people, and we'll do whatever we can. We try to find some reasons. I'm not a thought. There's even a sentence for that, but it's before the sentence is carried out. Then after it's all back and forth. Making sure you try it. The much English is a little that. You don't do it. Just do it. Just go back and forth. Don't really try it. Come up and share it. Okay, well, this is down with the point. Come up and share it. Share it. You know, which point you might do the little short story. Was Cody Hurry similar. Let's say I'm going to shop for this is the same. You have press find out was trying in front of so and so one of his witnesses. And it is things that you execute based on that testimony. In other words, right the guy testimony. Trying to custom so witnesses Sanhedrin, there are against large people it's Sanhedrin operates Israel and outside of Israel. Now, what does this mean? This is not just doing the but again, the idea is when the Sanhedrin is operating in Israel, it has outside of Eretz Yisrael. That's why it's obviously because Sanhedrin outside of Eretz Yisrael, Sanhedrin resides in Eretz Yisrael itself. But when Sanhedrin is operational in Eretz Yisrael, its rhythms can be towards outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. Everybody says Sanhedrin and Aleges after the Shavuot is homeless. Sanhedrin executes it every 7 years. 7 years. destroyed. Right? Everyone's going to tell you, oh, that couple shit you shut up. Everyone's going to tell you, it's really like 177 years. So it's like, see, this is back to that 2 years ago. They think they're playing like that. And therefore, again, Tanakama says that the killed 177 years, that's not good. That's a bad track. They call it destroyer days. But that's another example. You know, 177 years. What's the difference? How do the bodies do? So that's another example. Then shipping shut up. Shows up and open it up. So amazing. So the thing was that this is not really try space. Very try space. So the artist Lawrence is so strange. For the rest of you, go ahead and be a space. From the artist time to sell. Why? So shut out to sell. Also, how that's the part. Everyone was found it's so carry out the execution now. Okay, it's discussed on a basis of Lawrence. Let's talk about that. But the rights of the law try to fix. It's got important fix Lawrence. I don't see it. Show up and they say, we have to find that he was convicted of murder. So this is Lawrence. So if that's the case, that the Sanhedrin operates over to start as post-Lawrence, so why does the Torah label, or why does the Torah say the Sha'arah in the case? Which means to say, right, that the Torah operates right to start itself. So what's going on? This is what says the Sha'arah, Atamoshe, fucking the Chobakba, and I saw, what's the way it looks like this? I'm looking at this sense like a high point. So it's interesting. But I'm not going to be about this. I'm not going to more or less, so that would be a capital case. So essentially, once it's essentially a capital case, if you wanted to exonerate, the way you would exonerate would be to say to the witnesses, I'm going to know with certainty that like you see some big shit. But not even this big guy. Shit was a trade. Which was a trademark. So that would be grounds for exoneration. Now, the thing is, counter to that is, that's not softball. Is that what? You are insuring this, right? But again, nevertheless, we're trying to see the point where you're exploring a particular question. And essentially, they will cast doubt on the fact that we shouldn't rely on the shouldn't. If there's a possibility that shouldn't essentially is only like come up with dead. Okay, so that works. Let's say cases of murder. Nobody keeps it immorality. Like, let's say witnesses show up and they say that so moving, like they say so moving, have the situation is fine. So how would that be? So the more is I he said he didn't publish my us. So it's about this is where it's actual act of like you get right to actions. Right? And so you see a lot of stuff that looks like adultery, but the human act itself now the precious that 9.9 out of 10 times is worth no. So you know sex, but I'm not going to do anything. That's how they would have consolidated evidence. So like in case of murder, essentially they would have done was to say, I didn't know that she was a holy and healthy person. Maybe it was a trademark. And in the case of our lives, they would have said, you will see the actual act itself, and the rest of that would be going well. That would have been done for fellowship. By the way, that's actually very interesting. Specifically, again, in the case of murder, so this would be a check that line of questioning. That's second. That of course is not a trademark, unless a question would be a trademark. What about the case of Arizona? Well, the case of it's not that or the should say, well, it's the actual act of reality. So how do we ever do things similar to morality? But I'm on sure the reality should be the reality. Also, because again, it has pointed about the vulture or about liars in general. Like circumstantial evidence that will decide the morality. Again, they're done to argue actual act, like an actual arise. What are they going to see? They're going to see a man in a certain way that really us. That's what they do sexual activity. What's another way? Actually, now. Exactly. So that's what soap is all about. Right, that's why I did just look at triggers in general when witnesses are showing up and it's so again, how about for myself? So active. That's not what you're saying. What you're saying is you saw enough that it was for getting sexual activity. That's how it has to happen. Probably is cloud, and moving those shipping with downward motion. So we're going to send the Douglas. And those shipping with an upward motion is not sent the Douglas. So those are the marks we're going to describe. Robert like so Classic says, all the coloration of the club Vayamos. Those are actually pretty explicit. But that's what the process is right? Repertoire describes accidental trouble, like the consonants and titles, overcall evidential levels of the words, like downtown Alot, Vayamos, but we will only go over the Rocky Shasa. The word speaks about again the accidental killer, the Russian by downtown Alot. So what you see here, they are local areas of the killer problems is only visited on someone, or someone else is down. So what's that logic? It's a passive thing. It's a logic. I don't know about this. So it's about the very own practice that I support it. So it's like, so you have a new word for like, it's not a very words, but the word you have to be something. So it's similar practice, it's similar practice. Dallas. Why don't you go to Dallas? Why not? Because it wasn't accidental. It wasn't intentionality or not function. Just it was it turned out to be that. So again, because of intentionality, can't go to Dallas. You're not going to execute for that. But because there was some level of intentionality in the process. Like they have to say, by the parents of us, this is the case of a quarter. Now, which is a hard experience. They don't know how to play it. They just walking in at night and out space. Like, why? I don't know. His mother always told me about these scissors. Like, she was obviously deciding to work after the body of what and how to make these scissors. Like, that's what he's doing. Like, so it makes sense right now. Again, that's just like that. What happens? He comes around the corner, shitting comes around the corner, and he ends up killing shitting. Now again, he didn't have intention to kill shitting, right? He was just holding it out stretched. Yeah, that's all that's happening. Something that looks like so the right side, this kid, so he's not going to go to Dallas. Why won't he go to Dallas? Because at the end of the day, there was some level of intention. It was accidental. Executed because he had intention. This survey is comes to explain ultimately again and it's what we'll talk about this world that the light said again if there's some existing between ultimately again and showing the city here that but giving you a number of dollars at the volume of people oceans situation where you have some level of intentionality. Some level of intentionality. But exiles for something for someone who's bold show if there's any level of someone if someone on intentionality don't notice. It's what's it Russia it's all working in a system. All this happening forest. Those days of the it's going ahead and chopping wood in the forest. What happens? So somehow he ends up killing shit. Whether it's because his head falls, flies off, or because his skin flies off. But in that case, what's happening in the forest? It was a wide forest, by forest. It's a 9-yard just example of that. It's just the example of that. Because in forest, the parents have the right to do that. So when I say just like the forest again, both living and should not living here. So again, the only time we as a should goes is when both parties have a right to do it. For example, in America, shipping comes into this property, that is what happens to shipping. So we make that into a life. Right? Or on the first thing, the shipping property, also that's not really accidental. In order for it to be accidental, that a number of fact tests in place in order to establish zero intentionality. right? And number two, it has to be an area where both parties are next. Hay over the super, the Ishmael Hashliga with Hafta, enough for the hard dog. Let's say watch this. Let's say is going up on a ladder. What happens? The one that goes up the music, and therefore it falls down on the ship. Now let's say Simon says, no, what is that about things? Let's see what that is. Let's see what that is. On one hand, which direction is moving from up? The longest insert is first down. So Shiloh is, let's say, moving forward down. So what is it? So what is it? The even motion, no devils. Downward motion, and it goes. So what you do in a case like this, where on one hand, these emotions to go up, like go up the ladder, but it's a downward motion that causes the breakage of the load that causes them to come down on the sugar. So that's why those are the managers of the ladder. This is very fast managers. Ladder, he slips off, and he goes going up, so it's up and down. But at the same time, downward force that brings it down and causes it to go down. Is that called up and down, or here we go? So the Gemara says, no, you can't it's called ascension. This is called up and down. And then called Lugos, what you're doing is called going down. And therefore, we went about it on its own, right? When I got there, we read that shit inside. So it says, okay, touched on this already. You've touched on this already. This is the case of soda hashdogs. So this is the case of going down for the purpose of going up. Not to say that it's Faraganta, contributions are up and down. The hell is the so once it's just over here, we've spoken about this before, and you guys are this since the breakage of the law. Downward force. This is called the set. This is called going down. And then when I walk away, so now down. What is that? Now walk away, so what happens? That's the one that suggests that I'm not sure. Basically, what it says, yeah, well, this is the way. Motion that you got some dollars, show me up, you got some dollars, anything, anytime that you play someone, they know that they're down your motion, doesn't go to dollars, it runs in down, that's enough school, right? So you say going down, what just comes to you? I got that, that's it. Space up the ladder, the pressure exerted downward that causes you off the brake. Or it's tiny. Runs a roll, not so bad, no. All should be there, also not so bad. Once it's comes, it doesn't come to it comes to the butcher. What's the butcher case? Sounds like where the butcher is chopping it. Thank you. What happens? Down with the neck. Okay, it's coming down. The knife slips out of his hand. Don't shit it. Trying for that. So he goes, I'll do it. I'll say it pops up. The sign of what's else very easy. The sign is, how much time it costs it? Listen to this. The butcher was cutting his knife. Listen to this. Kind of found out. So once again, there are essentially both the prices of the ends. Kind of found out what prices says. The bottom high rock, how to fuck it. Kills it. But the thing is tired. Back to the his fucker. Tiny gun pressing. Tiny gun rock. Kind of the motherfucker. Everybody's up. And trying to kills it back again is tired. The buttons in his fucker. Tiny gun. They look on the thing after it's tired. But it doesn't fuck the more about it's tired. Then the one thing after everybody says, well, you got the button in the back of the fucker. What is this? We're not sure. Let's not contradiction. Very simple. Can't be a big issue of fucking bad issue after. So we'll say, what about this fucking right piece? Now again, we'll say, for the butcher, it's emotions, right? Right? When you chop meat, what is it? First, it goes up, and then it goes down. So again, it's the kind of issue of the rights of selling that it's tired. You can fuck the big victims that we always get account emotion like fucking about the issue actually. And for instance, for the point that I got right, fuck emotion, not gonna can't buy the issue of it's said like something like this. So again, focused on our case of right? And when he presses down on the road, it breaks and he falls down on shit. So that's what we call aliyah, or yuga, it's all aliyah. There is downward motion, but the downward motion is for the purpose of going up. So how do you look at that? Is that called ascent, or is that called descent? Remember again, the afternoon is big, right? So the afternoon is big, why? Because if it's ascent, aliyah, he's not tired of us. If it's ascent, he's tired of us. So which one is it? Was it last short line? Or did I? How you all this? You're going to be sure to stay back from. It was going up the ladder. I don't want to say that it's growing as he's going ahead and ascending the ladder. So it's kind of higher. The kind of one guy says he's higher, one guy says he's farther. So I don't know about the argument on the case. The mass of it's not focus. Everyone keeps on saying that in this case, this is called Aliyah. This is called Aliyah. It's called Aliyah. Once somebody think about it, it has to be that way. Right? Why? Because if it's not even what, it's never a case of ascent, right? Well, by definition, every ascent requires pressure downward. If you're going to say that any ascent, right, and that only with regular performance can be done, so if your run goes up the ladder and he raises the run because he's pressing downward, that is called descent. There's no case of ascent. Only to ascend, by definition, is to exert pressure downwards. So the word says it has to be. That's called the case of aliyah. And therefore, again, a moving to go ahead and go up the ladder. Right? The one is ascending the ladder further and shooting it through. You would not need those ducks. That's what I mean. That might be the casting duck game. Little patches for the because as coming itself is the ducks. And the ducks is said that he's kind of active in the ducks. Where's how you mean? Cabbages. Let's say when you go up the ladder, like breaks the run as he's going up, falling down on shit, he doesn't get it. He didn't see what's happening. Stack that. Survive is action, but damage CP 101 is a person is only liable for any damages he does, accidental damage, the other guys that said that that's talking about the brothers. He likes the other possibilities. Also talking about brothers. Let's catch up. One is 360 sources, right? The other possibilities talking about as follows. For myself. One is talking about the word ladder. So let's say you're going is body. So let's say that means where it's body. That means that it's then shifting where to go and step on the separation. That would be called the same. Because if you're talking about a ladder, that's not possible. It's like going ahead and jumping this way. It's ascent. That's considered descent. Why do not have a case? Interesting. You're not from the obviously. Right? She punched the pushes the exit does like the feathers. It's understood that everything having is wrong. That's what's going to happen. It's going to sad. It's going to say, but by definition, that is descent. So the clever thing about that, as long as you're incredible. Or that possible. Everybody say, how about yours? Talking about things of ladders that are not my word. So, Kasha, on the 100, 100. One is talking about a case where the run would properly fasten in place, and one is where it wasn't properly fastened in place. So, what? If it was properly fastened in place, that's a proper ladder. And if I get a local myself, if the one breaks, if it is ascending, that's called ascent. I don't think that it is a high bonus. If it wasn't properly fastened it sounds like what the person is like this. And I walk on myself, a power is going up the ladder. In a regular case, so like the ladder is a proper ladder, right? It's not the wood, it's not rotten, right? It's properly fixed. The ladder. Now what happens as it's going up, he snaps on. You don't know why it's going to snap. Why is it snapping? Because of the downward pressure going on. Look at that as descent. Rather than that only again as a sense. And if I want to so we're going to do that. Go to the situation. I was as a husband for his skills. So that's what I'm saying. Don't post what say I'm various things. Higher level suba. There it is. Higher level suba. Downward motion for the simple going up is called upward, right? Right? Because again, what you're doing is you're pushing down for the purpose of the up, right? So when you do with solar hurry up, exerting downward pressure for the purpose of going up, it's not called ego, it's called hurry up. And therefore, again, by definition, when you think it's semi, and again, remember, it's a rotted ladder, right? If it's what's it called? Like a constructor ladder, again, not with lots of different kinds of things. But it's a proper ladder, like everything goes up, using certain downward pressure, that is called ascension, and then by walking away, so you can look up, you gotta feel this thing like this. The Mr. Haskins, so that how we go, it's cold, how we go. Those things, a lot of things like, life is like this journey upwards. It's not like that. You have one of those experiences where things are like so big spiritually, and then something happens and you are like really down. And it's so frustrating, so upsetting. And the person feels like all of my work, everything I do to build myself up is now poor because I look at this descent to what happened. So it's like most people like this descent, right? When we have spiritual descent, it offers us an incredible opportunity to learn so much about ourselves, to learn so much about our weaknesses. When I make a mistake, I say, hey, I saw what God is spot in life. It shows me what my spiritual skill. If I use those moments of feedback, to learn about myself, to learn about my weaknesses, and to build that better, and it turns out that that's so that those descent, those spiritual descents, fuel my descent. So what's the hammer? When you read out with Solar coming up, if your spiritual descent, you realize that to build yourself back better to ascend, and when you read the Solar coming up, is considered to be an argument. And it turns out that even the descents in life, also judged as an ascent. Egos are considered to be in our heart, and egos are used ultimately for our spiritual betterment. And listen, these things are beautiful things to appreciate. When we fail, our goal is not to wallow in it. When we fail, our goal is to ask ourselves, why did I fail? What can I learn about myself? What can I learn about my life? How through my weaknesses can I grow to become a better person? If in those moments of failure, I learn about myself, I build myself up even stronger, then the failure itself becomes an idea. Itself becomes a moment ultimately again of spiritual. If my egos are just real, so I do anything with it, then just ego. But if the egos, the mistakes are right, becoming an opportunity to learn about myself, to build myself back even stronger, even if the ego is an idea, and it It's called, a descent. A descent for the sake of ascending, even the descent is part of the physical and the spiritual. The outside, the square. So again, context, context is from the whole populations who are there. Let's go ahead and right, and those kind of questions. So again, those kind of things can go and therefore you reference you are not allowed to sell it. And you difficult publishing books that was a lot of interesting. If you notice, policies right? But then so the rest of that case, relations are most I most so again, if you would just why does it say most two of this, so you actually point out so most doesn't want to know and lost. person shouldn't say how beautiful this is. Should not let it. That's the most emotion. This people document everyone is not just not a isolation so again, there was a story of shooting of the was this story just their law. Law that is for public so again, just you just want to this is a shock. Just in general, this is a woman. Like, this is not this one. What other people now? That's what we get. But right now, especially like I said, most of the time, they see this So that's what the state representative. Yes, but one day, doesn't pop up like the actual photo. So so there's a lot to unpack. The story goes on again. How did this question really slow again on these stairs? Listen, Jack. Now, also, which was actually going to child. What's the earth begins to fall out with a sound of shadow. See this one is essentially emotionally intelligent. What is best to even Again, standing on the stairs of the house, so she said, it's not calculating the technology, it's the problem how good how to get done. So that it was going on for the voice. So once he saw it, she saw Today's stop is Sunday. No And we're down on the base, reminding ourselves of tomorrow. Yesterday over at the end of the tomorrow. Today, by thanking our sponsors, we thank our annual Prime sponsors. It's also family of our construction sponsors on this year overdraft us of $57.85. And the stores for cottage truck. We also thank our sponsors, Big Barrel, and the sponsors this year this week. Celebration of on the website, Barrel, Ben, Messiah, yesterday, our staff. We also thank the sponsors of the show today, Adam Clark of the Chargers, and the only memory of Harry Clark, Neil Hirsch, and his Chargers songs and having a Leo. We also thank Yona Open the sponsors of Yomi today for jobs Yoga this year. Yambo, Shingo, Gito, today, Yossi should have a full speed coverage, painful, in fact, taking out the coverage speedily in our days. And on a serious note, Yossi, we wish you a full Shalema for the surgery as well. Because Mark with you also think. And with that family sponsorship, tremendous. Mazel to Rabbi baby boy. Thank you so much. Yes, I'd like to share tremendous. Yesterday, our family welcome another boy to the Richard family. We look forward to celebrating with you. Thank you so much for this week. We'll just have a quiz coming up. And Lord, bringing back us to the body show. And the Richard chef will bring back us to the parents as well. Yesterday, someone told me that I was out of wine. With that rum this year. Sorry. That's the only thing I was out of wine for yesterday. I'll take it. Yesterday we ended up with the Gemara, but they got focus all the way at the bottom of the oven. Rav and Shmuel. When you have a Zohar, the recipient of Mishkan Zohar, does it follow the halachas of Mishkan Isha, or does it follow the halachas of Shokev of a Zohar? In other words, we know when it comes to a girl, halachically, the bia with the girl is only considered to be a bia from the above the age of 3. When it comes to a boy, the bia is only considered to be a bia when the boy is blow out somebody only from the age of 9. So when the boy, the recipient, does his action follows the action of being in Mishkan, where you have to be 9 years old, or the action of halachas of Mishkan Isha, what is the age of 3? In other words, the action like the woman, being the Zohar has the halakha of a woman, or does the Zohar only follow the halakha of the Zohar, and therefore we have to be non regardless of the position we play. Kind of conversation around the world with the Zohar, the way is the Zohar. Is the Zohar. In other words, we're referring to the Rashi Kollah. Whenever it says the Zohar, it's referring to the act of the Zohar being in position of the Mishnah. The halakha is that H. Hashanim becomes from 9 years and 1 day. Typically, what we says the continuous sentence tells us we should be really to tell you. So that's one case. In one case, which is Zohar, that takes or Haba al Behema, they did that for the person has a relationship with animal, whether the relation animal is in a normal way or an abnormal way, or Esau, the Dia, so Behema, and the woman with her, but again, they conduct whether it's the normal way of Dia or Dia, the halakha is When it comes to a Zohar, it is not from the age of 3. Now, we're going to go a little bit further. Jesus Christ, which is mentioned, that word is Doros and the Isha is Shnei Mishkavos. The Isha says Mishkin
which is a plural. And when it comes to the English sex, Mishkavet of the Pasuk is the singular verb. Now, after Laura Papa asked the following question, using logic, that doesn't make sense. Isha, the form for a person to engage in intimacy with her, we should have Mishkavet of the Pasuk. On a normal way of thinking, the person has that right intimacy in a way that's going to be also, in such a case, would be considered. The aim of a lot more things is capital, no such thing as an animal. So the person go ahead and do that, then, okay, I'll connect to the necklace. We should be kind of any type of intercourse with this animal. In other words, the whole thing, oh yeah, a person to be into with an animal, oh, it doesn't make any sense. It's not normal. It's not normal. Now, later on, he explains this in the element of Hamna over there. So again, comes to a woman with a normal way of enjoying intimacy. So that would be the However, when it comes to an animal, the person who's engaging in the animal, that would be different. The animal side is going to be what a woman listens to the animal. The human perspective is not normal. So therefore, the normal way of being intimate is the animal doesn't make any sense. Therefore, Papa says it should really be the opposite. That is maybe you look at Toshris, he says, Isha the workplace is how she it's obviously the whole shot. Isha the sky of the English governments. Why the bishop said. In other words, the problem is not really trying to tell you the person is going to be intimate with the woman. The rule is being option to intimate with her. If you intimate with her, if you get her away, then you're not be tired. The word is not going to say that. Because they're took him and they're precise and gets that way. The Papa can't argue on that. Rather, the Papa helps you cover. This is what Papa has to say. And the knowledge of each of the hands of the Ava right to differentiate between an animal and a woman. Your logic would have dictated not that we say that the halacha is but again, if you're going to use logic to go ahead and determine whether you're Italian, if you're not Italian, then that's true that what by Isha is only being thrown away to find animals is the whole thing is absurd. So therefore, that's however, as much as the logic would make sense, we learned so far, as we just mentioned, that they just saw your method. If he's 9 days, 9 years in 1 day, or someone who has, says very clearly, makes no difference if it's the abnormal way, again, anatomically the normal way, the abnormal way, Isha, and the vehicle, halacha is regardless of what the logic dictated, halacha is still going to be the same. Anyway, the person is intimate with the animal, in a case that's going to be forbidden, it's going to be forbidden. The woman, depending on the case, and the case where it's done, any kind of intimacy, whether it's or short, anatomical way, or the abnormal anatomical way, that the Italian way of violation of the insect. That there's another logic that says when it comes to an animal, it should fall. Okay, well, you're welcome. Evita asks the following question. On the Arab and Zafar, so when it comes to the halachas of Vita, they're basically there's basically what's going on she got to anywhere of the human body itself. Then there's say and then there's something called the Bible. Shika obviously is the initial touch, and then there is the part where it's running, and then there's the full penetration. The Ara, it's not it's either the initial touch or it's the initial penetration. Now,
The current Harold is very clear in the puzzle. The person does not have to actually complete the via for a person to violate via with the visa, as long as the person has Harold with. And these are already in violation of being born. These are having some being cards. Now the Gemara wants to know what happens when a person does is Harold, which is again, it's just for the right to be talking about that. Now the Gemara is asking, to what extent does the person have to be intimate? If it's simple touches or if it's not okay, so the penetration begins, is that enough? Or does it have to be referred to as a kippah via, as a completion of complete penetration? Or it says, the arm is up for about what's that long as just around, the arm is up. The Gemara refers to that as Mishkele Isha. Now, there's got to be a reason why the Gemara is referred to it as Mishkele Isha. But Mishkele Isha, no, when it comes to the connection with the woman, two women's forbidden, Ella is really Aron, going to be a problem. The Gemara says, Ella have an Aron to the hand of that. What's the halacha with regard to Ash's Aron? There's no Gemara there, but halacha is on the leg. And they know you Aron, it says you have a place of it, that place is the Pasuk says very clearly that place others, that place evil, it says very clearly Pasuk. The Pasuk is, she has She'eroi Ha'ara, so it says very clearly that what's the power there. If for any time a person engages in that, but that have to be the initial penetration is the problem. So then why does it say it? What's the point of saying it? In order to say, when it comes to more Mishkele Isha, which compares it says very clearly. If ain't no human Haron, the Gabi affects other than why? The word Tricha doesn't have to say why not. The Hagithish Haron, the Lida. Lida is the initial place where it says this Makar Haron is a problem. And more other Arayas are just close to the Halacha of Lida. So therefore it comes to the relationship. Even with the initial penetration to the accomplishment of this Hagithish, the Pasuk have to say it when it comes to a place of it, which is an aunt, or a place evil, again, another aunt from the father or from the mother. Why does it say there? As we mentioned yesterday, we have this problem, the Pasuk tells us something which is not necessary, and we're allowed to borrow it as long as then to name Indian, borrow those extra words that apply to Eva, and therefore just like any kind of intimacy, is also compatible. Haram is going to be up to as well, but it follows all the other halachic intimacy. Either the initial contact is going to be a problem. As much as hold on a second. But let's analyze this for a second. The Hema, the Chayve needs to respect. You have to put these in different categories. Of the Hema, when a person violates the Isser, it's pervasive. This is something that's pervasive by a possible doubt. Not but by basically, the rubber beats these dogs have been other pieces. Why is it that it's connected with family members that have been pieces like an ant? If it goes through it, because that does largely takes care of. Those things are not adjudicated by the baby. So why would you write the words, the extra words? Yes, She'erah, by itself, who's not a piece of, be they Shabbat, the currents. Why would you write it by the case? The cats together can be suspended. The liquid will be suspended. It will be suspended. The Lord says that Hayel sits the cooling crowd of Joshua with the Upsa, see the matter of the Joshua. The Lord says, Rashi points this out, that the Sukkim are repeated the Karkas and the Kedusha. The Sukkim twice. So every have Sukkim that are said twice, the hardest second time that they're written is for a Joshua to teach you something to learn from. Now, since they were written an extra time to teach you extra halachos, the Lord says we have no problem adding in some extra halachos in there with other cases. The bottom line is, when it comes to halachos, it's going to be a problem. It's always a problem by itself. It's a problem by itself. But today's year, it's a problem by itself. And as you know that, it's which is unnecessary to write, but to the mother or to the father, and since there's that there, because you know a lot of it was all Mishkele Isha, all forbidden intimate relationships are compared to one to the next, and therefore you don't have to argue about the words there. So this must be teaching you when it comes to behave on the reality that Allah is going to do even is going to be a problem. From Ami, the son of Ali asked the following question. About Arab Oxford, what if a person does this to himself? What's that law? Is that going to be a problem? What did her shakers respond to him? Kavasta, you're driving me crazy. In other words, that's a simple understanding, but there's a sentence about the he just comes to the root to goes to some type of yada. Or just like why would he ask you a question? Look at Rashi translates this word as Kavasta. Sorry, Tavi, you're bothering me. Shishal number she after you ask me something which is impossible. Others say it causes my stomach to turn by asking you such a ridiculous question. Now, why was it a ridiculous question? What's your question? Let's analyze this. This might be that some other person with neighbor is firm and it's just impossible, and it's probably impossible for a person to do this to himself. When is this possible? We're talking about a case where a person does this with a late neighbor. Now, when it comes to oral rights, now is the person intimate with a late neighbor, they're contrary. Of course, this is the same exact halacha. Those who say she was tired for intimate relations with a late neighbor, then also the time 13 here should be tied twice. The time of the time of this. In other words, you can figure it out. In other words, if it's impossible, all cases impossible, why bother with that? If the case is possible, then how is it possible? Only it's possible. It's halacha to be a via. Of course, it's not the opinion. So therefore, it's not halacha to be considered a via. And Jesus can be there. So it is. In other words, why you want to ask this question? That's what this actually brings us up. Just an important discussion point. All these things are big. What are the likelihoods of these cases testing? Now, I think it's very important to know. I don't think these Gemaras are bringing up these cases because they're particularly relevant or because I think culture was contributed to this kind of behavior. I mean, I hope not. I haven't lived through this years of this kind of culture. But the reason why I'm trying to bring this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are left without actually. The current governs our life. So the current governs every possible scenario. We can't have a situation where in one generation a person comes up with a bizarre idea and then basically has to go ahead and make up the halachas. We'll make up halachas. Every single case is going to be dealt with the Torah. It's a Rucham Eretz Midah, Rucham dig out the Torah covers every single case. This is Torah. The rumor that it's our belief to know what the Torah specifically is for every single case. Every generation is going to come up with something new. Our generation will come up with a lot of new things. And we always have to know what the Torah says about every single case. We can't have a situation where, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we say, what, we shouldn't talk about that in the Gemara. It shouldn't be brought up. Nothing is relevant to the Gemara. It makes our stomach turn. Now, it makes our stomach turn because the case is impossible to happen. In other words, it's just simply impossible for it to physically happen. You shouldn't ask the question. It's just impossible that it becomes irrelevant. As long as something is possible, we have to know what the Torah says about it. And that's what we're doing here. The good news is as much in these cases is prevented for the most part. It's going on over here. Those these kinds of things. The bottom line is, hierarchy, the Levite Hamatzah. This is Torah. We need to know what that is. As disturbing as it might sound, what is not halacha? What is about lots of us in this particular case? Therefore, tomorrow, when in these cases, we'll have to do that. Looking at that, we go through cases, which I think many of us don't. That's not turning by. The bottom line is, we need to know what the Torah says about it. In the case, it's just impossible for a person to take. Maybe this is Torah, but it's not the rumor that it's capable of any sort. I need to learn this because it's just impossible. You don't have to ask this question because either it's impossible or the halacha is another question. Before it goes on. Rav Sheshes. We're asked the following questions from Rav Sheshes. How do you thought that halacha beheva hey, idolater goes ahead and engages in the relationship with the behemoth. You put the animal to death. Now, the wise will explain this question. Right now, the color, the haka, the color, ika, color, leka, and zuma, the color, alpha, and color. Remember our mission publishes two reasons why an animal is put to death when there is a chase against the arrow between you and an animal. One of them was the height of the also Takala Ayata. One is because a person went ahead and sinned by way of this animal. In other words, this animal is a vehicle for sin. Therefore, the other way of putting it was that just the desire to animal to walk through the street, and people can say, oh, this is the animal that this person put to death. Now, Takala is the first one. Takala is this, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both, or do you need just one? But the Mishnah told us that there are two reasons. Whereas the Mishnah tells us we have to have both reasons, or is one of that? One different. When it comes to Akum, perhaps there's going to be a case of but there won't be color. Why is it color? Why is it saying? Now, what Rashi says is that it could be that in certain eras or period of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters, there have been bizarre, actually were bizarre. Maybe some idolaters did this. So what's it considered to be a shame for them? And more than that, it could be that even though there was some type of shame that came along with it, well, the Torah has to worry about the shame of an idolater. It's not what to be worried about. Put an animal to death, or worry for the sake of the shame of the idolater. That's the important question. So, Jason says to Yisrael, the mission includes this point. When it comes to trees with Zara, saying, oh, they don't eat, they don't show, they don't drink, they don't read, they cannot smell, and still, over a Torah, hashtags, stroke, the color, destroy them, burn them. But again, get rid of them. Since a person violated something that goes ahead and brings a person from dark from the ways of life, the ways of death, of course, this animal can be put to death, just like a tree. So therefore, what he seems to be saying is that Kala is enough, Kala is not necessary. In other words, it isn't just what shade that comes up with Zara. That isn't shade. In other words, no food seeking after Zara. Therefore, he wants to say that the Kala should be sufficient. Why? Because when it comes to a tree, that was used when you get rid of the tree, same thing you do when it comes to the animal, or way of the animal, taking person away from life and away from death. Go ahead and destroy the animal, even with Takala, for those other just to stop that alone. Tell me, I'll tell you the truth. I don't think this is the best guy. I don't know what this stand the records behind. In other words, the fact that tree, don't tree, it doesn't smell, and proves that the animal brought a person for Dr. Kyle, for Dr. Musa. In other words, this sounds like it's not symmetrical. Right? It's like a symmetrical, logical interpretation. In other words, it can say, I know that an animal does eat, does drink, it does smell. So why is that irrelevant? I love to do something here tomorrow. You have to excuse me, but I just see that we should right here on the page address it. Why that is the way to do it. In other words, like you just said. Now, when it comes to an animal, maybe that's the point of it. When it comes to an animal, the animal, it's about time. It's about time. It enjoys life. It doesn't take away the life about time. Why? Because obviously there's nothing but the came along with it. So a tree, the word doesn't say that there. The word doesn't say a tree doesn't smell, it doesn't eat, it doesn't drink, it doesn't enjoy life. I don't know, maybe that's what this was Gemara meant. The tree doesn't enjoy life. The animal does enjoy, maybe that's what Gemara meant. The animal does enjoy life. I don't know. That's what you feel that one. Am I missing something? I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, let's just move on. Eliyahu was okay or changes. Your opinion is that the color stumbling block alone is enough. Eliyahu over the talking. When it comes to the Zara, I'm a document for him saying, person who bows down to his animal, chips out. You come up, sir. So make it that's not all. You have to kill an animal. Person bows down to it. But again, what do you should. Yisrael, like Officer, like they call it Officer, this just can't be. Because it can't be a situation where the Torah gives more strict halachos to an outlook than it does to Israel. Israel has the highest level of opportunity, the highest level of responsibility. Those two things come together. Responsibility to Israel are the highest order. And the responsibility to Israel are the least order. Of course, no problem. Israel could be listen. So why did you say it? We also be Israel girl. In other words, let's just think about this. Why is it that we're putting animals to death for you to have to be with the person? So why do we put an animal to death when a person got down to it? A person violated a mother's arm or raped this animal. Or it's how about Rabia? It should be the same thing. A Rabbi exactly the loader of the Ruba is that the loader of the Rabbi says, clearly you're not going right, which he says. But he's telling you that, yes, the shame does play a role over here. When it comes to a person's relationship with the animal, yes, a person's going to be honest. It's terribly embarrassing for people because of that, because of bestiality. In other words, even if there's a culture that would do it, the whole idea behind it is embarrassing. There's a lot of shame that comes into this. Because without that, what is our terrible as it is, doesn't come along with the same kind of dignity type of shame. For instance, hold on, I make a lot of things a little bit, but let's get back to our tree example. Not a lot of shame when it comes to down the tree. Still, while the Torah actually starts to tell you have to destroy the tree. Versus the Balakayim and Kabridas, that's only when we talk about Balakayim. So why did we said it? Why did the construct for Allah? Fine, the Torah did take tremendous precautions when it came to livestock, the animals. The first is the base to what we put animals to death. You need to have a base to 20 to do that. You see, the Torah is very concerned about an animal, not when however it comes to trees. That needs to be the 23 will decide to die on a tree. The Rambam disagrees. And he says, maybe the halacha is like Amar Torah, Behema, Nedis, Me'avera Timare. You know why when it comes to the animal being killed, we put it to death? It's because the Behema, he was Nedis for the Avera. The animal actually enjoyed it, therefore it's going to be killed. Hold on, what's the Barei Lama? It's the Nedis Me'avera. So you go back to example. The tree does not enjoy when a person comes down to it. It doesn't have an ego. Oh wow, got to get down to me. Doesn't have to go. Amar Torah, Ashkei tries to play. So that Rabbi explained that by the time it comes to the function for that, large things to trees. That's why I want to try to bring the raya to a shape. In other words, when it comes to halacha, our Mishnah told us that there's column, the shade, and there's the fact that there's a stumbling block. Which one? You need both, or is one of them sufficient? Tashema. Look at our Mishnah. The Ra'akar, Shalom, the Behema, Obaris, Bashuk. You don't want to have an animal walking through the marketplace. The Yogur of Eva can say, Zurish, this is before the Yogur. This is okay. This is the animal that the person died because of that. Now, by law, now let's try to think about this. We did say on the top of the name of faith. We did say from Takala to Kala, the end of the Mishnah was the case with Takala and Kala. Again, it's talking about the animal person being shamed by this. And of course, there was the Kala person behaving this kind of behavior with it. What's the second line adding? It must be the second line is adding. You know why it's worse? Because the shame something blocks. Rachel beginning what was it this year? It's the color of color. It was sufficient. The fact that it wasn't the color stumbling block and not shameful, it's still for the animal to death. You see that hopefully some line religion that tells you that the color being a stumbling block for you. But what I mean is you not put the animal to death. It does not need to come along with the thought process of shame. That what would be the case? Here there is Takala without shame. But we can talk about the kids that are an actor who use relationship with animal. For some reason, it might not be. In that case, if you have Takala. Hold on a second. Yeah, if you have Takala, Takala without color. That's incorrect. Same box, color. The same box, of course, belongs to the stumbling block there, and that's the reason why I put it down. And color is the shame is also the point for the sale. Rachel talked about it. Rachel teaches us about it. Now, feeling color, below color, not the teaching us even if there's shame after being a stumbling block, in that case, case into a type of baby dummy. How do you find the case for a person who has a relationship with an animal? And there is shame, but no Takala Vera. He's strong on bond to handle the showgate. He's strong on being have a relationship with an animal for showgate. He didn't know it was Usher. He didn't know it was Yomi. He did not know the shul late at his parsha. He did not know that it was Usher in such a case. So he's color down this year. This is the showgate. The color of the shade was the terrible. It's very good. And the word you have to compare this to the question who the heck is all that? He's strong. I'll behave like a showgate. No, what's all up in the it's an animal by mistake. What's all up? You eat the color, the video, you snap, the stuff is blocked, and then it's shameful. The color, ego, definitely shame with the wrong of it. It's color, let go. But the showgate, therefore, doesn't get the color there who makes it. Oh, baby, color, baby. Shame that color. Maybe the shame is enough to sleep again. I'm going to be able to touch it. I'm trying to figure out. We're going to go through the cases. That's showing that this is a Western. Not subsequent process, but it's going through a bunch of cases just to school. At this point, the marks is as follows. Shalom, Shalom, Yom Echad. This one is these are clear messages. I mentioned this yesterday, mentioning it again. We're talking here about the halakhic nature of what group consists of a halakhic deal. In any case, this is not going to be a deal. The question is whether halakhically it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halakhic deal. There's the action of, and then there are the halakhic consequences that come along with the deal. We're explaining when an example of the halakhic consequence with son's two children. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day. This guy next could be if her father marries her off and they get married with Bia, now Bia is considered to be a electric Bia, now she is married. They born a Yava, if her brother-in-law who died, if she fell to evil and her brother-in-law performed a civil marriage on her with them, that the evil works. And the born a Yava, her Yava brother-in-law was over Kada. She's now married. If she's married and she is at this age engaged with another person, it's a key of nature's edge. When the time of Guava, if she happens to be a Nida, it's impossible for a child, then it's Guava. The time of the Elyon, back again, let's come over here. The Michigan top of the Elyon, basically, there's no Gia, but the total goes to very high level of Torah. And again, the person engages in being with her, while she's Nida, and the person becomes tummy as well, he's tummy. If she gets married to a tummy, but tell us the Truba, then she gets married by way of Bia, then yes, she gets the Truba, well, after the Absolute, if someone is puzzled, she's not allowed to be married to, engages with her at this age, possible becomes disqualified for marriage to Kohen, after the Torah, one of the forbidden relatives engage with her, then for any other right who lost that yada, the type of Bia with her, they consider to be Allah to Bia, they can put to death with us. The Torah, she's the Torah. She's exempt, obviously, because she's a child. After we call her eyes, go back to this. It says, who engaged with her after we call her eyes and working the Torah? And in their eyes, that engaged with her. What does that mean? He's the behemoth. He's the behemoth. Look at this case. The color is terrible shame. She's a child, gets to grow up. And as long as she gave this kind of relationship with an animal, the color like her, she's a child. She's a child, and therefore she doesn't have color. That mirror isn't there. You see her clearly, but with shame alone, without the color, that's sufficient. We can tell you that's about Yada. All those desires by way of this kind of relationship. So if there's an animal with her, and she's a child, so this is good, that color, she is going to marry, she's a child. And still, the animal can look at that. You seem to see very clearly that you don't need to have both reasons to color and the double from being shameful is enough, because in this case there's no there. Mark for no. This is the key to the case where she did it intentionally. She knew what she was doing. the Takala Nabika. Where's the Takala? Now, why is she not a truck? Where's the bus on that? The Torah on the bus on her. She's a child who didn't know what she was doing. Therefore, the Torah says, even if she did this on purpose, the actions of children are actions of children, and she's not going to be punished for it. But again, you can't say there's no Takala because, of course, she intentionally engaged in this kind of behavior. Therefore, there is a Takala. So, and yes, she did do an Avera. When she was punished, she would have to be punished. Okay. Allow the dogs of the Himalaya's. Where does the funds go? How far does the earth star go? It goes to the person, but not to the Himalayan. Or goes to one case, a similar case. Upper up and talks about Vikaraya, whether or not you have to have Takala and Kala, or it's Kala enough. You have to have the stumbling block and the shame, or is the shame alone, you know, talks about. Then takes you showing you that. The Tower of Rice would have gone to a male, and he's 9 years old in one day. How about you go? Because that engaged in a relationship with his mama. So if his brother died, left behind the sister with their children, then he goes and his bar, his alone cannot. He's got her and they're married. The Ado don't say yeah, out she got him, can't divorce her until he gets older. He's not old enough to be able to ready to get. And the time of Kenida. Now just go back to Galia. If he engages in a relationship with a Nida, that's coming with Mr. Tapu Galia. Wholesale, he topples someone to Kahuda, any appropriate relationship in a mafia. If he engages, if he's a going, he cannot go ahead and allow the girl to beat him up. Wholesale, if maybe be about to his back, if he engages in this kind of relationship with an animal, he disqualifies the and it's Kellas, how you have the skill by way of this type of relationship. Now again, in Allah, Arise, Aburah, 9 years in 1 day, intimate with any of their rights, with they shall be put to death, but we're in this type of relationship. Clearly, in this case, Kalonigo, they're safe to Kaloleko, there's no stumbling block, because he's a child. The scale Sayano. The person will get skill by way of this case. So again, same exact thing, parallel case. Here we have a child, you can't be a Nakala because he's a child, nevertheless his parents are ashamed to come forward with it, and what does it say? The animal coming with the death, you see that there are interpretations that says that if you simple shame alone, that will be enough to put the animal to death. Or it says no, the same terrorist. Basically, since this child did this on purpose, it's intentional, they call it Anuka. Yes, there is the Kala. This child did an Avera. One of the thoughts of the Torah has qualified by saying this is a child, doesn't know what he's doing, we're not going to punish you with capital punishment. Now, where does that person go? Sasha, one of the haters, sorry, Allah, the rest you only goes so far as the person without the animal. And we don't have enough time left. This is a major sugya in the halachas of Kiddush. Instead of hearing that pasha, the idea is considered to be an avera for a child, but he's not punished. This is subject to a discussion. How do you differentiate from it when it comes to mitzvahs and averas? Is it just a separate mitzvah of Kiddush, or, which is really essentially coming from a father, or the children actually obligated to work mitzvahs? Can't get into that. It's a whole discussion. We're just going to go through it. In this case, it seems like our part is that we say that there's a takala, there's an avera when it comes to the punishment. The punishment is that opposed. So Shema, double after. Go back to our Mishnah. Shalom, Kehev, and Him, the overall solution is gone, but this will go the other. Our Mishnah says the reason you put the animal to death in the beginning when it's the subject of bestiality is because we don't want the animal broken this case. The point of saying, oh, this is the animal that's us, that was killed, we're engaging with. My law, again, the same thing as earlier. Need to say that the Kala, since the second one of Mishnah is only adding the factor that it's sinful, Reisha Kala, Kala. The beginning is a case where it's shame, but no actual affair. They want that case, be strong, they will show me. If they can be strong, engaging with an animal, by mistake, they didn't know there was answer. This is right, incorrect, safe with the color, racial the color. The safe was talking about a case of the color, obvious. in the bear, so it's a start off the colors embarrassing. The bear shot from the kitchen is the cover with that bear out, below color, there's no shade. They tell me what's the case with this bear out, and there's no shade. What's that always the cover of all the about? It's always the mother who engaged in this relationship with the Ava. It's always the cover of this idolater is not ashamed of it, and perhaps even if there's some element of shame, perhaps the Torah is not as concerned about the shame of an idolater. And therefore, we're not going to have a raya. Because one of the conversations, we're still going to have the same question from Sheshes Gemara was not able to resolve. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let's begin. Maybe if I take all of our sponsors for this year, share thank our annual comic book sponsor. Those who struck a very specific rushes this year. This was so Stephen Abadi knows Stephen Tarizin, Bobby Gavis, Stephen Torres, Stephen Mora, Pastor Noel, sponsors, Jeff Schwartz, Shmuel, Ben, Shimon, some of the drop off. Anonymous sponsorship, strategy. 2, the entire share for gentlemen starting from October 27th. Zara, celebrating Sima Shas and Emerson in the ground to Fleischman, Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Shmuel, Shana Hanlon, the American all of the shows on the family from the report having both for the Israel, from Hashem. The guy in the insurance and workers who were killed looks like Gaza, Hashem, Hashem give incredible sense of Shema to our brothers here, to our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, Hashem, continue to give up, love us, in Eretz Hashem, love Yisrael, and Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael. Let's do that, that is signed with a lot of very long question. We are picking up our ball on the day 6E, and we left off, let's pick up at, I think, about say today, so we'll say, so which is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14, about 15 lines down from the top on golf on the day. Remember again, when we were talking about yesterday, let's go in the middle. Located to reveal one generation, what was the macro gas regarding the following. In a scenario where they highlighted that we're not allowed to transact, this is what other terms of deal. That is the post of such a transaction. So the Oakland said, Asr, post to Asr Dano. Leishlakish says the proceeds are put to Dano. That's one of my focus. That's where we're going to look right now. Whereas the main one is the price that's more to like Shamru, Asr or say Simon. When Kazan says we're not permitted to go ahead and use this, not well, Asr I would never let a sky something, let's say for example, selling the Akunson that is going to last up until the young up until they're young. The assumption is if the sold item will last up until the young. Then Halal said that the guarantee I've never seen this guy involved, but let's say you sell something that's not going to last. For example, you sell vegetables. So if I sell the vegetables 3 days before they're young, but it's not going to last before they're young. So I don't say, about Shia. In the sky, both in your head, about a month. Just did, you say the truth is, you can sell them something that lasts, but you cannot purchase from them something that will not last. The logic thing over there is tremendous when he sells off something that won't last. For example, again, vegetables, because he's able to go ahead and make money before it drops. This is where it tells the story over here. Moving on, right? Moving on, he started in the city of Idam. So there was a particular thing. It's a heretic. It was a heretic sent Idam, but he got a special coin. Dinar Kisano, literally getting Kisaru, he sent him. Now, when did this heritage send this gift on his young on the Adon's young? So, that's what we reached like. Shlokish was sitting in front of them. Already, the other said, "What should I do?" Ashkelon, if I accept the puzzle and moda, that ultimately then his heritage is made when you face the deity. And that's not good. Well, Ashkelon, if I don't go ahead and accept it, Habila Eva. So we're talking about this concept of Eva, the issue of animosity with the outside world. So we have to be careful with that as well. So we're supposed to look at receiving contacts and certain things. So I wasn't sure what to do with coin. So it's like he says, oh, there's like this told us about so just throw it into a bed. Take it back into a bed. Which is says told us are most of the bottom. Just go throw it in the face right in front of his head. Pushing the Hadleiva. So it's we're going to see it says in 1 second certification that animosity. Aim animosity killing so right that's pretty much the guy off. Which is like it's like they kind of make it look like an accident. In other words, it's not like you transfer like you lost the point. So in other words, obviously you can't hold on to it because holding on to a vehicle and it was actually in a different kind of case. Because remember, this case over here for the next Mishnah, this case over here, the gift is actually given on the young itself, which is even a bit more problematic than the 3 days before the young. That's what we'll discuss. So he says, pretend like you tripped, you lost it, display again. You don't keep it, but you also don't create any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we pass on to the Shlokish, right? So at the end of the day over here, what do we do in this scenario? So remember again, so the Jew find the rabbinic publishing transacted business with an apple on the 3 days before his young Rabbi. So the Rambam asking a little time of his Perek Kas Halachah, there's like a lot of halachas in this packed into this one halacha over here. And Rambam writes, Amar Benasa Imam Ba'os Shlosh Yavim Harei Zeh Mutter Zahakah. So Rambam finds that if you violate and you transact the business on the 3 days before the Yom you are permitted to settle the negotiations. So Rambam asking English Shlokish. However, Rambam puts it very interesting. No Chadami Mayim, or a Zamana. If you transact this, or these transactions with Apple on their Yom itself, then the proceeds are Masr. Right? 3 days before, if you violated Mutter Bana, you can benefit from it. On the Yom itself, you can't benefit from it. All right, incredible. Let's go back to Rashi. So next, ultimately, Rashi and the Shlomo. So what about lending them or borrowing from them? Again, the Mishnah said both of these are prohibited from the 3 years before the other. So Krishna and Rashi and the commentaries I understand why I can't let something to an in the 3 years before it's young because he doesn't have to be benefiting because again it's growth. Right? He now has additional assets to raise him. So the Gemara says, however, about the Shlomo and look at what can they borrow from him? Right? At the end of the day, to borrow from him again, and that's diminishing what he has. So what have to be limited? Rabbi Zera Lishon and Rashi. Rabbi is concerned that if you borrow from them, you may come to go and lend to them. That's Rabbi. Rabbi says, no, so Rabbi says, no, the issue over here is in general, the Akum is going to go ahead and give thanks to his deity. Or once they're going to see this focus occur over and over. So, what we're really saying with this, what an Akum Jew is dependent in, that gives him sympathy. It's so fascinating, right? That what does the world want? What does the world always? The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependence. So the right said, and that's why the world is such a themselves back, which you don't have to rely on others. In any event, so Rabbi says here that when Jew borrows from the Akum as much as from an asset perspective, the Akum has less. At the end of the day, he is still giving thanks to his deity because the Jew is again, you can borrow or next. Also, levels to lend or to borrow from them. So, Bishop also should come out of this. I understand why I can't lend because by lending him, right, he has more property, he has more assets. And the noble smith, I can't borrow from him because again, there's something if you borrow, you're doing assets of them. Or if I consider the levels, you know, to the house. So once again, if I said to consider, then if you allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, they come. Rabbi or to show the other. But once again, says no, all this is because when the applicants dependent on him, he will give thanks to his incredible. You know those back there. Krishna, that's it, right? The Torah. First one, like. The foreign employment energy to go ahead and get pay back the applicant and to collect payments from him. So the words of Mishnah, so I understand why I can't pay back. Because at the end of the day, I'm in his assets. I will withdraw them and keep them not. But again, ultimately, to like to exact payment from the applicant, that's diminishing his assets. Why should that be the third? A rabbi wants to get the problem. Advice to allow you to go ahead and pay back to extract payments. We may come to pay back. Rabbi Amar, all of this is because again the applicant feels a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jew is dependent. So the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? Whenever you see a repetition of cases and you see basic core principle, the fundamental comes up, just say the case once, just say the case once, like the principle. So you got it, you know how to apply things after the time. Which they want to need all of these cases. Why? Let's say, because it's kind of finished what I just started doing business with it. I'm hoping if you didn't for example, we shouldn't come out of it. But also, again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from the Apple, it makes it go into gratitude. About the showman, it would be for my little shopper. But I would have thought that, like, to borrow money from the Apple, would have been better to borrow something. Because if you borrow something, you take the contract away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude to the Apple. Therefore, I would have thought there would be kind of a showman. And if it would have just said, you can borrow from the Apple, which would have Shiva like Milsa, but as a Lamona. You know, someone has to borrow something from you. So what does that mean? What does that show? I had, you don't, right? I had, you don't. So you're dependent on me. So I thought, okay, therefore I can't do that with the Apple because he's going to go ahead and give gratitude to me. How about the ultimate? But ultimately, I get borrow money from the Apple. That's the Sarah Bahama. What's it's very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes no lender desire. Right? Why does it cause no lender desire? Because ultimately, it doesn't have to pay back. Sarah Bahama is like Amar Tud Mo'ad. Whenever you let money go to the possibility, therefore, I would have thought that should have been Apple not going to have some fucking back. So, what are they? Just from the case that I can't borrow money. No, because the Apple is I'm going to get my money back one way or another. I'm going to extract my money from it. And I'll list from it, and this is all using the Sarah, this thing about but let's say to extract payment from the Apple, I would have thought that's what's there. Because this world was so involved with that. They're exactly wanting to go and thank you. And I would have thought that would be one third difference you thought. Someone would say, look, let's do all these cases. We're not able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of these things are going to be prohibited, either because the Apple is going to be happy, because at the end of the day, he's giving something additional. He's happy because someone is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him, and rights. His aggrandized status, and everybody's going to give thanks to the result of that. And you can't be involved in anything that in any way has or against his relationship with him and his needs. Okay, incredible. But who's over in front? So let's remember again, who's up? Study who the whole face up. You are allowed to go ahead and extract payment. You can't collect payment. Because Rabbi Yehuda assumes that Hamakorah there's no single involved in the end of paying your debts. So therefore, again, the Akron is not going to come to go ahead and give thanks to the deity because he repaid his debt. And interestingly enough, the Tanakh Rav say no. Afal Kisha Mitzvah Lo Achshav Sameach L'Achar. That one is collected that. Why? Because even if he's distressed right in the moment about getting back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run. And instead of be happy in the long run, he can't instructions. Verse 1 second. Where it says, I don't understand. Don't understand. Rabbi Huda. So let's say Rabbi Huda. Apasim should be expansive. That's fine. Rabbi Huda. So what's apparently what's acting for this my focus will be given for is this idea that if something causes temporary sadness or long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that as with an object? So there's really only one thing that fits into that category, which is collecting payment from an object. Right now, when causing distress, it feels good to know that you pay up your debts. So if Buddha says, that's not a problem. Just look at what the transaction is now. You don't look at what it is in the future. Now the comments of it is now and what it is in the future. So the Gemara understands that the Buddha doesn't hold with this concept about how you should need to access something with the Akashman. He doesn't hold this concept that something that causes temporary distress or long-term happiness is considered in general to be happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, he says, when we go ahead, they should leave a woman should not go ahead and put wine on her face. Basically, you know, the wine is when it was on, so it was on you, it was distressing. You would go outside, and then you would take it off, and it would not get good for the right? So the verse says in here that a woman should not apply wine on her face on Shalom, right? Why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take us up to because your face is covered in blood. So it says, like a shorter, like a facial shorter duration. You should put the lime on it and peel it off, then it's okay. Right? Why? Because you know stressing from her now, ultimately again she'll be kind of reflection afterwards. That's what it's here. But if it does hold this concept. And I'm like, if you have an event or a transaction that causes short-term distress or long-term happiness, we look at that as happiness transaction. If that's the case, I should say, you can't extract payments from it. Three things because even though it causes interest and causes long-term happiness, I'm not going to use stuff. I'm not going to look on Floyd. It's winter, I'm just seeing for the so it's the mathematics podcast, if you don't bring in a halakha to Kalamite, it's also in general, Kalamite, you're really not allowed to do the law. You're only allowed to learn things from that mesh, and perhaps the stave off some type of cross. So in general, anything you're allowed to learn from Kalamite is things that cause you temporary stress, in other words, because it's work. Temporary distress, but for some longer term or for some down the road cynical. So you can't really bring a right from Kalamite, because Kalamite is a little different construct. Rabbi says, only go other than so it's interesting. Rabbi says that in general, when it comes to paying back the debt, so Obed Kochal is always in a state of stress. Paying back debt is just distressful for, in other words, bite and chew. You can have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful, like temporarily difficult, to build long-term happiness. By temporal construct, and therefore things that is always just going to be distressful or difficult. So we'll see whether it just happens to be a fascinating idea. We're going to just say, well, we can probably draw the whole thing. And it depends on even the difference. Like, what did you think about it? Just what you think about it. What is you think about Hakisof? What's you about Hakisof? Summarize in this one phrase. Afal Shemitzer Achshav Sameach L'Achasman. The whole result of God's Israel is that are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because people think that it paves the way for long-term growth. Afal Shemitzer Achshav Sameach L'Achasman is almost like our mantra. And that's how we've gotten through everything in the last 2,000 years. ours ought to literally this present day, because we believe, right, Mamin Benu Shalima, that the tsar of the action, the tsar, the difficulties, the challenges now are only here to pave the way to something greater later on. But that may be something that Hashkafa, may be something that is unique to Islam. It may be something that is unique to our people. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single challenge, not only on the national levels, from the personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is still not so much on a personal level. I'm talking about costs, right? Like just like daily, right? Our most personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things which we encounter? Because the hashkafa of being is incredibly difficult. It's very difficult for me right now, but I believe with all of my heart. I will get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately I get it done. Not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get this. It's that this desire in and of itself lays foundation for the simcha that is going to come later. This joy that will see this glory that we are is anything and that this is what we are. This is who we are creation as individuals. And the Rabbi comes along and says, by the way, they don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that means they're living here now, whether that means they lack to have future-oriented perspective, understand that the service paved the way for the simplicity. Tomorrow, this is so. Being Amapisha means your action, Sameach Ula Akazman, this is the Hashkafa of it, and it's unique to our people. Incredible. Must be something we should have been careful. We should have done how we should have say. Central careful. Balba Bishtar, it's very interesting. Balba Bishtar, Indian fried man, Balba al Had, fried man, the picture made some of what's like it's a very interesting distinction here. The Rishon says that a lot of myself, for example, if I lend it, don't collect it as you before the rent. Why? Just wait, because since I've adopted it, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If I ever looked it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea. So I love for myself, you collect that whenever you can. Because that's always in fear of loss. But the ones that collect is the 3 days before the outfit, and ultimately again, our mission does not make that distinction. Yosef and Yosef, okay, or you got to be able. That's why you have to make up the common. Milchasal, and you should have called. Milchasal, so ultimately again, this is what happened. So Yosef is sitting behind Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba was saying before the said it's father, that what caused him should have carved. No, because he should have carved. He will say so. That's what we just said before. So, the was making this distinction. It depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a real loan lender, it's only quarterly documents. Do not collect it in the 3 before they run, but collect it afterwards because it will remain collected. But if you look for the nice, again, it is a bill off head, it's a verbal loan, then collect that as soon as you can, 3 days. So that's a lot for that. What about, what is public? What did we decide on? So what's the next part? I know since Sarah lets up, well, it's called off, but it's called Shaka with Sval. So what's the watch this case? I give my wool to Dyer, T-Y. Like I give my wool to a Dyer. Well, Dyer, I want you to dye it black. I said that. So what's the top? What do we do? So what's the top side of it? Samara says, no sin late, no sin low, refund me the value of unprocessed, undyed. In other words, he refunds me back what I gave to him, and he keeps the finished product. Okay? The Buddha says, no, I will say now, this is not the dramatically opposed to that, but set up a scenario where the dire process, right? I told him I wanted to die in bed. It's still okay. I did what I wanted because the value of dying gold is always greater than the value of undying gold. So essentially, the dyer is going to get dying gold for the value of the price of undying gold. It means it's not making that. If you're allowing dyer to practice, so again, do something wrong. So maybe to like this, yes, no sin was a tzia. There's a tzia, you see, no sin was a shell. So we do this like this. There are two costs, right? So I'll say, so on one hand, there is the appreciation. Like how much more now is the whole work, and there's the expenses. So essentially, it says the owner of the gold pays the dyer for those amounts. Right? So whatever is the lesser of either the appreciation of the gold, now that it's not gold, or the expenses. He pays the dyer, so again, I'm the owner of the gold, pay the dyer the lesser of those two amounts, and take my will back. So the Gemara said, therefore, again, it was this Buddha says that the halakha follows repeated in this case. And in this case, so here again, I pay the dyer, the lesser of the expense, the lesser of the two amounts, translating appreciation or expenses. Sanjin Rabbi Yosef Ate. So Rabbi Yosef heard this. Rabbi Yosef turned away. Like the that disrespect, an act of displeasure is what was said. Like, so turned away as like very displeased with this whole. So Mishnah Allah shouldn't come it's doing. So now why would say that? So first they say like this. I understand why you think the clarity statement, but the halacha follows with shouldn't come. Like why? So the night notice already where Shulchan said that in terms of the selecting of the head from an outwards, held with death was it's a death for the death. You are not allowed to collect it on the before you because it will be collectible after death. But if it's a verbal loan, you gotta collect it as soon as you can because you're in real danger of losing that debt. So I understand why that statement had to be wise. So that kind of you have to run a lot of driving because you're showing how this arguing on the Rabbi. They don't make a lot of it like this. When you have my folks, individuals, and the group, they want to follow suit. Group. I'm not sure I love this stuff. I love the mice again. Therefore, again, the question will tell us, or if it's going to tell us, that I love the myself, I still like or show a proper. So I understand why that statement was necessary. I love it. Why the need to make a declarative statement? I'm not positive that I was never again. Plus, that's the case. So I give the wolf to die, right? I want him to die, but I can die in bed. So the Buddha says, what? I give him the lower of the two amounts, or expenses. I pay him the lesser of those two amounts and take my gold back. But why was there the need to say the halacha of the Buddha? Shita, that's obvious why. The machlokas stam. So we'll say this is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two Mishnayos, Mishnah number one reports about Ogas, Mishnah number two is Stam Mishnah. What's a Stam Mishnah? Stam Mishnah is a Mishnah that reports one of the things without attribution. So whenever you have Ogas and then Stam, the Machlokas always follows Stam Mishnah. That is a Talmudic principle. Now, since I was in an argues over here, Machlokas, the Baba Kama. That was in an ultimate again, the Machlokas that we quoted before is in Baba Kama. And so was that where the just quoted before, right? It's Baba Kama. Right? I don't see center, but Sala is called. So Machlokas is Buddha, and over here is the Baba Kama. Stam, the Baba then it's established the Baba Kama. Once established the Baba Kama, it's not. Baba Mishane, Yodo Alakama. The possible Yoda Alakama. All established in Baba Kama, which says like this. Whoever changes, parameters of is perfect transaction. Just like person retracts, it's perfect transaction. So again, remember this. I take the roll to the dyer. I want it back. Got it back. Because he changed the dyer, changed the letters, changed the details. Therefore, he is put an established as established, which would then tell me that much. Therefore, I only have to pay the lower of the expense or lower the total appreciation Mishnah. Now, what do I have? I'm going to focus before I'm there, and then it's Stam Mishnah. That's now a whole life. That's now a whole life. Whenever you have a Machlokes and then a Stam, the Machlokes always follows the Stam. So why do you come into the Machlokes? That's obvious. That's obvious. That's what Rabbi Yosef was ignoring. So you turn to the question, why do you make the better distinction? Well, it's obvious that based on public principles. So why do you feel the need to say that Allah why this was like Shum Bein is Seder the Mishnah? That's very interesting. Because Rabbi felt is not necessarily in order. Yeah, that's not my yes. Because I will say, okay, I sort of will say like this. I agree with the principle. That whenever there's machlokes, and then the machlokes follow the halakha follows the stuff, which I will say makes sense, right? What's happening over there? You are that discusses the machlokes, and then the appearance of the halakha is like this. So that makes a lot of sense. That is awesome. Of the fluid Tava oil Rothschild, the said in the order in the Mishnah. Doesn't matter order that for one. It could be that one. Stam before the Machlokes. Well, if the stam comes before the Machlokes, then we can let 1 second hold off. He Machlokes, the Akakak stam, Leva is in the Mishnah. 1 second. You're going to throw out that idea. What have you done? What have you done? You've effectively, or you can ever rely on that principle, the focus, the Akakak stam, the halacha stam, why? Because who knows what's really the thing first? Who's the rest of it all? But Buddha, Shilo, Armina, didn't say there, not the Septa, the Chimak Septa, which the commercial is, when do you rely on an order of Mishnah? That's the one Masechta, right? One Masechta, there is an order. Two Masechtas, they're not necessarily in order. So in this case over here, because I have one Mishnah, so again, whenever you have two Mishnah, so again, we can always say, Machlokes is getting stuff. But if you said with the Masechtas, there's not necessarily one Mishnah. So therefore, it's over here because one Mishnah is in Baba Kama, one Mishnah is in Baba Mitzvah. You can't rely on the principle of Machlokes, the Akakak stam, halacha stam. Therefore, the Buddha don't help say what halacha follows the Buddha that again that you pay the lesser of two. But they'll say, will say, if that's the case, then Rabbi Yosef goes away a little bit like this question. So Rabbi Yosef might take off like this. Rabbi Yosef, Buddha that's seeking contraception. Rabbi Yosef holds all of these interesting. All of these has the status of one receptor. That's what I'm saying. Therefore, again, felt that the statement that Allah was unnecessary. If you finish that, a lot of the people sorry, but what is that? Anybody say no? We should be friendly that we look us up sick though. Rabbi Yosef was about that why is it because here in this kind of case, the mission itself what's the definitive was general. If you change the deal, right? Change the parameters of the transaction, you are going to add this. So Rabbi Yosef felt that that clarity or accepted statement that the Rothschild need to state the halacha. Okay, the halacha does follow the Mishnah. Just like get that. The halacha does follow that Mishnah. Then Allah is again in this kind of case. But again, I give full to the diet in bed. I hand the lesser of the depreciation or expenses, and I get that credit. That's the way it works. And you can see that halacha should be done as well. When it comes to collection of debts, the more objective, if the debt is recorded in a document, don't collect it. However, again, if it's a local waste of collection, why? Because again, there you're real fear, real belief. Come on, that's what I did. So now, by the way, I mentioned the Shulman Khan, we're just going to do a whole bunch of the Shulman Khan pieces, which are really great. Listen to this. So come on, all you want to the Hadera and leadership, how many mean I need work. I need workers. I need to make people work. So I'll understand Shabbos today. Maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, at least we're not catching, right? But rather again, I think maybe you'll show up and work together. We'll come together next day after Shabbos, which is another way of saying maybe you'll work for me on Motzei Shabbos. I'm sure we're going to go over Hadom Makabian Yurch. You should have us do that. We should have us as a smoker. Now, why is it butter? Because that statement I make no reference to work. So I should have reference that the only time that is problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. When you come, can you meet up on Motzei Shabbos so that you could go ahead and do something on Motzei Shabbos? Very problematic, but to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says wonderful to see, right? What I saw on Motzei Shabbos, Rabbi Rothschild says that is a good statement, makes no reference to work. So what's it's important to remember that in general we speak on Shabbos and we speak about it, therefore we speak about business matters. We shouldn't speak about business matters on Shabbos. Rabbi Rothschild says as long as my speech doesn't reference any other, it's going to be good. Amar Rabbi Rothschild, and again, this statement is just taken on its surface. Well, I see you, right? We're going to get together. Shabbos or 80 was another case. Then they show up on the TV, so they watch this. I asked the Shiloh to a his tunnel. Well, you shall don't ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else in order to get a more or the answer, well, you shall if you ask the Shiloh and the answer is answer, don't ask another Shiloh in order to get an answer of mother. How you schneid? Or say, what happened? So what happens is one day you ask, you ask the Shiloh. One says Tame, one says Star, one says Mudra, one says Master. So what's the we'll say one of them is greater than the other. That's more of an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halach? Then it goes follow the greater papa. In love, halach akar. And if not, follow them up with it. We'll say, no, I'm just hold up there. So those who actually put in such words, like, you shall put up, you shall suffer. Hold up. Okay, the question is either finish one, and ultimately go after the both of us could be showing up. That is again how we speak. Right? Again, we are speaking of God. So something go right, something Drabanan, ultimately again. Drabanan, was the works of the Drabanan. So Drabanan, the Buddha tells you about it, let's say I have someone who is possible because if there's action points out over here, that's one of the other. Yeah, that's over here. Let's focus on the possibilities. This is, by the way, such an incredible point. Right? So now let's give it. And does work his dad wants or individual because of his status as someone who's trustworthy. Is he allowed to show up in dating and go and category? So Rabbi Meir says no. In Makabel also once you do it, your status, once you do it, your credibility, you cannot restore it. So he says, once you buy the Makabel, also in Makabel also, or Hesya Makabel, so Buddhist is very interesting. Now, the way it literally translates is like this: did Shiva privately, we do not restore his credibility. If he did Shiva publicly, we restore his credibility. So what's public versus the alternate version of this. Asim divrei matmonios, so on the base. So there has to be an also. So the alternate version of this is what was the nature of the Avera? If the Avera was an Avera done privately, then ultimately again credibility. If it's a public Avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic? All of us commit Averas. It's if I commit an Avera, ultimately what? To be able to do it private. Like what does a private Avera show? What does a private Avera highlight? That halacha myself, there's a sense of shame. Right? If I do something privately, and I will say, shame. Right? What does shame highlight? What does shame? Right? And I know what I'm doing is wrong. Unless I'm not going to say raise your hand and you sin, right? Because I said false. I'm pretty sure probably we've been committing Averos since the World Cup story, right? It's 31, right? I'm sure some of us already a couple of Averos today, right? So in the lights of the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that a local of myself feel a sense of embarrassment. Because at least the biggest challenge is not what you sin challenge, but I think it's to justify the sins. Right? That's where there's one. Yeah, I think we do this all the time. It's never how we do this, right? We go ahead and we give excuses why this is not the way. Or the truth is, I'm not bound by some other guy or this or that. We often go ahead and we are allowed to be negative behaviors. Sometimes it's just exhausting. It's so much better instead of saying, I'm human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes. And maybe you can be more honest and say, you know what? I'm not even correctly saying things like that. I mean, as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. Like this and like this. It's wrong. But I'm still doing good. You have to always be Rothschild has tremendous patience for someone who sins and is honest. But the existence of violations is when you sin dishonest. And that's not a verse like this. Everything depends on how you sin. If you sin privately, that means there's a sense of kusha. If there's kusha, if there's embarrassment, if you know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Public sinning means that to a certain degree, a person has lost their moral compass. So in the Ikidami over here, Rabbi Rothschild says like this. If you sin publicly, you cannot restore credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. We'll say get back to this. That's why today's dot. Actually, they're all excellent lines in today's dot. One of the best lines of a personal one. Rabbi Shimon, we'll say sign of the second line. Doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. Privately, you sing publicly. You do tshuva privately. You do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, always restore your credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you justify yourself, you like yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, tshuva is always return with sons. Wayward son, wayward son, who's the wayward son? We're all the wayward sons. And so all of us that says, just come back. Just get things together. Just get these on the rails. Stop spending all of your mental energy trying to justify why you did and why it's really not wrong. Just own it. Just leave it clean. Just accept it. We all sin all the time. We're all just get our act together and just hold on the door. This is waiting for you. The door is open. And we're going to say there's no judgment. There is judgment. But the door is still open. Show what is showing us. So Shona God says, no matter what you've done, no matter who you are, always restore your credibility. You open up, build the self. You open and says, the halacha of myself and the hashkafa of myself. Follows Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Shimon. Halacha of myself, anyone who can restore their credibility, obviously in a whole sense of judicial perspective, or from a business perspective, there are certain steps in which you have to take in order to restore their credibility. That is actually not our And from a Hashtatic perspective, no matter what I've done, no matter how badly I messed up in life, the word for tshuva is always going to be shuvi. But in tshuva, I won't say ever again. Who even heard this statement? Who even heard this? Even Elisha ben Abuya. Right? Even Elisha ben Abuya heard this statement. Everyone is getting shut. Here's this one goes out every single day. Shuvu but Shulavim. Then the Shulam hears it and just has just incredible. Alright, that was like Mazel Tov finishes the first Mishnah in the second Zara. Now it's no Mishnah. Now our second Mishnah. Here we go. So, Rabbi Shmuel, we actually read this example of Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Shlosh Lefnei, Shlosh Lacharei Apas. Rabbi Shmuel actually holds that before they got this, but it's 3 days after they got this, that you're not allowed to transact as well. But from the say, with Me'i Day and Usser, the Aka Day and from the other hand say no. It's only the 3 days before they got this, that's problematic. Not the 3 days afterwards. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Shmuel. So after the Rabbi Shmuel, the other one. So never again. So it's yes. Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed to transact with an Akam on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tov. Never does Sunday. We'll say that never again. Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel also holds that the 3 days. 3 days don't include the day of. So effectively, Rabbi Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business with an Akam. But again, that was yesterday. But from the comes in the day, they also have everything. Come on, it's not a Kama. So we'll say, so the Kama Mishnah, you see the same thing as the Kama of the first Mishnah. Right? You see the same exact thing. You're not allowed to transact business, or you're allowed to engage in transactional activity with an Akum 3 days before his death. So again, it's been coming with our Mishnah. He's saying the same exact thing as the Kama of the previous Mishnah. What's going on over there? Which the Gemara says they be paid below the date to midnight. So maybe the point of the contention that we'll say is going back to yesterday's the 3 days jumped it, or is it 3 days not even? So the Gemara says, Tanakama Sabra below the day. Tanakama, the previous teaching holds that it's saying that it's 3 days plus the other, so 4 days. Now, what about Sabra? Sabra, and one of our Mishnah might hold. So the 3 days in the twice a month. Our whole time is trying to figure out the distinction between our Mishnah and the Tanakama of the same thing. You guys know what possibilities. Nasa is Nasa Kavita. We'll say that possibility. What happens? Why are they transact with the operator in the beginning of the what is the status of the proceeds? So if you want to say, Tanakama Summer, no, right? The previous Mishnah Tanakama held that the proceeds, although you get something prohibited, the proceeds are permitted. One of us is something, whereas the one of our Mishnah hold that no, the proceeds are prohibited. Okay? Like one of the possibility is Shmuel in the way that point of contention between them is Shmuel, number Shmuel said, but Gola. We'll say this is great. Shmuel said, in the diaspora, so also remember again, the Oteko Kabbalah in Eretz Yisrael have Mars. So let's get right to this. Shmuel says, in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with the Oteko Kabbalah, ultimately again, you only have to worry about transacting again on the day of the Yom itself. Now what's the reason for that? So let's say, again, Rashi says, Rashi says it's great. Ain't a whole thing will come in a team for past Babolos. You got me like, come on. Whole thing will come to the stories. Lot of people come in. Bonus was this to this. Apparently, the old people come from the stories are not so full. They're not so full. They're not so committed. Not so good. It's fascinating. You know, the stories of people come in out of the case. You know, I just think like that. I don't know, whatever. I don't know, whatever. Whatever it might be. So it might be fascinating. So therefore, again, we'll say, and again, we're going to see the secret. And ultimately, again, the goal of the diaspora, I'm sorry. Shmuel said, so the goal is so again, Shmuel holds that the goal of the diaspora, ultimately, again, only transactions on the day of the actual is problematic. in other words, the previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel, and ultimately Rabbanim must very less than Shmuel, but the way Rabbanim ultimately again don't believe Shmuel. Okay, so I say that the hospital is enough Hamadi becoming right? Ultimately again, so other hospital levels and it's incredible because it's actually going to fuel a lot of our next. This statement that nothing but ultimately again is the part. Sign. Ain't no usher, Ali, you don't have to think. There's another sheet. Nobody holds that there's no things. There's only one day. There's only one day. There's one day ultimately again that is Kamala. And a Kamal, less than enough Kamala. So ultimately again, it's not a Kamal. The previous Mishnah does not always know. Rabbanim must write this thing in Kamala. Rabbanim ultimately again only know Kamala. Okay, so what's like, point over here is, although it sounds like the Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Tanakh, the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate entities. Was a first by signing with this. Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Asa Elion Echad B'Fei. So what's another thing? So Nachum Hamadi Zabi says that it's not 3 days that are prohibited for transaction activity, but rather what? 1 day. So it's unresolved. So they said to Nachum Hamadi, right? Let's forget that and let's not talk about it. So that's another way of saying incorrect. Let's not talk about it. But no, that one about trading something. I said, 1 second. Just like before, like that one of our Mishnah, it's not going to be forgotten. Whereas the common done it word Mishnah, so it is singular opinion. There's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day. And you have to come saying, forget about that. How you eat up? We're going to keep mentioning Nachamadi again. So it's going to point out that in this discussion regarding like transactions, things are transactions limited. Essentially, what over here as a scholar, so he has 3 different opinions. There is this opinion of the Rabbi, Tanakh called it 3 days before the other. Right? There's the opinion of Rabbi Rothschild, 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there's just opinion of Nachamadi. And just 1 day before. 1 day before. Now, Nachamadi seems to be taken out of play. Right? That's why I say no one subscribes to this, so it's taken out. But just understand that he's there. Now they mention Nachamadi, who was going to push it out of the home. Nachamadi, Bochum and Sus Zafar is something because it's very interesting. So the Bochum takes from Omdasi and Stafford direct. We're going to talk about this concept of rabbinic concepts. That you're not allowed to sell certain types of animals to a living vessel, large animals to non-Jews. We'll get into that, why that is. It's actually a Shabbos issue. There's another interesting discussion of going ahead and selling. What about selling? No, fine. So the says how. So if you look at Rashi, we have both the sucking. So the most you can sell a male horse that is old. Right? So an older horse, ultimately again would happen more. Now what is this? Actually, I'll say not again for today. I'm not going to it's not for today. I will say tomorrow Chodesh, so Mir Hashem, we begin at 5:45 Mir Hashem, Shabbos at 7 o'clock. We'll also do an additional Sorry, 6:30 Shabbos. We'll also do tomorrow an additional Hashem with some additional singing, some music, and that'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Sorry? Tomorrow. Some information. Right, exactly. So Mir Hashem, so that'll be tomorrow 7 o'clock. We'll see what on the email list. Sharakel says something for today. We will not do tomorrow, but against Hashem, we will again. All right, everyone's going to be here, everyone. All right. Good evening and gracious of Muslim Hashem. So we want to get seeing the beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we're finding ourselves tonight. We're operating under this versions, kind of the one we're learning how to get out of this safer called Iris, which again is your life itself is just interpretation and translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on so we left off yet last week. We haven't really passed it. So little translated again, the matter is very close to you. You welcome to it. So remember again, if you ever ask the fundamental question, is that I understand. If you tell me the FIFA, or something you need with I got it, right? I'm going to say something, I can say, give me behavior. Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But you tell me that I'm supposed to feel something concerning you. That's much more difficult. How, in general, we have this idea. There's only, you can legislate a lot of things, right? You can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when we say that it's Kalabay left up to the love for that self? So that says something Greek saying, Amalashnika Likshalay for Bogba, already Kashimo. So the ability to go ahead and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The Asian talking nowhere should understand the Hessing Yad, the Kalabay over the Lava. Hello, the photo, negative Kushal. So again, whatever says you're going to have a good time. So once you think, well, doing something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can do that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. It's more accessible. It's one of the hardest things that we have to do. We just control it. Like, for us, no second, no cover. One of the hardest things is because something is just like this. And have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a true, glorious, and overwhelming thing. So it never goes on. It says as follows. Omar, שכל מובן ולאחר אפילו בכנס העולמי, יבס השבת, כמו שכוסף בגמרתא, ועל זה יש סיסקה בנו הספרו, לבערים. כיצד הכי קרוב הדבר בעולם, אז לעבוד את השם, גם בריבה. The entire whole is that really the collection of sayings because the entire uploader of this saber is to think about how this should have been naturally with our direction and therefore with our body. It's really that hard to keep shots. That's hard. It's 39 levels. There was a photo that I'm not so regular behaviors is one thing. Otherwise, it's just in general, it's not regular behaviors is something unusual. But how many of us actually get shots? Experience shots? How many of us get shots? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the emotions, the mechanistic emotions, the heart is there. So that's why it's a key. I just sort of control once I go down to the next section, see about it on page 9, but there we go. So you see that? You're ready? So once I did this, and that, this is up and down. It's about like over down. Go over the introduction. It's not even introduction. Just wait till we get like the meat and potatoes and things. So the rest we got a little bit of show you the carrot and so on. That's all. One girl, one cat, that's the show. See, those are the first goats. They call Russian gender baby life. Listen, so remember again, the large goat letters are the actual words. And look, the small thing on the word that's the figures, that's the thing. So that says it's house. The car is down to baby life. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So listen, this is a I'm pretty sure I'm going to yeah, that's another that's so why I like using this edition. Because again, like pretty much you can't do this word like they wrote it instead of so a lot of times people when they're reading it like what are you talking about? So whatever just makes you focus on each short statement. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, but what is there to read? So the concept of reading is based on the sense. When Shubakari says, yeah, right, well, it's funny, other like, no, so Shubakari says, what is for God? No one ever bested me. Like, no one ever bested me, except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? One time I was traveling on the road, but I used to half of Chayoshi of Hashem truck. And I saw a child sitting by the crossroads. Oh, look, me, I said to the child. I saw him. He said that I made it. Instead of traveling to the city. He didn't know he was going. He's a kid at the crossroads. I said to the kid, child, you know what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, I'm ready. So the kid said, so the child said to show them, this path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so the Shema can only take this, okay, so the path, which I was like, so he says, so we can't check it. So Shema can only say, I'm sorry, Allah, he can sell about it. So Shema can only says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long. Sorry about it, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path, I'll just pass. And what's the big deal? So he takes the short path. I like you to get out of it. David, she got to this. So she got to the city in that time. And my folks love girls and parties. The problem was, that's the end of the path. It was right next to the city, but the problem was that there was gardens and orchards that were there blocking getting into the city itself. So he took this short, he got right up to the city, but he actually after it was blocked. And that's not what I thought. After the crossroads, it was back to the kid. I'm not to the kid. So I'm not to the kid itself. She said to the kid, what's the problem? So he said, right, kid, you told me that this was a short path. That's what it's a short path. There's the child said, what is that? Like, how am I to the fall? So, the Aruka. Then again, I told him, remember I told you what I told you? It's short, but it's long. Like the short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and then I hit it to the city. Which one did it? Let's say, watch this. Here's at the bottom, yeah. Obviously, they won't child have. It's Aruka, it's long but short. Maybe it's long but short. In other words, it's going to take you to get to the city. But you'll get it. You'll get it. So look at the other justice. This is the incredible benefit for life. This is so much better than this. There's that part. This is what he says. أجانا حكيسنا بعضوها. أخير حيث كتر بكنفر. That was short and long. It was short. It was the shortest distance between point A and point B. About a call, I said, practically, it was longer. Why? In the beginning of our year, when the girls and pregnancy, I shared HS. I shared it, Shuma, all the time. So here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads of the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. It couldn't get in. Second, very long, I question the city. Now again, point out, they could have shown us how we had gotten to this. He could have found particles associated with gardens, orchards, and all this kind of stuff. Rizal Shamratio, Shaf Shadari Sarah, come across all together. And that's what Charles was saying. He's saying that it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get to the city utilizing this path. Because it will get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through regarding the orchard. But then what was the second half? What was the second half? I sat before. So the second half was one, sorry, hello Mark. Reality wise, right, like it's distance wise, it was a longer half. Leadership Dennis both set bubble here really funny spot. But this is really good. So it's a longer half, it's a longer distance. So you have to look at that here. It's a so Derek so even though the distance was the second half was longer, but it was the shorter half because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. The actor Shabbat right here in here, and the videos, you're able to get it to the city without and also stuff with the other guys. So that kind of says this Gemara is an incredible for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two ways. There's the Derech Kitzara Ha'ayuka, that's short, but it's actuality long. The Derech the path that is long, but it's actually short. What is that? You listen to this. Just keep showing Yish Derech Kitzara Ha'ayuka. Listen to this. There's a path that is short, but long. Hayu, Sha'adam Ma'omer as fiction. For example, a person inspired emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. The idea is always and what happens? This inspiration through this fire comes to love about Hashem. The Deraksu, Amnon Kayosa, love there. I think this two hands. And it's like this. We'll say the easiest way to follow love about Hashem. Now, easiest way, easiest way. That's how it really goes. Oh, wow. Stories. What are stories? What are stories? What's the beauty of my soul? That's it. Trees are vegetables, right? It's like NCSY scholarships, right? Like NCSY outfall. Like what happens by NCSY outfall? Like, like, how do you feel like that? Right? We'll say, right? And how long was that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for 2 days. So it says that Abra was Sarai, both best and and then says, who sells? Abra converted all people, sorry, converted all people. So it's a reason where you go. Right by the time Abra gets to there, it's just Abra, Sarai, and both. So it went to the so it's a reason. I don't know, the Greeks have a phones, he was programming, he was doing everything. He was doing everything. Adam says, we're going somewhere. Where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. What's like, yeah, let's go. And they go. And then they start out. And then tell you what happens. It's like a day journey. They're like, where we're going, right? And each day, we're going to left. Until at the end of the day, sunlight, right? Why? Because people are just inspired by the sun events. It's beautiful, lights of fire. But as that fire is kindled, it goes out. Because I mean, this is if you want to say, well, that's because when you look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, right? You always know that. You saw the mountains, you saw the beautiful and they're only looking at this. Right? It just doesn't make sense. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, it's very nice. It's very nice, but it's easy as it goes. It goes. It goes. And that's another. Now, there's a danger, like everybody wants to be inspired because it feels no warmth that's closest to childhood. They kind of just I want like a hat. I need like a spiritual like hat. So I want to get that relationship, and I feel like we're I just and good 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. Then you're going to move quickly, going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. Like I said, that's bold, that's subtle, but I'm just saying, that's the short time to get together. It's actually much better way. That actually to relationships. Why? Because that's like just like that. Alright? Right? So okay, so what's going to start next? What's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like short term of direction. But in fact, it's in the relationship to describe the last relationship. So everybody says, station data, it's all about you. Shut up and go over a speech and go about boundaries that are inspired. Person really inspires himself. 5 days, so it's even healing the distribution. So that's that. How come you can't go to the level of the Abasasha? About tissue years sorrow. Sorry, it's your spot. I didn't know. What do you mean? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're inspired? What are you doing? When something inspires, what are you doing? You're ingesting, you're passing. You're passing. So then, and it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because of past, and then inspiration comes, and then the inspiration comes. Or as Albert already become so sad that so it's interesting. Sometimes like that, passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest for Hashem. Because since I'm not doing anything like this, I'm not living recognition with myself. So the inspiration dies down. Often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more information, that's great. Obviously, easy coming. Vasila Kaki, Sha'amna Bishas myself, other Turkish is always available. About Cleveland, she says, you saw, let's see here it is. Do you know where true relationship is from? For the person who really so where it's so it's very beautiful. But it's doesn't come about as something I do for myself. Often it's something for and no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, so I died in Misha Alando, okay? In also when we start, I was going to also also it is Carlos and I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. But I have to say, what is this? And then, like, I wonder, administration, how can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, well, it's like flat light. That's because she so the inside remains the same. And all of the wants and desires and feelings and lusts, all those things are still there. I'm atomic state of my spiritual goals, and I can really accelerate them. But I'm not getting anywhere. Whoever goes on and says, he says, Wahid the Poel, you hardly with this, it's actually like the other year. She's happy to do it. That first time, is called Solo. feels short. Everybody feels short. I get the hard, like inspiration. But there's no so it's like the fast track to control. What happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal. But then when I want to really do something, gardens and orchards, everything is there blocking the city. But then there's another violence. The people, legal and down, it's all about it. Legal. And then I had to risk the same one. Obviously, and he goes, I want to point out that's multiple balance. Right? You have multiple avenues of connection. It's the same everywhere. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to other politics in different ways. So there are some people who are looking that first of spirituality second, and we can believe in order to go and affect you. But for most of us, the really like dramatic moments of inspiration and courage that come, I think one of the famous of what they use in religion. Since you're getting whatever some people says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know, it says, and read it. Because I'm saying the inspiration that we hope it means something. And how many times do I be inspired? And fire. There's only one problem. What happens to fire is solutions. And that's the right. I'm going to say, quite honestly, this is the time of the worry. I usually think myself. How many times in life is like, it's like so great. So like, I just do. I actually did anything. The fire was there, and like, the fire could burn by itself. Right? But after a certain rate, if you don't see the names, it's going out. So that's the first time. Then the next bottom of the page cuts. Legal. And then after the bottom of the same the rest of it, that y que el árbol llega y cabas unos habitadas choradas. Los rajas abonas boas. Hizo por acá de fiaco. Hainu, el hijo de vivo, la soda, the bonus Bahamas attached to British Charlotte was a going to see a little bit of publishing around general senior death. It never says if you want to really show the Charlie, it's going to really hard to love something that was in this case the caveat as well. They did so well, you're going to understand the Charlie. But there's still stuff to understand. Like any relationship, the more you understand someone, the closer you get. The more you understand how the ownership of them, the closer you get. It requires my body, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires growth, it requires to sit down for himself, refining himself, starting to do certain stuff. It requires the heat little adjustments and goals, a whole variety of different things. I should have said, show off the story about the double channel session. And then again, we do this little work. What we work is the set of holes to work. States of love. And all this work for and it is so. And again, we'll say, let's see exactly what the same should have Derek said. So again, the second guys are better for Derek and we go. It's out. It's a much more time. There's a lot more work. There's a lot to do. There's the shorts. Why? Why? Because people get very the first is short. Right? That like is almost like consumeristic type of inspiration. Beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never be the shortest back will get you. The second round will never be discussion. Again, it requires my heart, my mind. It's trying to understand the child. And when you understand the child, you're trying to understand yourself. Affecting change, starting this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Let's say, let's look at this line. The last line of each class. One of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. Shemidatsu. Ace Ulos. Ulos Halos the Ora Asana. The won't have to be the shortest path of the sign. Right? Again, is a school for effort, right? Saying Mishnah's 27 times. Minutes. You're going to find a shit of it. All the same, right? You only don't think of it, right? This, right? Yeah, I remember when I was just good there. She was very amazing. She was building his house after Shabbos. Despite this, he was building his house. I was working to do the house. It's school of Shabbat. I said, by the way, I tell you, better school of Shabbat. Open your fridge, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your white flowers and right? But what I said, so we did say what? Because heck, but you're back to stuff. I'm not but one thing I'm telling you, it's a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to make good customers. Right, so a lot of times you said, I just want to tell you, for the lone parent, that's what schools. So, Pastor something, other nutritious, other nutritious, what is it required? It requires tremendous amount of exertion, like, and tremendous amount of time. Right, again, there's no shortcut, there's no just way at it over. Here's some down. This time is at least a news something, so let's see if it is as much work as this is. One thing to look at, which is they'll say this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program in about curriculum. There's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like what happened. What's the program? You can't say no. Skip 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, like that. You can't work a 12-step program. In any form of preference change, we got to start with one. We got to do it one. That's step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, about 3 weeks of the day, but if you work, whatever calls, your data the one half that is short says you achieve yourself as a person. This is the high God. Zulcha is so special. There are that one big shit of all the so we done. This. So that kind of stuff. And I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about that. This is the. So now, it's our shell. It's the shortest path that is very long. Is how we accomplish our life objectives. Well, Manish. This is what we do. Share KD. Something with the choice. What you want to so it's not easy because the time is short. Only one problem. You'll never quite get exactly. But it's the longest path that should be short. This path, I know, so we don't know what that is. I don't know what it is. Sign up. I bought it. Like, I had no idea what the path is, but now I want it. So I don't know what it is. Like, so I don't even know what the path is, but I know. The path is going down over here, big long, and each arduous, big next week we'll actually start. All right. Try that again. One on both sides. Okay. So plus one touch. Boom. To be able to begin the second sorry. So like with all of you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our annual calendar sponsor from the rights as well. Dedicating all the Shem Drushos this year's exclusive. So it's the most for Israel. All the sponsors for the month of Elul Kabbalah and the Danny Goldberg. For the vehicle shows up to Paris. I represent us. Big A's and plus Zelly Hopes. So we can't let us because another club is more exact than we are. So saving satisfiers for those who are incredible structural for today based on based on as a result of your mistake something that was also really was that was the mistake that they made. As a result, people wanted to add with this guidance. Therefore, simple basic asking that take back or down is good or life. They've been raised on this unfortunately again. The notion of giving that one she's had that contract, she's not. Why? The first one is multiple times. You see that first shot is actually yourself. That's what we're doing. Yeah. One, one. Most of us have done more ideas since we got here this morning. I can go shot in the future. I don't like it. Over and over. Why? Let's see and go ahead and how can we use this? So basically, let's fix it back. We went ahead and extend the blood running for what happened. For that, the other thing under the hustle. And they did it for moving over to sacrifice. So he goes ahead and goes out and has that. Okay, now what's the hustle? What's the hustle? Shut up. So again, so now what's the level? Start with this concern. Moving is acting on so now our solution is they shut us for us. What we're talking about a case where they think solve together with they also they shut us for us. Whether they think it is afterwards, they should know us for us, or whether they think it follow their design or just they went ahead and follow. What's about yeah, what's that? If you show you what's sometimes us see over it again. They get into a little more. But you go ahead and you go ahead and that's how they go. This piece over here with the it's quite Why does it have if they should cover the bases? Because moving is actually the position because based on the sac base. The stomach person thinking that the sac of base is God, and therefore a lot of race up is incredible. Incredible. So as I said that this is what the traditional ultimacy again introduces. Basing goes ahead, basing goes ahead. Basing goes ahead. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the first to short Rashi. Elahavi kiskos love total the basing ba'asam. Which is introducing us to this concept that if basing delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. I believe doesn't have to be a katas when he needs to deal with based on the instruction of basing. Now, basing, right now, okay, that's case one. Now, watch this. Total basing, you have to have oh, let's say based on constants that we live in. One of the things that you realize is the idea was that obviously that individual realized this was a minority. Like the minorities, regardless of carry, but one of the saints judges realized this is a glorious side. Oh, coming to the right or wrong, but how about something? Or to that number again. We really not talk about not the number of the day. I'm talking to you knowledgeable enough to know that I work on the race the Saki. That wasn't what happened. So, but nevertheless, the still follow the Saki. It wasn't very hey, why not? Like this, like this is my one shot at dating, like in my Jewish life, right? Things that went ahead and asked me that I know that Psak is wrong. I know that Psak is wrong. So remember again, the ritual is very important. This is either from basting or ranking of thought. So they know this person knows that Psak is wrong. There's one fact. Basting went ahead and said that it's the third. That is. Mishnah says, they shall also whether these this guy when I eat with them, they shall also one thing to do afterwards, they shall also or things didn't do it at all. Decided to follow the sacrifice thing, and they said, this individual like makes sense. He knows. He knows better. Right? He knows that this is going to success. And if the local race on, is going to be now let's say discuss the race. It knows that the sun is wrong. And it doesn't next, why do you shall tell them because at the end of the day, when are you shrinking your personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on something based. But if you know that the thing is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you're not shielded from personal liability. Example, let's say this is the from the actual, from the basement buffer, if one acts of your own volition, ultimately again, I will say that, remember again, if one is in the case, what's your liability? Like, type mountains, like, I said, the biggest thing is the mountains. So that's how we have to define what these things are. Because we're saying high the consciousness is not us. Not us, that there's some element of show. So what we show in this case, again, we'll have to see the bottom one, which is introducing us to, is the basic which is the sun. Follows that sun. The individual should show personal liability of the purpose because they act. If based on issue the wrong sun, and the individual knows that it's a wrong sun, it has to be a certain individual knows that it's a wrong sun. Right? Not so but God, again, we're talking about someone or maybe that person building himself is wrong, but he follows the way he's not shit that the person they want. Okay, so let's say that's the issue. That's no big. Let's say nothing wrong. Let's make some prayers. The old love, alright, so the old love, 8 days, I actually want to come up. So now, we see my focus fresh, sure, a little bit just enough to the comments. So now, I understand the principle, like the place that. So now, the cycle is what exactly when we deliver this proposal. So again, I'm not sure. I have the current. School says verbiage is basically tolerant. This is committed. You are committed to be clean. They have to say it like that. Okay. The thing in our job are at Shlomo Lahem, current active last. Notice again, being as in one word. What's the one word? What's the one word? Last. You are committed to acting. So he says, sing in its order. In order to be committed, you should act based on the word lasos. You are committed to go ahead and get based on this psak. It's very interesting. It was nighttime. That wasn't why word lasos. Because without lasos, there's a statement of that. And there's no which would then mean basically like Caleb would start on the process. Go ahead and Caleb. Which I like so that's what basically instruction. When he says about myself, that's what the individual acting on that basement. Like that ultimately again, the individual would be right to me and basically would just say, turn on me, mother. That would not show the individual because the Paul says so like I'm again working logic before son. Number one, they call you status and action. When they call you mother and in fact when you're based on his son, ultimately and that's what his son is. So that's what else? But he makes down sugar cane, and it continues to advance the sack that he held before. Putter, ultimately again, he's putter. In other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the sack and treat the sack as evil, not in line with the way he's putter. However, Torah Lassos, but if you ask him how it says Hebron, if you act on this psak, then what is here? That the biggest thing is why the psak. It's not just let me say what do they have to say? Torah Atem Lassos. The biggest psak for they have to give first of all a difference, and then explicitly indicate based on this law. Why is this important for us? Part is an individual is acting based on the sacrifice which determines how he is erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you're showing personal liability. The thing is saying, but it only works if the sacrifice was literally articulated in a particular way. It requires no more articulation of the halacha, that's part one. Mutter, and number two, permission to act based on the sacrifice. Lassos. I might just really out. Yeah, I don't know if real somewhere is all of these things nothing. It's all say this. Almost excited. Everything. So I don't well ask right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. Like, so I don't feel there's a lot. Like, in other words, like, I see something, like, I know you. I don't know you. Like, I don't really remember the details, like, that kind of, it could have been pretty like that. So again, you guys are like, it's full of things, nothing. Right? Rough times, living those overseas. We have to come to what we said. So never again, what we come up with, but our home, where we can do that. Let's allow it to is it the Buddha? Is it the head of this? And again, one, that's the sugar. Who knows? People go out of so yes, listen, I watch this. So all of the big things, such a great thing, got to that much, and it has to be a local, so you can get me down. Watch this. My whole company still belongs to other generations with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? Everyone says, how did that work? Then what occurred? What occurred? Yes, we did that. Right? Right? So now both sides. Now, what's her status? What's the alcohol? Again, that's the one. Ultimately, again, she is Hayat. Again, not Hayat herself. Not that one for adultery, because she is Hayat. Now, why? What's the watch this? She'll be brought by most of the sacrifice, was that I'm not going to what you're allowed to watch, you're allowed to read. You're not allowed to read anymore. You're not, actually married. Now, engagement moral behavior is so valuable. Why we bring that down? If you know this, what concentration is formulated in soccer? David says, David says, Torah the basic formulation of Yasa. So basically, what's the formulation of Yasa? David doesn't just say, Mutter, David says Mutter, and you are permitted. So again, remember, all of this is backing up the means that the way of sacrifice is formalized. Mutter, you're allowed to, They said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up the version, all the back of the version, that when a thing gives a sound, there's two parts of the sound. There's filter, and you're allowed to act or act based on this. Again, basis was the bonus. Basis was the bonus. After that, along the way, some should also says we did that. There's an alternate version of the discussion. Shmuel, the other part of Athanasius. Shmuel will say, now again, the position of Shmuel says that the formation of the is what he needs to say is part of Athanasius. This is Shmuel. I reverse Athanasius. Shmuel is the one who says that the Lush of the sacrament is inherent as a glass. Shmuel has the one representing the glass. So it's even if it just says, water for a whole lot. That's the sound. So what's this? This is I gave the question on the previous nature of guy who was and this verse is question all of the same. The huddle right? Also, you know, showing up to make direction. The context or that. So it's how you but the comment, like again, there's no close to it. And I said something not but how it goes through this kind of way. I think you just tell the people this is not what they act on it. That's this kind of here. There's you also need what? Glasses. Next, Rabbi Rothschild. So hold on. We have one session. What about the Kabbalah? Olu. That's right. Olu look based on the justice. We don't think it's about Kayanis. Their disciples only find what they say. But they're and actions. And yes. I'm not enough. But hold on. One second. Olu is not right on this one. The purpose of it is basically saying the third and then telling you open that act on it and you have to sue to go both versions. Let's just go with the first version. And therefore get the way that we normally go ahead stop is number one again and only glasses. And give instructions that this sound and that type of sound that is someone following, even though it turns out to be an erroneous sound, a local person here comes from the life. Right? That's not the show you again, what happened? Part one is what this is. Two tables, right? So things that has been tailored to mutter le'echol. They're not being tailored. So that's what I had if the business is on so what's that saying out? It says, but how about Hayafik Asa showing up? The ritual went ahead and actually given burgers based on their side. This means the Asa here, showing level. Why that word showing? I was going to say, think about it, he's not really showing. In other words, right? Moving is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? He's got a sacrifice. It turns out that it was an accident. But what you would love like, why don't you just say, well, how about the Asa out we look at all and acted based on their word. Why did the word show? Which See, watch this. Horu Basin should kill the one. You're right. Basin passing, kill this one. Okay. Now what happened? It is coming to Caleb the sugar. That was like, I want you to stop. Basin, part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that he was okay. Next, part two. What are the What is Caleb? What is Ruben? Comes along, as Rabbi says, it is, or that says that Caleb is thunder. Take the two edges of the because he's probably right? Or because he just gets mixed up. Most likely, that's why. That's why. Remember again, in this case, even assumption has nothing to do with exactly the case. It has to do with your personal instinct. But yet, again, he's still going to be clever because that's the sound out there in the world. It's incredible. Let's show you that same night. Horu Basin should kill the Basin when it said in his order, it is only go Caleb the Shuma. And inadvertently ended up eating Shuma the Achlo. Potter, again, he's Potter. Al PM, Namish. So we'll say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different things that do with Mishnah. Right? Because both the sound of Mishnah the Hala Hayam also Shogeg Alpia. Shogeg, and there's Alpia. Alpia is the thing that we were talking about. Jason said that Caleb is from the level. Ruben goes and eats him. Okay, there's a felt and there's a lot of it. The case of Shogeg definitely the case. The case of Shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between the scale of the Shogeg. They would be to still going to be Potter, ultimately against that such a sacrifice. This is absolutely incredible. We must speak down to others. Rabbi says, Shogeg on PM to Potter. Most of the version of Rabbi, obviously, Shogeg on PM. It's only an accidental sad for themselves, for the said, about his coming of favorite shoes of the so they just get stuck with the species. So they come up with a nice and so again, something which is absolutely rubber is actually a cashier back on the right of it, was the second one going. Checking the water, so basically asking, same with water, basically asking that they would water. It is coming over sugar, then again, we may have one was the sugar, yet then when what's now so they were, sorry. There's that man, what's that off? Rabbi says, that's right. Hold on, I am going to ask the sugar. They went ahead and acted as the leading exactly he must have showed it up here in London. So Rabbi said, why do you need that much of showing out here? Just say, here, up here. Now, things should feel the footer, and it's coming from the no matter all of them. Again, in order to do this case, that makes stuff into the pieces, ended up in the still going to be butter, ultimately, it's still covered, so to speak, under the side of the Mars was that. The almost showed me up in with the butter, and I was coming from in with the shore of the maybe not. Maybe we're going to do the butters, and we're not going to act in the direction of the side of the but if you stand next to the mistake, you said that you should be covered with stuff. You should be diet. In the army, all the version of this on the Rabbi Rothschild, all of the so you got still went ahead My last show is like when you is with the language path based on the sound of the that is very important. About this coming book the shoe functional language. But how about for myself, he mixes up. Exactly. He has somebody going else. They should be fired. Gilbert, Oshogate, or maybe not, maybe I don't know how to say it. One of the things there's Shogate or Al ultimately you're looking at basic science. Shogate means he has his own mix out. Incredible. So I just want to point that over there. It's fascinating, right? Everyone is everyone is but if they do it is permitted to be Taylor, right? What's their Hashem Taylor? All right, what's their and go Taylor? They want to use it, so that science. Hey, but the shadow just is some ways what this is Taylor and children want the children. Yes, I do for one of the things we'll say is hi. This consumption of data has enough exact other versions of it. Because once there's a sack of out there's the belt. I mean, with this filters, ultimately being covered by that. Incredible. So you want to spoke up. In reality, this is kind of a bit of a holy thing. Nathan Tusky and Taylor this book. That's our case. And now we'll send the part two related to the counts. One is Taylor and one is Sugar. But it's comic book in the Sugar. The awful. What's our Rab Hummer Hunter, but the Okra Rab says the Hunter covered under the sack of the basement, but the Okra who is the sack of the basement? Therefore, by the way, I what? I what? I was not. Remember again, this is still a piece of show. But so there's a base thing, but it's a cash out. They have already. Neamar so self to was it so many Neamar Amas Capas of Chicago, Ama Ars Basos, Amas, Sos, Shema Shoroka, Senabash. And the person is not very important. Ama Ars Basos, so fun people. Was a member again, 100 Papas, Charlotte as a Chicago, Bashik, all the because that person only the cover shut Russell, Daisy, Carbon, was a very good mention from Marcus. Sometimes first what here's would you have yourself, someone would have baby cover of shit. That's what they were perfect things about this house. Someone after now respects you would have said, you don't get a fucking conference once out. However, most of it yourself, somebody concentrate or speak to charge they go to get covered on their show. However, the sound all low shot. So, Why do you get out of food? Why not? There was a sock base. So 1 second. So why can't you type of practice is? The metric for practice is I bring up carbon process, and I show it. If I was not a community out there, I have the knowledge. But in this case, again, either so wait. It's Taylor. Who said, so what? So what? Jason said that watching the type of practice in this case. Incredible. Also, la papa che sono di offrono i contenuti scatta again, so really what it is essentially the biggest issue is how that exactly like puppets, but we would not need puppets. And then the two things clear is that basically exactly again, he's also going to attract but I said show me the rest of therefore, this is called where one has the knowledge. That's why it's one of the things it says is I am we're going to get into why? And why is that? Because counts that Ruben is not actually Ruben just doing this whole thing. So even if we can say that Ruben is personal life, something personal life, like let's say for calculating the 51% from power hell of something that's you can't say that Ruben is actually based in something. Hold it up. Actually, pull on the sugar assets. Our element everyone has acting in the same capacity. Therefore, again, capacity and you can't be counted. And again, separate on the so I'll say some bottom line. Just get up bottom line. And often over here is the fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? I'm often when I saw if they went ahead not because of the sacrifice, but because of the death. So, I'm often the mindset is one of the reasons why I go because on the other hand, there is the belt, right? The wood, the use of sock, that says does that sock himself or not? Plug it up from it. Next. They shall assume, but assume not. So I'm going to this like again, Krishna brought down a whole bunch of variations. So then he said, and then it said, whether he did it together with Bates, they did it first. He did it by himself. So what he also speaks for, which is another thing about additional Orisha. So the answer to why he goes to absolute. Let's say so goes to absolute science. I was safe on this movement. Wondering all break in the reverse. And I said other days, and I said, so they start up on so again, understand this thing I did. It's something to wish though. Say this, even like didn't say something. Bottom line, there is education. Which is just a style reality of it. Sometimes I can extrapolate each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. The other after man, oh, shit, oh, blah, blah, blah. This was very good. All next basically delivers the erroneous sign. Now, you're allowed to tailor. One of them amazed it, or a ranking comes up, in the gallery of the base, realizes that this is an erroneous sign, but he nevertheless relies on it. They live one ultimately, again, this individual ultimately, again, is going to be tight. The other half of it, either right pop up, then go over the instructions. Why do you both of those things? I would have thought it was not allowed to rely on sacrifice. And suffer those that would extrapolate the tradition and apply it one scenario to another. However, I would have thought like this. It's always something in both government and suffer. About government plus suffer. Perhaps you don't have both of these. Which means that the government was sovereign of it. It was incredible. Therefore, again, initially used Rosh Hashanah. Allah actually just say, as long as someone is either governor or sovereign, you have up here, you know a lot of this information, or you know to extract it. In other words, if you have the ability to know, with certainty that this sound is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not sure you can do it. Incredible. Right about that. Whereas it's no not. Like, really good example of someone where if you rely on the sound of the thing, you will not be sure you can do it. You don't know. Or else you go to Shimon and Hazai, Shimon Ben said. Okay. Shimon Hazai, Shimon Ben. Like these individuals, how will they buy it? They'll say, you should actually. That's true. Yeah, on the right hand side. So you go to something like that. But you look around, choose where you were like sitting before the guy that they were sitting. They themselves ultimately again would fit judges. And as a first thing, yeah, I got basis. I was like, here's the box. So let's see this, and I alluded to this in the before. There's a box. The other person, like Shimon Ben Azai, Shimon Ben Shimon, walking again looks like we're ranking sages. And here the names say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this sacrament, so the Mishnah said they're chayiv b'chata, not just for personal liability. Why? If they act on the sacrament, say what are they? What are they? They're basic. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when you talk about Kabbas, you should have valuable, amazing. You'll say that why it's incredible. But that may understand the Bass or Apples. You also look at the Kayyif for us to be bothered. Let's say, good Skype, everyone. Sorry for this. Good discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll see you tomorrow. Chat, everyone. Everyone's having a great day. We'll say, let's go on starting with second stories. Good morning. Está podcast from James is up for Shavuot. We will take some sponsors, annual account for sponsors. They can tell some family variants to show for sponsoring all the shoes, all the shoes, and they need support for the shoes. They also take the Steve for his name, sponsor all the shoes on the month of Siva, one of them is his brother, or his Laura Star, Joe, on the outside, the show should have an area, and the family should have in a cover. They stop podcast for some Shavuos. They can get on that Zion days after 2 dots, somewhere around 14 lines from the bottom of the page. Just a quick reminder, we learned the Mishnah yesterday, where a person said, Shavuot, Shlo Otal Kiker Zu, person takes the Shavuot, he's not going to keep it, but takes it with bread, and then he says again, Shavuot, Shlo Otal the Shavuot that I got it, and then it's at the end, Shavuot, Shlo Otal. So he says, 3 different things. Number 1, he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, he's eat it, and he then says again, he won't eat it. Yesterday, tomorrow, analyze why the first time, why the first 2. Probably in the Mishnah, the Gemara says, well, let's just pick up from there again, all the way from the Mishnah. Probably in the Mishnah, Shavuot, Shlo Otal, Shavuot, Shlo Otal. Why do you have to say Torah? Why do you have to reiterate this Shavuot? Why is it? Well, there's a Quran that teaches us time of Shlo Otal. The other Amar Shlo Otal. The reason why he only has one is because his first son is not going to eat at all. Shlo Otal. In such a sequence, in such a way, he's only going to have one. First, Shlo Otal. Other Amar Shlo Otal, and he's not going to eat at all. Sometimes he has to eat it too, but the way that the person said, he's not going to eat this loaf of bread. So then that particular expression of, I will eat this loaf of bread, that any part of that loaf of bread becomes related to for Kira. So I'm going to emphasize it's time to eat it. It's science. The outcome of that bread, how is valued. However, the person says, well, it's good. No, I will eat this loaf of bread. That means he's not going to eat any part of this loaf of bread. Therefore, it simply means a share of the desires, diet, violated the rule, and he has to bring it part of it. However, the person says, no, I'm not eat the whole thing. If you eat the whole thing, it's going to be proper. If you do not eat the whole thing, then there's not going to be a problem. Which the difference is, the order of the thing. If the person says, it's not going to eat this loaf of bread, which means he's not going to eat the whole thing, and he's not going to eat any of it. And then he's either he's not going to eat the whole thing, or not going to short it. Because once you take any part of the loaf of bread, so that he doesn't need to have another expression to say, well, the whole thing. Probably the same genetics. So therefore, it's such a thing. Get down to the one side one. This is what they had to tell us. But that's what we want to be famous. That's what we want to be famous.
First thing, not to the whole thing. Then you're ready for the game. The fact is that the guy walks. That is the guy fight. The desire is rather than
Separates the carbon, ready to go ahead and evaporates carbon to take the haircut. And he said, you know what? Forget it. I don't want it. So he goes to the guy. He said, listen, there's also a second by itself. Zeros. But the first one was a mistake. I never could have said the first one and explained why it was a mistake. So he did tell how Marty showed up. So Doc stopped his elevator afterwards. He goes in versus the first one. Now, what do you have left? The second one. Now, what do you think how this was? This cannot. Number one is that the first 30 days is completely ignored. And then we go to the here. Even the last mistake, you got done there. Then, carry zero kicks in from day 31 till day 60. We're going to go. That's not how it works. What often is, how it works. You do deep to the zeros in the first 30 days, and also on the scale on the soda. The second one takes effect when you press 35. So again, remember we got two parts of things. Set the bottom off the series in the zeros, and you got the first 30 days, and then you take the point, you go wrong, and you convert it to the time. That's first the zeros. Now the second one takes effect, and guess what? You got you have now finished the second period of the zeros, because the first one went away. What happens is you will zeros, and the second one you're going to play. That's exactly what we're saying. So if you have this zero, it can take effect when someone else is in the way. You know you go there. You take for the first one, the second one falls into its place. Same as the zeros, first exception comes something being done here, and fulfill the first one again, zeros, and then back down. So that it went that way. What happens? Second here to the zeros, right? And he both here the first one, and also low, what he's done the second one takes its place. The Lord says, like the outfit, there's nothing to do with it, but it's not comparable. Why? Prophecy is sequence that we don't need some. In that case, at least the second of zeros is there the whole time. Money that you showed up, all you got out there, didn't know what you did. You know, everything can count the second one. But once you're able to, we don't know, versus zero, not the zero. It's a class question. Are not comparable. Why are not comparable? Because when it comes to the zeros, period 1 and period 2 are there the whole time. You can't do them at the same time because while you're doing drugs, you can't do two. So therefore, typically you have to do the 1 is 30 and the 21 is 60. But both periods are there and they just take effect. That's not the same as a short. A short takes place on a particular spread. Now, in most cases, you'll never be able to have the second short. Because once that one was just gone, then the second never with the second short has nothing to develop itself apart, has nothing to develop apart. So therefore, it's incomparable because in the case of zero case, has the ability for both areas to have the effect, but the short does not have the ability for both areas to take effect. Therefore, either one or the other. You have short 1 or you have short 2. You never have short 1 and short 2. So this is all relevant to only one mental thread. And therefore, you have short 1 and short 2. You have short 2 and short 1. Now, once the zero you have zero 1 and then afterwards the 0 2. It's very different. However, this style of ego, person takes the true and not the of the bread, the awful, and you hate it. So now do what you should have done. What the Rabbi says, in Shire Mega, in science, left over, out inside of the bread, I want you to inshallah, it's those words. And actively it turns out to not why they just awful people hopefully inshallah at that point in time the whole thing inshallah it doesn't work in the head. I don't know what that was. Over the carbon. The after that can have to set aside the carbon. Nishar al Rishayna. He goes ahead and he reverses the first Shavua. Well, is mentioned also the Rishona. The second one now moves into the place of the first one, and he has officially finished both days. So he reverses it. He reverses the first one zeros, the second one holds it that place. Now it's good. Now, what do you see from there? You see from there that even though he completed 100% of the zeros, still you go ahead and reverse it and put another one to its place. It's the same thing as it, which is the same thing as Shavua, and you see it's not the same. What Rabbi said, in order to go ahead and reverse it, you have to have a Keziah left. Here, we're reversing the zeros when he's completely done with the zeros. He's after 100% of the days. The zeros last 30 days. He finished all 30 days, and yet we're still allowing him to reverse the zeros. So why is it a Shavua? We require there to be a Keziah left at the end. Laura says, no, that's not a good question. Half of my Tzina is Shalom Kiber. The reason why you can reverse the zeros is when we didn't bring a carbon. In other words, you're right. That's the comparison. A Shavua that has a Keziah flat is the same thing as the zeros that has requirements for your carbon left. But that's not true. That's not a true. You learn in case somebody needs to give the carbon. Whereas the right, the stroke here, I'm talking about where you take the haircut, yeah, and it's really a leather, the upper the doctor's practical. You follow through with the leather, it says you don't take the haircut, you're still a doctor. Although the reason why you reverse the first the zeros is because he's not done yet. The time is done, but all the other obligations are not checked off. Yeah, just talking about when you did bring a carbon. Haircut is obligatory. If you don't do it, it's going to. It's going to. You don't do it. You're still to zero significance. The Lord says no. That's not a good answer either. But how to do it? He says something even after he took your haircut. Although Rashi says the whole question is not a good question. The zeros, parameters. You ask your question, but the zeros back to shore. These go out for clear protocol. What is requiring me for what it's second? The zeros doesn't work. It's because the Rishon. There is the first zeros blocking it, as we explained earlier. The Nados. But now that one is gone. In other words, the whole thing of the zeros is you have two zeros waiting to take effect. The second one, waiting in line for the first one to go away. Now, once you take it away, the second one is falls into place. However, that's different than when it comes to a straw. Sure doesn't have that problem. It's only one local bread. That local bread is gone, and the local bread is gone. Therefore, that doesn't hurt. Remember the street is good. It's the people possible co-op. Even if the person ate the entire local bread, there's no desires left at the end. Initial allowing the left to go ahead and reverse it. Now, even so, okay, if we're talking about a case where a person ate it by mistake, of course, they're carbon. So we made carbon. Because there's an outstanding carbon, it's still reversed. It's intentionally the mountain, it's looking at the lashes, and since the lashes are still outstanding, we can go ahead and reverse it. Almost comes so all if they took it to the basic, caught it up to the colors. There's the person not just to it. At that point in time, the road can't reverse it because then he is officially done. Where it says to destroy the straw, the rest of the basic part. You tie them up to the code, and then you send them into probably no one just not just explains the second practice, the positive point of practice is it comes to one with embarrassment. The influence says she's embarrassed, and that's it. It's very painful to find so once you suffer that embarrassment, just discharge the duty of being embarrassed. You don't bring it back to the practice anymore. So that point of practice, what she's done before it says, it's incorrect. Below you, Casa runs off below us. If you ran out, then you'd be right. But at that point, you kind of get worse. But we just simplify the phone. That one you got to wrap it around this. You can say, you know what? Back to this phone, don't get the mountain. Consider this phone before my weapon. I have a minute request. I'm running over. I'm expecting call. Yes, what can I do for you? I like to reverse this. Yep. Wait, you got you. The facts out. While you are in there, you explanation as to why you regret it, explains why you regret it. The Rav says, I wish you know the Shua, on fire for the boat, and therefore it is good to go. However, now we get into a different discussion over here. Which is Shua al-Qur'an. There's a contingency into today's Shua. What is as follows? Shua, however, Shua al-Qur'an. Person takes the Shua that he won't eat loaf of bread. However, only in Okamsu. Let's just say you have a bagel and a baguette. Let's just use this as an example because I'm trying to use something that's simple to agree with this reason. You have a bagel sitting on the table, and you have a baguette. And the guy says, I will not eat this baguette if I eat the bagel. Which means that if he does not eat the bagel, he eats the baguette, no problem. If he eats the bagel, then his shua takes effect, but he cannot eat the baguette. Now, just to get a couple points out of it. The Pasuk says, the Paul turned your back to against the side. The Paul turned your back to the side. So that's the term of the Pasuk. Now, what that means is, when a person makes the Shavua, he has to have in mind at the time of the Shavua what he's doing. If he makes the Shavua and there's some kind of amnesia or a lapse that happens at the time of the Shavua, it doesn't get picked up. First, we should be conscious and understand what he's talking about when he makes the Shavua. If it happens subconsciously, it doesn't happen. That's number one. Number two, in our case, we're talking about a person making a contingency on a Shavua. What we have to remember, even though your Shavua takes effect when you say it, in this case it doesn't. Because when it's a Shavua, not eating a baguette, he eats a bagel, when at that point in time, nothing happens. There's no deal, there's no ambition. There's no prohibition. Everything only at the time that he eats the bagel does the Shavua take effect. So essentially, eating the bagel is making the Shavua. If he does not eat the bagel, the Shavua never takes effect. So therefore, Gemara says the following. The Achal after he showed up, he eats the bagel, he showed up, he spits it out, he forgot. He has the bagel on the table, the baguette at the table, he waits for the morning and says, if I eat this, I will forgive myself for eating this baguette if I eat the bagel. Now, he goes to shop for some time, and he completely forgets what he said that morning, and he eats the bagel. Okay? Then you won't eat the bagel? No. The rest eat the bagel. There's no fear on the bagel. But he forgot, completely forgot, while he was eating the bagel, that eating that bagel was forbidden from eating the baguette. And then the Shliach is amazing. Then he eats the baguette intentionally for food. This baguette, not let him eat it. Because they eat the bagel. Not let him eat it. He is possible. Why? Because at the time that he ate the bagel, he had no idea what he was doing. And therefore, since he had no idea what he was doing at the time of eating the bagel, he didn't make a Shavua. But remember, the Shavua happens only when he eats the bagel. But if he is in spaceland when he's eating the bagel, that means if he was in spaceland himself, you can't make a Shavua like that. Shavua has to be conscious of what you do. If you're completely spaced out and you're just eating the bagel, that's not make a Shavua. So therefore, in this case, since you do not pay attention when you eat the bagel, the Shavua does not take effect. And even though he ate the baguette, Early days around. Rishon of the reason he eats the bagel, it's actually now he didn't know that he has the Shavua by himself. So eating the bagel, which means I can't eat the baguette today. The Shliach is okay. When he goes out and he comes back to the kitchen later, he's really hungry. He says, oh, so let's eat the baguette on the table, and he eats it. After he finishes, oh man, I made sure this morning that the bagel I can't eat the baguette. But fell off the fire. That's a typical case for a person who made a Shavua and forgot and ate it. You have to bring a carbon. That's a typical case of where a person had a hell on, he made a mistake, he brings a carbon, or to atone for his Shavua that he violated. Next case, stay in B'Shogeg. Let's say he eats both of them B'Shogeg. He eats, he's having a problem paying attention that day. So he eats the bagel by mistake, he eats the baguette by mistake. What's the halacha? top of Pakasa the base, or sorry, stay in the show game. Butter. He fought the why he fought in that case. The same reason as before. The Shmuel never took attack. Because the Shmuel never took attack, the second one doesn't work either. In other words, since he ate the bagel in Spaceland, the Shmuel doesn't work, and therefore, even though he mistakenly ate the baguette, he's essentially allowed to eat the baguette. There's no problem. Top of Del Casa base, stay amazing, only with both of them on purpose. He eats the bagel, he's like, I know that if I eat this bagel, I'm going to forbid myself from eating the baguette. But then he goes ahead and eats the baguette. Now, of course, it depends. It depends which one you ate first. After the Tanai sequence where he first ate the Tanai, which is the bagel analogy. But under after the Surah, then he ate the baguette afterward, L'chaim. That's exactly the case when the person's in violation, and yes, he has 3 years carbon. However, after the Surah, what if he ate the baguette first? But other after the Tanai, and afterwards he ate the bagel. So now essentially should work. In other words, we keep calling it the first one and the second one, but he eats the baguette. When he eats the bagel, it should take effect. And now, retroactively forbidden from eating the baguette, he shouldn't be in violation of the Shua. As Mar says, there's a technical problem with this one. In this case, this brings us to my point situation with which is, we're not the Alma Hasra something Shema Sra. Tayyip. Not the Alma Shema Sra. So again, let's just go to this case. He goes into the room and he sits down and eats the bagel. He eats the bagel. So first he eats the bagel, and then he eats the baguette. Everybody agrees. That is the case for his tayyip. Why? Because as soon as he eats the bagel, you say to him, sir, just remember, eating this bagel means you're not going to be able to eat the baguette. And he says, yes, acknowledge. He finishes the bagel, and then he says, you know what, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat the baguette. Someone says that, you know you're not allowed to eat that baguette, because you made a shvua. He says, yes, I'm aware of that. He says, you know that if you do it, you're in violation of your shvua. Yes. You know that there is a punishment for violating your shvua. He says, yes, I'm quite aware of that. You know what the punishment is? He explains, yes, I know what the punishment is. Then he goes and eats it. In such a case, he has fulfilled all the requirements to be sent off the basement to get his punishment. However, what happens is the other way around? He eats the baguette first. So someone's sitting there and says to him, you know that this baguette potentially could be a problem. He says, what do you mean? The guy says, if after eating this baguette, you eat the bagel, then it will turn out that eating this baguette is forbidden. The person's like, what if I don't eat it? He says, well, then it's okay. So he says, will I be in violation if I eat this or not? He says, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm letting you know that there's a possibility that eating this baguette might at some point later on today become a problem. So now, that is called that straw stuff. You're giving a person a warning, but you aren't sure at the time of the warning actually a problem. In such a case, it's my focus between if you will take the opinion that Asra self, in other words, telling a person that, listen, I'm warning you that there might be a problem depending on the following scenario. If you believe that's considered a good Asra, good warning, then yes, it's a violation. It's not. No. Now, Rabbi makes this. I'm not sure if this is Rabbi or Mark makes this a little bit more complicated. Taran Zuba. What if he makes each one contingent on the other? So up until now, we made the eating of the baguette contingent on eating the bagel. What if this guy makes each one contingent on the other? He says, I won't eat the bagel if I eat the baguette, and I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Okay? Let's go through it. In Rural Kalzu, I won't eat this one in Low Kalzu. That's the first case we have. I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Then he says the local zoo. I won't even eat the bagel in local zoo if I eat the baguette. Basically, he makes each one contingent on the other one. The local zoo, this other matzvah, he eats this one, knowing exactly what he meant. In other words, he's on purpose. He eats the baguette. Ubishigas chaverta. The zoo is other matzvah ubishigas chaverta. He eats the bagel. and the baguette, knowing that there's potential shavua not to eat the bagel and the baguette, but he forgets that the bagel is the condition for the baguette, and the baguette is before the bagel. You holding this together, guys? All right? Basically, each one is contingent on the other one. He knows it's the potential problem for each one, but he forgets that the bagel and the baguette are the one that's responsible for it. But the halacha, why? Because the shvuah doesn't take effect. No, the shvuah can only take effect if you know at the time that you're eating the tnai, you have in mind that it's going to work. What happens is, he remembers that eating the bagel makes the baguette forbidden. He knows the bagel makes the baguette forbidden. He knows the baguette makes the bagel forbidden, but he forgets that actually there's a shavua on each one. This guy's having some problems. He should probably get evaluated for something. Bottom line is, he's able to remember some details, but forgets some other details. In such a case, he's not. Why? Because he remembers the tnai. Since he remembers the tnai, that means when he eats it, he's making a shavua. In effect, that means that he mistakenly violates the shavua by eating the other one. He's going to be, that's a classic case of the helen of a mistake, and he has to read it properly. What happens if it's stay in the show? Well, he's spacing out the whole time. He comes in, his wife serves him lunch, and he has a bagel and get on the plate. He forgets what he said in the morning. But in such a case, he's conqueror. Why? Because again, the tnai does not take effect if it's by mistake. Stay is amazing. What if we eat both of them on purpose? He knew about the tnai, he knew about the shul, he knew about the whole thing. He just gobbles on his bowl of up with the halacha. Ashniya, v'chai. On the second one, in other words, he eats the bagel and then eats the baguette. So now, for eating the baguette, he's certainly died because the tnai of eating the bagel took effect, and now he can't eat the baguette. He ate the baguette at the first one. How about eating the bagel? Is that a problem? Well, that's exactly the same as our previous Gemara, where the bagel is contingent upon eating the baguette. Now, you can't really warn him about eating the bagel because you don't know if he's going to eat the baguette. So you say to the guy, if you're not allowed to eat this bagel, if later you'll eat the baguette. So therefore, warning you that there's a potential that it might be up to eat this bagel. That's what that's Rabbi Rothschild. The Gemara says, I'll be shot up to the Gemara for the sluggish. That is subject to the hundred sluggish whether such a warning actually works. Amar Mari Apanana Bikina. Mari says the same thing. And we'll read the parentheses just so we should understand what's going on here. Abba Nadarim Kiru Chachamim. There are 4 times in Nadarim where the Chachamim said you could go ahead and just keep it where it's looked there even though you said it. We're not going to go through all of that, we'll just explain it. We'll explain the one that's relevant. Maybe it's reason where a person makes an ender to give himself like a little bit of those reasons to desire himself, to regard himself to the right thing, to bring about, exaggeration, to do struggles, a mistake, to do also an end of the which is beyond his control. Now, what is against the struggles? One out of analyze them. Did there struggle case? What's the case of a person making an ender by mistake? Where it says, the person says, Koda, the following things be forbidden to me in Machal Ulim Trasis. If I ate or drank anything, in other words, he thinks he did not eat or drink anything that day. So now he makes a neder that something should be off target. And after he says, oh man, this guard to Achal He's like, I forgot I actually ate the whole cereal this morning. There he says, it should be also She'eni Ochal. She'eni shows that won't eat or won't drink. And then, they're spacing out again, you made a mistake, ate and drink. So the case, look, they're watching the movie of Chicago, you made a mistake. But Tanya, well, we learned, change the Chicago Kitarim, just like mistaken in Nether is Mutter, Shavuos, Chicago Kitaros, the person makes a Shavuot by mistake is Kitar. Essentially, what we were saying before, the person mistakenly makes a Shavuot. So, for example, he eats a bagel by mistake, not realizing that makes it have a Shavuot, such a case doesn't work. Eifa Tani, Shavuot Beiraba. Skip the parentheses, Eifa with the guy's name. The Gemara says this person, his name was Eifa, his name was Eifa, Tani Shavuot Beiraba. We learned halachas of shvuos in Rabba's yeshiva. Now, Pagabe Avimi Akba, his brother Avimi came over to him, or who his brother Avimi, and he met him. So Avimi said to Eva, Shavuos shvuos chalti. Shavuos shvuos chalti. Says, you just finished learning the Shavuos? He says, yes, I learned it, I know it quite well. He says, there are a few questions we'd like to challenge you on the halachas of Shavuos. Eva says, sure, go for it. She says, what happens if the person makes a Shavuot? One shvuah is that I didn't eat. Another shvuah is that I didn't eat. She makes two of exactly the same shvuahs, past tense, that I didn't eat. Now, what's the halacha if you indeed didn't eat that day? So again, it's a Tuesday morning, and the person says, Shavuot shvuah chalti, take a shvuah that did not eat breakfast this morning. Then he says, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time, Shavuot shvuah chalti, take the shvuah that did not eat breakfast. Turns out that he did. How many people does he have? Amar lay, so if he responds to Benachai Galachas, he's only died once. Why, what was his thinking? Eight shvuah, all shvuah. Once you make a shvuah, you can't make another. Like we said earlier today, there's only room for one shvuah at a time. Therefore, if you make two shvuahs, you only time for once. Amar lay, his brother said to him, Ishtavash, got you. Made a mistake. Hooray, that's how brothers act, by the way, sometimes. Ishtavash, I got you. I shouldn't make a joke out of it. Because I'm a Ryan, and the truth is that my focus is quite nuanced, but then time at the end, I try to get back into exactly what the nuance of this my focus is. You're making a mistake. You think that ain't shvuah is relevant over here. It's not. Because the first time you said I didn't eat breakfast, guess what? You lied. You didn't eat breakfast. You're allowed to lie a second time, but you can lie about the same thing. Why? First you said I didn't eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. They said didn't eat breakfast at 11 o'clock. Both times that you say you didn't eat breakfast, you lie, and therefore it's happened twice, it's diet twice. Next case he asks, person says, I won't eat 9 figs, and I won't eat 10 figs. Now, he eats it. Now, what's that law? Diet al kolatas yachas. So he responded, and he said it's diet of both shvuos. Why? It's diet for eating 9, because that's one shvuah. And then he eats the last one. That first shvuah only forbidden from eating 9. The second shvuah forbids him from eating the 10. Therefore, if he eats 9, he violated the first one. If the 10th one, he violated the second one. They know it's not made a mistake. It's impossible for him to get to the 10 without eating the 9. So when he hits the second shvuah, it's essentially contingent on the first shvuah. Because the second one without the first one, therefore it's just the same shvuah, and therefore it's one and only time once. Shvuah shlo ochel eser v'teisha ma'u. So he says, what happens if he says I won't eat 10 and I won't eat 9? So if the response to something is only time once, why? Because there is 9 inside 10. I relate no. Again, responding to the Sedish Tabak, made a mistake. Answer is the Lo'aka. The first shvuah of not eating 10 only forbids him from eating 10. But they shall be off. Not eat the 9. So therefore, when he says he's not going to eat Eser Batesha, so the first says I can't eat 10, but I'm going to eat 9. The second shows an entirely different one, which prevents it from eating the 9. Amar Abaye says, similarly, there are some times when we can actually say that 8 is correct. What's that case? The Amar Kilima, like Mark said, which is the Amar Rabba, as Rabbi pointed out, person says, Shvuah shlo otal te'enin ve'an nothing. Person says, she makes a shvuah that he's not going to eat te'enin and adnovin together. So in order for him to violate his shvuah, you have to eat te'enin, figs, and adnovin. Great. You have to have figs and grapes together. Because of Amar shvuah protein, then he makes another shvuah saying, I'm not going to eat figs. What happens? But Achal te'enin. He ate the figs in violation of his te'enin shvuah, of his fig shvuah. Therefore, carbon, it sets aside a cover for violating his shvuah. The Achar And afterwards, what did he do? He ate another. Udayu by himself. So they're having another here. The another is only not here because it's only half of his violation because he has to eat another to together with the Tainin. The Chatzishir, but Machayim, carbon, he'll do the carbon of Chatzishir. So now, King Sakhanam, you'll have our Shvut for Uncle Esther, let's make the Shvua that he won't eat all 10. But have our Shvut for Uncle Tesha, says he won't eat 9. But Al Tesha, so he violated the 9th Shvut, similar to violating the Tainin Shvut. The Hitler's carbon, he sets aside the carbon. And the Africa, after he sets aside the carbon, Sirius, it's the 10th one. So now having a lot of Sirius that's for sure. The 10th one is Tati Shir because it's only half. Or it's not half, but it's only part of his obligation of eating the second one. That's Tati Shir, well, that is what Tati Shir will get time. Now, we're possible to find the case. We'll say good morning, and let us begin because I thank all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tos Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushes this year as a support for the Soul of Souls for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors, Stephen Petzin, Rani Maria Tzvitz, Mother Doris, Zin, Laura, Basper, Yisrael, and also Tony Bracha on the occasion of her kids' website. All of those Shabbos have families in the Chama, all those who need to push out and get in Kol Yisrael, control Shemir Hashem with all the hour has to be Shalom and the Paran, shall our holy soldiers in air and land and sea, and Hashem being successful. The whole of Nazi, they shower divine protection and providence of our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, and how that which resulted to a week of decisive victory and Shalom for the crops. They're saying that let us be with a lot to do today. So really great Gemara ahead of us today, even a sprinkling, a smidge of Agarata, and then Hashem. So let's begin. So today back in Mem Zion 47, we are picking up on Mem Vav of the days 46b, and we left off with Amar Rabba, Afilu Shomer Nishba, Afilu Nishba. Okay. So remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that Hamakos Mishnah spoke about a case of where two people see the lender walk into the borrower's home and ultimately again walk out with something. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his, and ultimately again the borrower claiming that it was mine. And you unlawfully seized it. So the halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take the shvassasis and be able to go ahead and reclaim that which was lost. Rabbi just a little more of a complication. It's our Rabbi Nishma. Rabbi, who else has the ability to swear over here? Even a shomer, even a custodian. What does it mean? Even a Rashi. I did a shomer Nishma. I'm not missing coin, but I'm going to Shnaim Shenichlas and so based on the Mashkino. Shemover shows I did a shomer Habayis and Ne'emal Shomer in Shalim. It doesn't have to be the Balabayas who swears, but even let's say, for example, he has a butler. He has someone who watches the house. So the once again, even that person where that the lender walked in and walked with something belonging to the borrower. So the person says, even the wife of the shomer has the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. What about, let's say again, the hired worker, right? So again, the hired worker or the laborer, right? Who works for the Balayis, is such a person who need to go ahead and swear, or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and walked off with the mashko, to which the Gemara says, take it. That we're not sure since he's a hired employee. Is there some type of conflict of interest over there? But please ask me. I want to give a Rashi. Tano Mikasa Mikasa Mount. What's the interesting piece of here? So this is what is interesting. So again, remember, let's say I'm putting a moving walk into my home and took something of mine. Now again, I won't say all we have is circumstantial evidence in these cases, right? We have witnesses that say that he saw Ruben walk into my house and then he walked out with something. What he walked out with, we have no idea. And the circumstances as to why he walked out with, we have no idea. Remember, Ruben is claiming that he's seizing his item. He said, well, yes, he obviously walked out with something, but it says, I'm claiming he stole something from me. So the answer is, what happens if I claim a very expensive item? So, for example, I say Ruben came out of my house and he stole a bar of gold. Right in the middle of here, this is Casa de Casa and silver goblins. He stole a very expensive silver goblet. So not only am I making that he stole something, but I'm making a fairly significant financial claim against Ruben as well. So this is mine. So do we believe about the race about such an expensive claim? So it's very simple, because إيش بعملته أو إيش دمهمته بنفكني إن شجابه بشتغل بالشغل بإيجو laws was the circumstances. First of all, am I wealthy? Am I wealthy? So am I wealthy enough to be in possession of such an item? Or conversely, am I trustworthy enough that someone would deposit such an item like this with me? So it's very interesting. We examine, is it really feasible that such an item, notice I said, example, like they really looked out of my house and he took my Rolex. So I looked at, okay, so first of all, could silver afford a Rolex? That's number one. And if not, is he the kind of person who would be trustworthy enough that a Rolex owner would really not take that watch with him to watch? So again, based on that, that would then depend whether or not I'm allowed to swear about the Rolex. So what says kidnap Bob? Remember again, the next case in the Mishnah was the following situation. I'm having a conversation with you. And then what ended up happening? What's happening? So let's say, so I say that I go to Ruben's home. And when I walk to Ruben's home, Baruch Hashem, I'm fit, I'm healthy, all is good. Right? I walk out of Ruben's home, and what happens? I'm bruised, battered, beaten up, all these different kinds of things. So I claim, Ruben did not. Ruben hurt me. Like, ultimately, again, Ruben says, I didn't touch you, slid, fell, whatever it was. So what's halacha? I swear that Ruben assaulted me. I'm allowed to collect damages. He said, I'm not going to do Shmuel. So he was the ship that said, listen to this. Is when we say that I'm obligated to make a shua, only in a case where the injuries could have been self-inflicted. Right? So in other words, there's a concern over here that maybe the injuries are self-inflicted, and I'm just trying to kind of land the pay grade over here. So in that case, that's where a shua is required. But if technically speaking, the injuries I sustained could not have been self-inflicted, then I can collect from Ruben even without a shua. Fascinating. Once they push Dilma Bakot on this topic, 1 second, maybe I just bumped into a wall. Or maybe I fell down a flight of stairs. In other words, like, I understand that I got injured, and obviously they weren't self-inflicted, but how does that mean that Ruben did it? Which the Gemara says, Tanot, Sha'al Sirah L'Shikha P'Gabo, U'Be'at Sili Adam. So it says, you want an example of the injury that could not have been self-inflicted. I have a bite on my back. Okay, no matter how talented you are, but you can't pull that off yourself or so. Right? So again, these are injuries that could not have been self-inflicted. So because of that, now again, it was like there's still another possible story. There's another possible story. That someone other than Ruben, right, did this to me in Ruben's house. Okay, but remember, when we have the circumstantial evidence, witness is claiming I went into Ruben's house and I was fine. I came out of Ruben's house and I'm injured. I'm claiming Ruben did it to me. Ruben's claiming, no, I didn't. So then the halacha is, I swear, and I'm able to collect. But again, I will say, but the halacha here is, the halacha once maybe someone else was in the house and did this to me, the leka achad. There was no one else around. So obviously, again, I will say that this would not, even all of this together, would not be enough to make Ruben Chayiv straight out, right? Why? Because at the end of the day, no one saw Ruben do it. So there's circumstantial evidence, and the shua that it creates ultimately again with the liability. liability. Okay, so it's like, now again, the interesting caveat to this shmuel is that this is only true if it's injuries that could have been self-inflicted, right? But if it's injuries that could not have been self-inflicted, and shmuel says, I can collect even without the shmuel. Incredible. All right, after the shmuel shad. So remember again, the next case in the Mishnah was as follows. The next case in the Mishnah was so this is a situation where, let's say again, two parties are locked in a conflict and one was supposed to swear. And one was supposed to swear. But let's say the person who was supposed to swear himself was suspect regarding a different shua. In other words, his credibility has already been compromised because it's been proven that he's already violated a different shua. So in that case, we flip the shua onto the other party. So the examples that the Mishnah gave was so let's say, for example, I'm going to speak with Ruben, and the normal mechanism of resolution to that would have been that Ruben would have taken a shua. But now Ruben can't take a shua. Why not? Because he's already cautious, he already lied under oath for something different. And we should give all different examples. Some of the shua reverts back to me. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, look, my opinion shua is shad. Why does it mean even a shvuas shad? So the Gemara says, don't be white cover, but we don't think it's big peanuts woman. So it says in all the cases, perhaps right when the shvuah that we talk is something that negated or that denied a financial gain. About either heart not making peanuts started the humble move, well behaved. The thing that should be on website is even if we only quote unquote only did a shvuas shad, or only did a shvuas shad. In other words, let's go say, back a little earlier, what's your shot? Nishma Shanos Es Hayodua. A person swears, right? They swear that this cup of coffee is in fact the car. They swear. So that's a Shvuas Shad. Now that does not include any denial of financial obligation. I might have thought that a shvuah like that, even though Ruben took that, it doesn't compromise his ability to go ahead and swear in financial case. Kamash Malon that it does. But once you've done something which indicates that you're not trustworthy by shvuas, even if the shvuah that you lied didn't do with money, at the end of the day, Ruben lost his ability to swear. So why not include shvuas as well? Keep shvuah because the Mishnah here's the difference. And when it comes ultimately against the shvuah, so remember again, we're talking about a case where Ruben lied about the shvuah. However, again, because about shvuas victory, the ability of the push to come to no cut money. I want to say shvuas victory, maybe or maybe not, he's going to lie. He's going to be on the outside. But that in case of shvuas victory is what? Is a future tense shvuah, right? Sha'okal or shamo'okal. When he makes the shvuah, it's not clear whether or not he's going to lie. Which the Gemara says, Tina, okal, okal. Akal pi, or akal pi, my ability. What about a past tense shvuas victory? Also, we'll say that's the Shtayim Shem Arba, first Mishnah of the Masechta. What is there to say? Because again, I will say, at the time they made the shvuah, he was definitively lying or not. Which was Sirai Tana Shvuas Shad Hapukan Zayin, the Kobi Gamelay. It means Shvuas Shad and anything resembling a Shvuas Shad. In other words, I will say, Sahabak Ramaisa, what the Gemara essentially says is like this: any time Ruben has lied in a shvuah, whether it's lying that had financial ramifications or implications, or just stop lying on a shvuah, he made a false oath, or he made a false shvuah speak to him. Right? The way he said, I swear I ate the loaf of bread yesterday, and he did it. Either way, once you demonstrate a willingness and an ability to lie on the oath, then what does that mean to lie in the shvuah? What does that mean? It compromises your ability to make anything for self-confidence. Next, also the next case there was, for example, if one of them had compromised credibility. For example, again, one of the guys was one of the parties in the case, so the thing can't go ahead and swear. So this is also regarding this case also will say first rejection of Mishnah because of this if one of the parties and this is why so And if you have that underwear, don't try to take the shoe off. Why do you have these examples? Hustle, which is smooth, right? So they have to smooth to that problem. Which you want to answer to, like, you're giving a smooth, right? So for example, if you're reading at small, right? And small falsely, that's an example of a smooth, right? So as opposed to something, could be a gambler, that's a psul to that dollar. Interesting. And by the way, what's the psul to that dollar? It actually says over here in the second for Korea, guys on to that dollar. The gambler is a guys on to that dollar. Driving a smack the radio. Around the dollar, so long guys on both sides of gambling. What's wrong with gambling? Runs on the side of Zara. I'm going to leave it with Korea. Right? What Zara discusses. Such a person doesn't contribute to society, or as well as a whole lot of like this. Whatever you're going to do professionally, contribute to society in some way. Every profession contributes to society. But a guy who goes ahead and he will be again his entire himself, his entire life, and he's going through gambling. There's absolutely no contribution to this society involved in that. But we're also saying the other part is it's very visual. When people gamble, I will say people gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And then for when you lose, although you give away your money, you put your money begrudgingly. So let's say for the winner is a shtickle gospel. A little bit of theft involved in that. It's not reaching into someone's pocket, but it's taking someone's money against their will. That is why a gambler is hustle the neighbors. That's why he can't get the shoe on, because he is a thief into that money. It's a rabbinic thief. It doesn't sound like a rabbinic thief. There might be rabbinic thieves as well, right? But the way said, he is a thief into that money. Okay, incredible. So it's the same thing in the Lord says, we just want to give examples of people who are disqualified with the Laisa and disqualified with the Rabbi next. How do you try and catch them? So once again, this is never interesting. We're going to spend a little bit of time on. So remember again, what happened if both parties were suspects? So let's say I'm not going to this movie today, and in reality, again, in these guys, someone needs to take a shoe off. And now let's say both Ruben and I'm a gambler, and Ruben is a pigeon racer, right? Or you know, Ruben is more falsely about something else. So what do we do in that case? This is an interesting machlokes in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, Chazra Hashmor Kamot Rabios. Hashmor goes back to the original place. We're going to see what that means. The Torah says, what is the proper attribution? Proper attribution over there in the Mishnah. Is it split or is it split? I don't know. I'm not going to sit down and I'm not going. We also have Yaakov. We also have the opinion that said that we go ahead and split. So we want to say that we want to say that we only Yaakov. But we also have the opinion that said that in this case, we're neither party has the ability to go ahead and finish one simply split. I'm not going to off Yaakov. So let's say so first of all, we just lean on versus the settle hard, reversing the attribution as we brought down a Mishnah. The Mishnah ultimately says that Rabbi says the Shmuel goes back to Shmuel, that Shmuel is just that. And the Rebbe says you have to split. Everyone's really saying one of those things that the AC who says yeah. And then everyone says, by the way, there are certain